Sexy single mom has a fake fiancé. I'm your sister. What the hell did you do to me? In a hotel room in Jiang City, Xia Ruoyan woke up groggily. As she looked at her disheveled state and the bloodstains on the bed sheets, she was completely stunned. Sister? Is this a new trick to extort money? There was a man in the room, wearing a bathrobe, seemingly just out of the shower. He was drying his hair and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Xia Ruoyan finally came to her senses. She looked at the man in the room, her face filled with both anger and grievance. She didn't speak, but tears fell uncontrollably. At this moment, the man finished drying his hair. He walked over to Xia Ruoyan, still in his bathrobe. Xia Ruoyan remained silent. Once he reached her, Xia Ruoyan suddenly lunged at the man and bit his neck hard, crying as she did. Now you regret it. You should have thought about this before going out drinking alone and getting so drunk, the man said calmly. I do regret it. I regret not killing you back then. Xia Ruoyan gritted her teeth, her eyes red. Xia Ruoyan, I'm your real sister. Why would you do this? Why? How am I supposed to live now? Her emotions, which she had been holding back, completely unraveled, and tears streamed down her face. The man looked at her, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. How does she know my name? The previous night, he had come to Jiang City for some reason. He had found a woman passed out on the side of the road, with several thugs trying to take advantage of her. He had stepped in, bringing the drunk girl to their hotel. She had been so drunk that they hadn't even exchanged a word, let alone introduced themselves. While he was thinking, Xia Ruoyan's phone rang. She hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. Dad, she sobbed into the phone. Ruoyan? What happened? The voice on the other end paused before adding, have you heard that your brother is dead? Wait. Xia Ruoyan was stunned. Dad, what did you say? Xia Ruoyan is dead, their voice sighed. Although that son of a bitch caused us endless trouble and almost dragged our family to hell, I still feel bad that he is dead. But now the real problem is, what do we do about the old lady? If she finds out Xia Ruoyan is dead. Hold on. Xia Ruoyan looked up at Xia Ruoyan and asked into the phone, Dad, are you sure Xia Ruoyan is dead? Sigh, I'm at the mortuary in Qingcheng right now. He tried to force himself on a girl here, but she stabbed him to death, the voice replied. Have you confirmed his identity? Xia Ruoyan asked. I've confirmed it. He had his ID on him, and I also did a DNA test. It's definitely Xia Ruoyan, their voice confirmed. Xia Ruoyan fell silent. Ruoyan. The voice on the other end called again. Dad, I'll call you back later. She hung up and looked at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with wariness. Are you human, or a ghost? She demanded. Obviously, I'm human, Xia Ruoyan replied. Xia Ruoyan fell silent again. Who the hell are you? After a pause, she asked again. My name is Xia Ruoyan. He began. No way, it can't be that coincidental. Xia Ruoyan's eyes widened. Her twin brother, who was supposed to be dead, was also named Xia Ruoyan. At that moment, Xia Ruoyan was about to say something when his phone rang again. He glanced at the caller ID before walking over to the balcony. Hello, Xiao Bingbing, do you miss me? Xia Ruoyan chuckled. At that moment, a black car was driving at a steady pace along a highway. The driver was a woman with short hair, her expression cold and striking. Her name was Bai Bing, and she was the personal assistant to the most powerful general in the Northern Military Legion of Dragon Country, known as their Azura war god, Xia Ruoyan. True to her name, Bai Bing was stunningly beautiful, but her demeanor was as cold as ice. Xia Ruoyan, did you give my sister-in-law's belongings to my sister? Bai Bing asked. This. Xia Ruoyan hesitated, forcing their words out. There were some issues, and it got delayed a bit. You're still scared, right? My brother-in-law is dead, and you're afraid my sister will blame you or even hate you, aren't you? Bai Bing pressed. Xia Ruoyan fell silent. If anyone understood him the best, it was Bai Bing. Suddenly, Bai Bing asked again, do you still like my sister? What? How could that be? A friend's wife should never be touched. I never had such thoughts. Xia Ruoyan quickly denied. Really? Bai Bing's tone was as cold as ever. Xia Ruoyan shivered, then said, I'll go see your sister tomorrow and give her my brother-in-law's belongings. Bai Bing didn't respond, and she hung up the phone. Xia Ruoyan lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and blew out a ring of smoke. Years ago, due to certain reasons, he had escaped to the Northern Territories, where he met a couple traveling there. The man was Ning Dao, and the woman was Bai Shui. He and Ning Dao shared common interests and soon became close friends. However, at that time, the northern enemy, Bear Nation, suddenly sent hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the unstable Dragon Country, aiming to seize the disputed yet effectively controlled Songhua state in the Northern Territories. Dragon Country was caught off guard, and Songhua state was quickly occupied by Bear Nation. Xia Ruoyan, stranded in the Northern Territories, witnessed the loss of the homeland and the suffering of the people under Bear Nation's oppression. Filled with righteous anger, he began organizing militia forces to fight the Bear Nation's troops behind enemy lines. He also urged Ning Dao to join the struggle. However, Bai Shui, Ning Dao's fiancé, was worried for his safety and didn't want him to go to war. But Ning Dao, moved by Xia Ruoyan's passion, eventually joined the military. Before he left, Ning Dao promised Bai Shui that he would marry her as soon as the war was over. Several years later, the war between Dragon Country and Bear Nation ended with Dragon Country's victory. Songhua State, which had been occupied by Bear Nation, was once again returned to Dragon Country. In addition, Bear Nation was forced to cede its port on the Fusang Sea. Xia Ruoyan rose rapidly during the war, gaining fame like a comet, and quickly turned the tide of battle. Wearing a Shura mask and taking on the name of Shura, he saved the Northern Front from collapse. In 2023, due to his outstanding achievements in battle, Xia Ruoyan, the commander of the Northern Military Corps of Dragon Country, became one of the 5 war gods of Dragon Country, earning the title of Shura War God and becoming one of the most powerful figures in the country. But Ning Dao died just before their victory was secured. He never fulfilled his promise to marry Bai Shui. Xia Ruoyan's main purpose for coming to Jiang City was to deliver Ning Dao's belongings to his fiancée, Bai Shui. This task had already been delayed for almost a year. Now, he couldn't delay it any longer. While thinking about this, Xia Ruoyan's phone rang again. The caller ID read, Bai Shui. Xia Ruoyan felt a chill down his spine but eventually answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, a woman's voice came through. When will you give me Ning Dao's belongings? The voice was indifferent. Xia Ruoyan sighed internally. The Bai sisters were different in personality. Bai Bing, the younger sister, was cold and distant, while Bai Shui, the older sister, had been lively and cheerful. But ever since she found out about Ning Dao's death, Bai Shui hadn't smiled again. Now, she was even colder than Bai Bing. Bai Bing was merely aloof, but Bai Shui was downright frosty. Today, Xia Ruoyan replied, managing his emotions. When exactly? Bai Shui asked again. Just as Xia Ruoyan was about to speak, Xia Ruoyan suddenly came running out of the room, wrapped in a blanket. Xia Ruoyan, you bastard, the blood on the bed. Before Xia Ruoyan could finish, Bai Shui hung up the phone. Xia Ruoyan put his phone away and looked at Xia Ruoyan in silence. What are you doing? Xia Ruoyan glared at him. You lied to me. That wasn't blood on the bed, it was ketchup. You're only figuring this out now? How dumb. Xia Ruoyan rolled his eyes. Xia Ruoyan was furious. Just then, Xia Ruoyan suddenly became serious. What I want to tell you is that girls shouldn't drink so much. You're lucky you met me today, or you would have already lost your virginity, Xia Ruoyan said. You're no better. Xia Ruoyan shot back, glaring at him. And where are my clothes? Why did you take off my clothes? Sigh, it's tough being a good person. Thankfully, I saved the video, Xia Ruoyan said, pulling up a video on his phone. In the video, Xia Ruoyan was so drunk that she had vomited on herself. Xia Ruoyan was horrified. She reached for the phone to delete the video, but Xia Ruoyan swiftly pulled it out of reach. Do you know why I had to take off your clothes? You wanted to sleep in a bed covered in vomit. You might be okay with that, but the hotel certainly isn't, Xia Ruoyan explained. Xia Ruoyan's face turned red with embarrassment. So, where are my clothes? Here, Xia Ruoyan pointed to the clothes drying on the balcony. You have sharp eyes, but you're still blind. Your clothes are all right here. Xia Ruoyan looked up and, indeed, saw her skirt, bra, and panties hanging on the clothesline in the wind. Xia Ruoyan added, I already washed them for you. Oh, no need to thank me. Serving the people is my duty. Xia Ruoyan's eyes teared up. This was the first time in her life that a man had washed her underwear. Then, Xia Ruoyan said, "They are almost dry now, you can change." Xia Ruoyan reached for the clothes on the line. As she did, the blanket wrapped around her body slipped off effortlessly. Xia Ruoyan froze. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Chapter 2, Can you pretend to be my twin brother? Xia Ruoyan glanced at her and said, "With a chest this small, you don't have to make a point of showing it to me." Xia Ruoyan instantly turned red in embarrassment. At that moment, Xia Ruoyan waved his hand with a smile. "All right, I'm leaving." Xia Ruoyan suddenly remembered something and called out, "Wait a second." Xia Ruoyan stopped and turned around to look at her. He then chuckled, "You should probably put your clothes back on first." Phut. Xia Ruoyan was on the verge of a breakdown. She hurriedly put her clothes back on. Then, she took a deep breath and walked over to Xia Ruoyan. "You don't want me to be responsible, right?" Xia Ruoyan said, teasing her. Xia Ruoyan didn't respond immediately. She stared at him in silence for a moment before saying, "There is something I want to ask you for help with." "What is it?" Xia Ruoyan asked. "Can you pretend to be my twin brother?" Xia Ruoyan asked. "Oh." Xia Ruoyan froze for a moment and then added, "Wait, do you think I'm someone else? You and my twin brother look almost identical. Even your names are the same." Xia Ruoyan said. "That can't be right." Xia Ruoyan was confused. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything further and opened her phone's photo gallery. When Xia Ruoyan looked at the man in the picture, he was also stunned. "Shit, is this not me? The guy in this photo looks exactly like me." Xia Ruoyan was shocked. He had heard the saying that there are 3 people in the world who look almost identical but aren't related by blood. But it can't be this identical. Xia Ruoyan rubbed his chin, then said, "Beautiful, are you sure you're not triplets? Actually, I'm an orphan and don't know my origins. Maybe I really am your brother." Xia Ruoyan rolled her eyes. "You're overthinking it. My mom had a lot of prenatal checkups before we were born. We're twins, not triplets." "All right." Xia Ruoyan paused, then asked, "So what happened to your twin brother?" Xia Ruoyan sighed before answering, "He died." "You don't seem that upset." Xia Ruoyan noted. "If you knew what he had done, you'd understand," Xia Ruoyan said coolly. "What did he do?" Xia Ruoyan asked, puzzled. "Drinking, gambling, drugs, womanizing, all their vices. He was arrogant, vicious, and committed several heinous crimes, including multiple rapes. One of the victims was only 14 years old," Xia Ruoyan said, her voice filled with disdain. Xia Ruoyan frowned as he listened. He had been a fierce warrior on the battlefield, always wearing a mask and using the alias Shura, so the world knew of the Dragon Country's Shura war god but didn't know his true appearance or name. "Thank God I never revealed my face or name, or that bastard would ruined my reputation." At that moment, Xia Ruoyan spoke again, her voice colder than before. "However, recently, when he tried to assault a girl again, she killed him with a pair of scissors. It's kind of what he deserved." Although Xia Ruoyan spoke with gritted teeth about her evil twin brother, there was a hint of sadness when she mentioned his death. After all, he was still family. After a brief silence, Xia Ruoyan looked up at Xia Ruoyan and said, "My scumbag of a brother may have been worthless, but he was very kind to my grandmother. Now, my grandmother is seriously ill, and she doesn't have much time left. If she finds out my brother is dead, it will break her heart. I don't want her to leave this world in pain and regret." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Please, I'm begging you. It won't take much of your time. Once my grandmother passes away, you can leave anytime." As she spoke, tears began to well up in Xia Ruoyan's eyes. Xia Ruoyan felt a headache coming on. He was the revered war god of the Dragon Country, the king of the north, and now he was supposed to pretend to be a spoiled, good-for-nothing son. This was definitely not part of his plan. But he looked at the picture of the man on Xia Ruoyan's phone again. His expression was complicated. This was too absurd. Are there really people in this world who are that similar, but not related by blood? Xia Ruoyan's gaze flickered as he seemed to be deep in thought. After a brief pause, he suddenly said, "All right, I get it. He paused again before adding, but I also need your help with something. Xia Ruoyan immediately became wary. You're not going to ask me to sleep with you, are you? Slap. Xia Ruoyan knocked lightly on Xia Ruoyan's head and said, if I wanted to, I would have done it last night. So, what do you want me to do? Xia Ruoyan added quickly, just so you know, I'm not doing anything illegal. I need to meet a friend, and I need a female companion to go with me, Xia Ruoyan said. The reason he wanted a female companion was mainly so that Bai Shui wouldn't misunderstand and think that he killed her fiancé because he was after her looks. Then you should bring your fiancé with you. Why are you asking me? Xia Ruoyan said. My fiancé? Xia Ruoyan asked. Oh, not yours. It's my brother's. Your brother, that scumbag, has a fiancé. Xia Ruoyan was surprised. Xia Ruoyan sighed and then said, my grandmother arranged a marriage for him with her best friend's daughter years ago. Does the girl not know about your brother's character? She knows, but my grandmother has been ill for the past few years, and she hasn't called off the engagement. And? Xia Ruoyan suddenly fell silent. And what? Xia Ruoyan shook her head and then said. It's nothing. Anyway, that girl is also a kind fool. But now that my brother is dead, she's free. Once my grandmother passes away, I'll publicly announce that my brother has died, and she'll be completely free. Xia Ruoyan nodded. She's a good girl. At that moment, Xia Ruoyan added. But we can't tell her about the substitute. Why? Xia Ruoyan asked. Sigh, that girl is terrible at lying. If she finds out, my grandmother will figure it out in an instant, Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan shrugged. All right. And? Xia Ruoyan suddenly glared at Xia Ruoyan. Our secret today stays between us. Otherwise, I'll make sure you and I go down together. Okay, Xia Ruoyan said, making an okay gesture with his hand. The two exchanged contact details, and Xia Ruoyan quickly left the hotel. Xia Ruoyan, however, went back to the balcony. It was around 11 p.m., and outside, it was pitch dark, though neon lights flickered. Xia Ruoyan lit a cigarette. He gazed at the cityscape of Jiang City and sighed. 5 years. Back in this city again. 5 years ago, he was just an ordinary martial artist. When he came to Jiang City looking for someone, he was drugged. Losing his senses, he dragged a girl who was out for a night run into a nearby grove and... Sigh. Xia Ruoyan sighed softly, I'm not much better than Xia Ruoyan's twin brother. The only difference is that the girl didn't stab herself with a knife at that time. Xia Ruoyan could no longer remember the girl's face. After all, he had lost control back then and turned into a beast. Though he had regained his senses afterward, he was so scared and panicked that he ran away without even daring to look at her face. All he remembered was that the girl had cried. Slap. Xia Ruoyan slapped himself hard. Although I was also drugged and was a victim, that's not an excuse for my actions. Xia Ruoyan leaned on the railing, staring into the distance. 5 years. I wonder how that girl is doing now. After finishing his cigarette, Xia Ruoyan was ready to head out. He made a call to Bai Bing. Moments later, a black car stopped outside the hotel. Xia Ruoyan got into the car. The driver was a stunning woman, Bai Bing, his assistant and close aide, as well as Bai Shui's younger sister. Where are we going? Bai Bing asked. Xia Ruoyan's eyes flickered with a cold gleam as he replied. Lan Mountain. Lan Mountain. Bai Bing paused for a moment, then said flatly, according to my investigation, Lan Mountain is a famous wealthy area in Jiang City. There are only 10 villas on the mountain, all inhabited by the richest people in the city. What are you going there for? Looking for someone, Xia Ruoyan replied flatly. Bai Bing didn't ask further questions. She drove toward Lan Mountain. It began to rain outside. At the foot of Lan Mountain, there was another residential area, a place where Jiang City's regular wealthy people lived. At that moment, outside one of the villas, a white cloth was hung. According to Jiang City customs, someone in that household had passed away. At the villa's entrance, kneeling in the pouring rain, were a young woman and a little girl about 3 or 4 years old. They were likely a mother and daughter. Both of them were soaked through. Although many people were watching, none of them came forward to offer an umbrella. Instead, they pointed and sneered at the mother and daughter. From the distance, it was hard to hear exactly what was being said. But there were fragments of words such as, unwed pregnancy, don't even know who their father is, slut, bastard, being thrown around. Bai Bing wasn't interested in watching other people's scandals and gossip, so she simply drove away. She continued up the mountain, and when they reached the middle of the mountain, Xia Ruoyan suddenly said, "Wait here for me." After that, Xia Ruoyan grabbed an umbrella and got out of the car. About an hour later, he returned. "Did you find them?" Bai Bing asked. "Not at home," Xia Ruoyan replied. "Then what do we do next?" Bai Bing asked again. "Let us go back to the hotel," Xia Ruoyan said flatly. On their way back, they passed the villa with the white cloth again. Huh. Xia Ruoyan's pupils constricted. The mother and daughter who were kneeling earlier were still kneeling in the rain. "Mom, why won't they let us go home?" the little girl asked. Before the young woman could speak, another woman, looking about the same age as her, stepped out from the villa. "Because you're a bastard child, you can't come into our house," the woman said harshly. "Jiang Hui, clean up your mouth," the young woman angrily shouted. The woman named Jiang Hui raised an eyebrow. "My mouth might not be clean, but at least my body is. Unlike you, who was knocked up at 18 and disgraced the Jiang family." She paused and then grinned, adding, "Hey, Jiang Li, who was it that got you pregnant and refused to take responsibility?" Jiang Li fell silent. Jiang Hui laughed even more wildly. "Har har har, no more words. Someone who doesn't even know who her father is, how can she not be a bastard?" Slap. Jiang Li slapped Jiang Hui across the face. "I warn you again, you can insult me, but you can't insult my daughter." Jiang Hui was clearly no saint either. After being slapped in front of everyone, she was instantly furious. "What are you waiting for? Grab Jiang Li!" Jiang Hui yelled. Several men dressed in black, who looked like bodyguards, immediately grabbed Jiang Li. Jiang Hui walked up to the captured Jiang Li, slapping her face and mocking. "Jiang Li, you thought you were protected by your grandmother? Your grandmother died years ago. Now even the family elders won't let you attend your grandfather's funeral. Don't you realize your situation?" She paused, then turned to look at the little girl kneeling on the ground. Her expression suddenly twisted with malice. "And you, little bastard who doesn't even have a father, just looking at you makes me angry." With that, Jiang Hui kicked the little girl. In the heavy rain, the already trembling little girl turned even paler. "Mom, save me." Jiang Li saw this and was filled with extreme rage. "Jiang Hui, you dare!" She struggled desperately, trying to protect her daughter. But she was just a weak woman and couldn't break free from the grip of several bodyguards. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Hui's foot was about to hit her helpless, trembling daughter. At this moment, her heart shattered. She felt utter despair. "Someone, please, save my daughter." Chapter 3. I thought you both had children. However, Jiang Hui's kick did not hit the little girl. A strange whirlwind with rain hit her hard, knocking Jiang Hui backwards to the ground. Then, a beautiful and cold woman got out of a car next to her. It was Bai Bing. She came to the little girl with an umbrella and held it for her. Jiang Li was stunned. She didn't know this woman with a strong aura, but she could feel that she was kind. "Thank you," Jiang Li said. Bai Bing turned her head to look at the car, and then said, "My boss asked me to come here." Jiang Li also looked at the car on the side of the road. But because it was night and it was raining heavily, the visibility was not good. She could see someone in the car, but she couldn't see clearly what he looked like. At this time, the woman named Jiang Hui got up from the ground and rushed over again in a rage. She grabbed Bai Bing's collar and said angrily, "Do you know where this is? This is the territory of the Jiang family in Jiangcheng. You dare to meddle in the Jiang family's affairs, are you tired of living?" Bai Bing looked down at Jiang Hui's hand and said lightly, "Let go." "I won't let go, what can you do to me?" Jiang Hui was in a mess just now, and she is very angry now. Bai Bing didn't say anything, stretched out her hand and grabbed Jiang Hui's wrist. Jiang Hui sneered, "I am different from that useless cousin. I have practiced martial arts. Not long ago, I just got the warrior certification. Although it is only a first-level warrior, it is not something that ordinary people can." Then, she began to realize that something was wrong. She began to feel severe pain in her wrist. Jiang Hui is also a sharp-minded person. At this moment, she immediately realized something. The other party is very strong. Very strong. This kind of power is probably the strength of a 6th or 7th level warrior. His tilde. Thinking of this, Jiang Hui took a deep breath. What is the level of a 7th level warrior? The strongest bodyguard in the family is only a 6th level warrior. Zhu Kai, the president of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, is only a 7th level warrior. But at this moment, she can only bring Zhu Kai out. Because, the most powerful person she knows is Zhu Kai. I warn you, Zhu Kai, the president of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, is my friend, and he is a 7th level warrior. Jiang Hui took out a business card from her pocket with her other hand. There is a photo on the business card. Seeing the photo on the business card, Bai Bing's expressionless face finally showed a little expression. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Zhu Kai, that waste, has become the president of the Regional Martial Arts Association. Jiangcheng is a big city with a population of tens of millions after all. Isn't his martial arts strength too weak? Zhu Kai, one of Xia Ruoyan's personal soldiers in his early years. He is also one of the few people who know Xia Ruoyan's appearance. Xia Ruoyan always wore a Shura-like mask on the battlefield, so the world didn't know his true appearance and name. Zhu Kai followed Xia Ruoyan in his early years. Later, he became a deserter because he was afraid of dying in the war. There has been no news since then. I didn't expect that he ran to Jiangcheng and became the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. I wonder what Zhu Kai's expression would be when he knew that the commander came to Jiangcheng. Bai Bing thought. However, in Jiang Hui's opinion, Bai Bing's reaction was fear. HMPH, she is afraid of even a 7th level warrior. It seems that I misunderstood. This woman is probably only at the 4th or 5th level. After calming down, Jiang Hui said in a strong manner, "Let me tell you, Zhu Kai is my pursuer and listens to me. As long as I say a word, he will come here immediately." Really? Bai Bing had no expression on his face and said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, so scary." The tone of sarcasm was full. Jiang Hui was a little angry. Wait. After saying that, Jiang Hui dialed a phone. "Hello, Zhu Kai, someone is bullying me," Jiang Hui said immediately after the call was connected. The tone of grievance made people feel pity for her. She was so good at acting that she could win the Oscar for bitch. "Damn it, which bastard is bullying our Hui Hui?" A man's cursing voice came from the phone. It was Zhu Kai's voice. Jiang Hui looked at Bai Bing triumphantly, and then said to the microphone, "A woman." "Don't say a woman, even if it's the King of Heaven, you can't bully our Hui Hui." After Zhu Kai finished speaking, he said, "Where are you?" "I'll be there soon." "Hui Hui, don't be afraid, there is no one in Jiangcheng that I can't deal with." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Hui sent Zhu Kai a location, and then looked at Bai Bing provocatively, saying, "Zhu Kai will be here soon, you are dead." At this time, the rain gradually stopped. The woman named Jiang Li also broke free from the restraints of the Jiang family bodyguards and ran to the little girl. Don't be afraid." Jiang Li held his daughter in his arms. Looking at his daughter's frightened eyes, for a moment, anger, heartache, regret, all kinds of emotions surged into his heart, only to turn into tears. "I'm sorry, it's my mother's fault. She can't even protect you." The little girl named Yi also reached out her hand to wipe Jiang Li's tears, and then said, "It's Yi's fault. Yi has implicated my mother." Bai Bing looked at Jiang Li and her daughter who were crying together, and then said, "How about going to my car?" Jiang Li shook his head. "We are all wet, don't get your car wet. Besides, it's not raining anymore." Jiang Li paused, bowed deeply to Bai Bing, bowed deeply to the car Xia Ruoyan was sitting in, and said, "Thank you." After speaking, Jiang Li hugged Yi and prepared to leave. The daughter was obviously frightened, and Jiang Li couldn't stay here any longer. "Jiang Li, stop, did I let you go?" Jiang Hui was furious. When she wanted to catch up, Bai Bing blocked her way. Jiang Hui was extremely annoyed. But she couldn't beat Bai Bing. Although the family has a 6th rank warrior bodyguard, he serves the family elders and she has no right to transfer him. "Jiang Li can leave, but you can't." Jiang Hui looked at Bai Bing and said, "I won't leave." Bai Bing said expressionlessly, Jiang Li hesitated. She didn't want to implicate others. Go back and change the child's clothes, don't catch a cold. At this time, Bai Bing said again. She paused and added, don't worry, I'm fine. Jiang Li didn't say anything else, and then left with Yi Yi in his arms. Bai Bing did not leave as she promised. About 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz car stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened and several men got out of the car. They were all strong and looked very intimidating. The young man walking in front was Zhu Kai. Jiang Hui, who bullied you. Zhu Kai was murderous. This is a good opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty, so you must perform well. It's her. Jiang Hui pointed at Bai Bing standing next to her. Zhu Kai turned his head and shuddered instantly. Oh my god, why is this grandma here? Zhu Kai was terrified. As Xia Ruoyan's personal soldier in his early years, he not only knew Xia Ruoyan, but also knew Bai Bing, who followed Xia Ruoyan to fight at the age of 16. This little girl is not very old, but her martial arts talent is amazing. At the age of 16, she was invincible in Xia Ruoyan's personal soldiers. When he was in the army, he was beaten by her many times. It even left a psychological trauma. In addition to being afraid of death, this was also part of the reason why he ran away from the army. At this time, Jiang Hui ran over, hugged Zhu Kai's arm, and said coquettishly, Zhu Kai, look, that woman almost broke my wrist. You have to help me beat her up. Zhu Kai broke into a cold sweat. Are you kidding? Beat her? Am I tired of living? At this time, Jiang Hui said again, by the way, there is another guy in the car, and the one following the woman is an accomplice. Zhu Kai turned his head and took a look. There was indeed a person sitting in the black car on the side of the road. Although the line of sight was poor, he could not see who it was. But he could see that he was sitting in the passenger seat. Zhu Kai's heart skipped a beat. His hands began to tremble. Who is Bai Bing? Others don't know, but he knows very well. She followed Xia Ruoyan to fight at the age of 16, and became Xia Ruoyan's personal assistant at the age of 18. It can be said that she is the person Xia Ruoyan trusts most in the army. The most elite unit of the Northern Frontier Corps is now called the Chilean Camp, which was formerly Xia Ruoyan's personal guard unit. It is said that the Chilean Camp is now controlled by Bai Bing. Such a powerful, strong, and powerful woman, who else is worthy of sitting in her passenger seat except that person? In other words, who dares to sit in Bai Bing's passenger seat except that person? Thinking of this, Zhu Kai's legs began to tremble. I'll go and have a look. Then Zhu Kai came to the black car with his head held high. Looking at the passenger seat, Zhu Kai's legs softened instantly, and he almost knelt down. Commander! Commander! Zhu Kai couldn't finish speaking smoothly. I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 years. You are living a very free and easy life now. Xia Ruoyan said. Zhu Kai's eyes were filled with tears. Commander, I was wrong. In fact, I have always wanted to go back after leaving the army, but I was afraid that you would be disappointed in me. So. At this point, Zhu Kai said again, Commander, since you are in Jiangcheng, I will treat you well. Commander, let me tell you, although Jiangcheng is not very good in many aspects, there are really many beauties. Go away. Xia Ruoyan rolled his eyes. Do you think I am short of women? To be honest, he really is short of women. Otherwise, he would not have only had the 1x experience 5 years ago. Besides, he was drugged at that time and didn't remember any experience. So, in his opinion, he can still be regarded as a virgin now. However, this is not a glorious thing, and Xia Ruoyan doesn't want people to know. At this time, Zhu Kai smiled and said, forget that you have a sister Bai Bing. If Bai Bing hears you say this, you can wait for her to cut you into pieces. Xia Ruoyan said. Eh? You two haven't dated yet. Zhu Kai said in surprise, I thought you two had children. Xia Ruoyan rolled his eyes again. He glanced at Bai Bing, who was a little further away. I don't know what he was thinking about, and his expression was a little complicated. At this time, Jiang Hui shouted from a little further away, Zhu Kai, who is in the car. Drag him out and beat him up first. Zhu Kai's face was dark. Beat your mother. Chapter 4. How about we make do for one night? Zhu Kai now wanted to throw Jiang Hui into the moat. This woman wants to kill me. When he left the army, Xia Ruoyan was already the commander of hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command. Now, his status has been further improved, and he has become the real king of the north. In the 3 provinces of the north, it can be said that he is a local emperor. Of course, Xia Ruoyan is loyal to the country and will not do such a thing as splitting the land and becoming a king. But no one dares to deprive him of his control over the 5 armies of the north. In short, Xia Ruoyan is now a real dignitary. And he is the top dignitary in Longwa. Planning on him? She is really tired of living. Zhu Kai, what kind of woman do you like? At this time, Xia Ruoyan said again, the taste is a bit poor. Zhu Kai looked embarrassed. At this time, Xia Ruoyan said calmly, I can't control who you like. But if she goes too far, I will deal with her. Although this is not my northern territory, it should be no problem to deal with the daughter of a wealthy family in a region. Commander, you don't need to do anything, I will deal with her now. Zhu Kai said immediately. Xia Ruoyan waved his hand, no. If she doesn't know how to restrain herself, I will deal with her myself. After that, Xia Ruoyan called Bai Bing. Bai Bing, let's go. Xia Ruoyan said. Bai Bing then returned to the car and drove away. Zhu Kai stood by. After Bai Bing and Xia Ruoyan drove away, Jiang Hui ran to Zhu Kai and said dissatisfiedly, Zhu Kai, what are you doing? Why let them go? You are useless. Tilder. Zhu Kai suddenly slapped Jiang Hui in the face. Jiang Hui was shocked. She never expected Zhu Kai to slap her. This man who used to be like a dog suddenly went crazy? Zhu Kai also had a dark face. Damn, bitch, I was almost killed by you. Those 2 are stronger than me. Of course, the real reason is not the problem of individual strength. It is mainly a problem of status. Xia Ruoyan has hundreds of thousands of northern army behind him, and even the capital has to be cautious. He is the president of a regional martial arts association, which is nothing in front of the king of the north. After slapping Jiang Hui, Zhu Kai cursed and prepared to leave. Jiang Hui was stunned there. She was slapped by 2 people in one night. At this time, a middle-aged man came out of the villa. President Zhu, my father's memorial service will be held in the Jiang's ancestral hall in 3 days. If you are free, please come. After speaking, the man caught up with Zhu Kai and handed him an invitation. Zhu Kai glanced at the other party, accepted the invitation, and then left. Dad, why did you give an invitation to that kind of person? After Zhu Kai left, Jiang Hui said dissatisfiedly, he was bullying me just now. A hint of coldness flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Zhu Kai is the president of the Martial Arts Association and has a great influence in the martial arts world. Our Jiang family can't do anything to him. So, he slapped me, and that's it. Our Jiang family is also one of the top 10 families in Jiangcheng. We can't be so cowardly, right? Jiang Hui was very dissatisfied. The middle-aged man suddenly grinned and said, your sister will also come back for your grandfather's funeral. He paused for a moment before saying, your brother-in-law will come back with him. Jiang Hui's eyes lit up, great. My brother-in-law is a major in the Northern Army. His father is a major general in the Northern Army. Who dares to mess with the people of the Northern Army? So what if you are strong in martial arts? You still have to lie down like a dog in front of the Northern Army. Nowadays, among the major armies of Dragon Country, the Northern Army is the most popular. 5 years ago, hundreds of thousands of troops of Bear Country attacked Dragon Country, but were defeated by the Northern Army reorganized by Xia Ruoyan. A year ago, Bear Country was forced to sign a treaty under the attack of the Northern Army. It not only spit out the occupied Dragon Country territory, but also was forced to cede the seaport to Dragon Country. The 3 northern provinces of Dragon Country regained their seaport. This is the first major victory of Dragon Country over Bear Country in more than 100 years. The people of Longwa now have a kind of fanatical worship of the Northern Army. Hearing that her brother-in-law was coming to Jiangcheng, Jiang Hui swept away her previous depression and said excitedly, when my brother-in-law comes back, I must ask him to help me deal with that woman just now. And Zhu Kai. Oh, and Jiang Li, that little bitch. She actually slapped my face. I will never let her go. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, yes, that's why I invited Zhu Kai to attend your grandfather's memorial service. We can't do anything to Zhu Kai, but your brother-in-law can abuse him at will. I can't wait to see my brother-in-law vent my anger for me. Jiang Hui became excited again. By the way. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Hui and said, Jiang Hui, I heard that you have been very close to that playboy of the Xia family recently. Why are you so close to that kind of trash? Jiang Hui grinned, of course I cheated things from that idiot. The Xia family is almost bankrupt, what good things does that kind of prodigal have in his hands? Dad, you may not know. My grandmother arranged a marriage for Jiang Li a long time ago, and the object was that useless prodigal son of the Xia family. No way. It's true. My grandmother is such a shrewd person. If there is no calculation, how could she marry her precious granddaughter to a waste? Jiang Hui said. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Find out what else the Xia family has. The middle-aged man paused, and then said, don't lose yourself. I heard that the idiot in the Xia family is very romantic. Jiang Hui grinned, Dad, don't worry. I sold that idiot, and he is still helping me count the money. He. She paused, suddenly remembered something, and smiled, and said, Dad, I suddenly have an idea. I want Jiang Li to bring her dandy and useless fiancé back to my grandfather's memorial service. Why? Dad, think about it. By then, my sister will bring her brother-in-law who works in the Northern Army, and Jiang Li will bring a dandy and useless fiancé. With this comparison, the elders of the family will definitely favor our family more. By then, you can smoothly take over our company. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard it. TSK, good idea. I didn't expect that the waste of the Xia family could be used in this way. Jiang Hui also laughed, this is called waste utilization. On the other side, Bai Bing drove Xia Ruoyan to the hotel where he was staying. Sister Bing, I booked a room upstairs. Do you want to go up and spend the night together? Xia Ruoyan teased. Unexpectedly, Bai Bing said directly, okay. Xia Ruoyan was a little bit in a dilemma. Bai Bing glanced at Xia Ruoyan, and then said lightly, why? Because I'm not a married woman, so you are not interested. Xia Ruoyan glanced at Bai Bing, and his thoughts were strange. The two sisters of the Bai family are both beautiful women. Even Bai Bing's figure is more explosive than her sister. After all, her sister's cup size is only C, while Bai Bing's is D cup. Gululu tilde. After swallowing his saliva, Xia Ruoyan said, then let's go up. No, it's a waste of time to check in without going to bed. Bai Bing said. I didn't say we won't go to bed. Xia Ruoyan paused, his eyes burning, and said, the atmosphere is right, everything will go smoothly. Bai Bing then raised the recorder in his hand and said expressionlessly, do you want to give this recorder to my sister? Xia Ruoyan. He had a dark face. This little face paralysis is getting more and more sinister now. Obviously, he didn't mind stripping naked and changing clothes in front of me before. At this time, Bai Bing put away the recorder and said, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As for you. She paused, took out a photo of Bai Bing's own black silk long legs from her arms, and said, you use this to wash. Xia Ruoyan's mouth twitched violently. When he came to his senses, Bai Bing had left. Alas, Bai Bing is becoming more and more like a black-bellied queen. She was very cute before. Xia Ruoyan complained as he stuffed Bai Bing's black silk photo into his pocket and went into their hotel. The next day, the sky had cleared up. Xia Ruoyan got up, took a shower, and left the hotel. There was a children's park nearby. A group of children were playing in it. I'm not a wild child. A little girl of 3 or 4 years old stood in the sandpit, with tears in her eyes, and said pitifully in a low voice. It was the little girl Xia Ruoyan met last night, Jiang Yi. Her mother didn't seem to be around. If you're not a wild child, why haven't you seen your father? At this time, a little boy of the same age looked at Jiang Yi and asked. My father went on a business trip. Jiang Yi said nervously. Stop lying. My mother said that your mother got pregnant out of wedlock, and you have no father, so you are a bastard. The boy was young, but he spoke very harshly. The children around him all laughed. Jiang Yi lowered her head, tears in her eyes. At this time, the little boy just now actually grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at Jiang Yi. He said with a smile, go away quickly, we don't want to play with bastards without fathers. Xia Ruoyan's blood pressure rose instantly. He took a deep breath and walked over. Who do you say is a bastard? Xia Ruoyan said lightly. He did not release his aura of the martial arts grandmaster, but the aura tempered by war was intimidating. The little boy was scared and cried directly. At this time, a young woman who had just been talking and laughing nearby ran over and shouted, "What are you doing? An adult bullying a child, do you have the nerve to do that? What is your relationship with this little boy?" Xia Ruoyan asked calmly. "I'm his mother." "Just now, your son cursed, did you hear it?" Xia Ruoyan asked again. The young woman crossed her arms, with a savage expression, "Why curse? A child without a father is nothing but a bastard." Then. Chapter 5 Because I'm not a married woman, so you're not interested. Par tilde. As soon as their voice fell, Xia Ruoyan slapped the young woman on the right cheek. The people around were stunned for a moment. The young woman didn't react. After reacting, the young woman was furious. "You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? My husband is." Par tilde. Another slap slapped her on the left cheek. "Apologize," Xia Ruoyan said lightly. The young woman was completely enraged. "Fuck you." The words were not finished. Par tilde. Another slap. Although Xia Ruoyan was already controlling the strength, he still slapped the young woman so hard that she saw stars. "Apologize," Xia Ruoyan said again. The young woman was scared. She finally felt the hidden murderous aura from Xia Ruoyan. "I'm sorry." Under Xia Ruoyan's coercion, she finally apologized. "You apologized to the wrong person, didn't you? Your apology too." Xia Ruoyan gently held the little girl's hand and said, "It's her." The young woman was very reluctant. It was too embarrassing to apologize to a child. But Xia Ruoyan's eyes scared her and she quickly said, "I'm sorry." After being forced to apologize, the young woman still felt aggrieved and glared at the little girl again. The frightened little girl immediately hid behind Xia Ruoyan. The young woman didn't say anything else, and left with her child. Xia Ruoyan turned around and looked at the little girl. He stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the little girl's head, telling her not to be afraid. With him around, no one could bully her. Xia Ruoyan had the ability to do this. He, Xia Ruoyan, the god of war of Shura, the commander of the 5 armies of the Northern Army, with hundreds of thousands of elite troops under his command, and one of the most powerful people in the Dragon Kingdom. If he was determined to protect a little girl, who would dare to touch her? However, the little girl's reaction made him a little embarrassed. When he reached out to touch the little girl's head, the little girl took a few steps back reflexively, with a look of fear on her face. Xia Ruoyan was stunned. "She is afraid of me. Why? Do I look so scary?" He was a little depressed. At this time, a very beautiful young woman rushed over from the store next to her and took the little girl into her arms. Then, she stared at Xia Ruoyan with great anger. It was the young woman who knelt in front of the Jiang family villa last night. However, it was Bai Bing who came out at that time, and Xia Ruoyan was in the car. So, the young woman didn't know that Xia Ruoyan was there at that time. "Xia Ruoyan, I warned you not to get close to my daughter." "Oh." Xia Ruoyan was a little confused. The young woman in front of him was not only beautiful, but also had a great figure. The size of her breasts was at least sea level, which was definitely a heavy weapon in Longwa. Especially compared with Xia Ruoyan's flat chest, it is even more impressive. But the problem is, he doesn't know the beautiful young woman in front of him. How does she know my name? Huh. At this time, Xia Ruoyan suddenly reacted. This woman probably mistook herself for Xia Ruoyan's twin brother. Xia Ruoyan was a little depressed. That bastard's reputation does seem to be very bad. Let's go. At this time, the young woman said again. After that, the young woman hugged the little loli and left. After leaving the park, the young woman said again, "Did that guy do anything to you?" The little loli thought about it, and then said, "He helped me." "What?" The young woman was stunned. The little loli then told the story. "No way." The young woman was shocked. Would that kind of scum do such a gentle thing? At this time, the young woman's mobile phone rang. Press the answer button. "What? Your brother lost his memory? I was wondering why he felt weird." The young woman said. "What happened?" Xia Ruoyan's voice rang out from the other end of the phone. The young woman told him what happened in the children's park just now. "Damn, you met so soon, you and him are quite predestined." Xia Ruoyan complained. "To be honest, I really don't want this fate. the young woman said helplessly. This young woman is Jiang Li, the Lian Jinli, and Xia Ruoyan's fiancé. To be more precise, she is the fiancé of Xia Ruoyan's twin brother. The little girl is Jiang Yi, her biological daughter. As for Jiang Yi's biological father, Jiang Li never mentioned it. Because she got pregnant out of wedlock and insisted on giving birth to the child, Jiang Li was expelled from the Jiang family, one of the top 10 families in Jiangcheng, by removing her family tree. From a rich daughter to an ordinary single mother. Wait for me for a moment, I'll be there soon. Xia Ruoyan said on the phone. After a while, Xia Ruoyan came over. Ruoyan, what happened to your brother's amnesia? Jiang Li asked. He just hit his head. There was nothing wrong with the brain CT scan, just amnesia. Xia Ruoyan said with a stiff face. Will his personality change if he loses his memory? Can you imagine that your brother would do that for you? Jiang Li said. This. Xia Ruoyan naturally knew what was going on. They were not the same person at all. But she couldn't say it now. Maybe my brother has two personalities, maybe he hit his head, causing the second personality to wake up. Xia Ruoyan said. Isn't this schizophrenia? Jiang Li said. Jiang Li rolled his eyes at Xia Ruoyan and said, why are you grinning? This is no joke. Schizophrenia is terrible. Can it be more terrible than his previous personality? Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li was silent. After a while, she sighed and said, that's true. But. She paused, looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, Ruoyan, you are my best friend, I'm telling you straight. Jiang Li took a deep breath and said, no matter what your brother's personality is like after he loses his memory, I will ask for a divorce when your grandmother passes away. I know. Xia Ruoyan paused, then smiled and said, don't worry, I won't tie you to our house. To be honest, if it weren't for grandma, I would have encouraged you to cancel the engagement. Jiang Li smiled. She paused and said, by the way, I'll take you to visit your grandma. The old lady doesn't have much time left, and she likes you very much. During this time, let you accompany her more. Yes. Xia Ruoyan paused and said, by the way, I'll call my brother, and we'll go back together. Is he so obedient? As the saying goes, it's easy to change a country but hard to change one's nature. I don't think he has become a new man just because he has lost his memory. Jiang Li said. Although my brother is useless, he is still very good to grandma. If he goes back to visit grandma, he will definitely go back. Then, Xia Ruoyan called Xia Ruoyan. Soon, Xia Ruoyan came. The four of them drove to the suburbs in Xia Ruoyan's car. The Xia family has a villa in the famous Villa Park Golden Coastline in Jiangcheng. This is also the most valuable asset of the Xia family at present. Originally, although the Xia family was not considered a top-tier family in Jiangcheng, it could also be regarded as a wealthy family in Jiangcheng. But over the years, Xia Ruoyan has repeatedly caused trouble, and the Xia family has almost spent all their assets to settle these troubles. Now, the Xia family's only industry is a coal mining company. And over the years, the price of coal mines has been falling year after year, and the Xia family is already on the verge of bankruptcy. On the way home, Xia Ruoyan was driving the car. Jiang Li, Jiang Yi and Xia Ruoyan were sitting in the back seat. Jiang Yi was sitting in the middle. She looked at Xia Ruoyan timidly, wanting to talk to Xia Ruoyan, but was afraid. At this time, Xia Ruoyan turned his head, and Jiang Yi was so scared that she threw herself into Jiang Li's arms. Xia Ruoyan was a little helpless. Am I so scary? Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Yi poked her head out, and then said timidly, don't hit me. This expression made Xia Ruoyan a little sad. I lost my memory. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, have I ever hit you before? Jiang Yi nodded. Damn it. Xia Ruoyan suddenly cursed. Jiang Yi was so scared that tears came out again. I'm sorry. Xia Ruoyan hurriedly said, I'm not scolding you, I'm scolding myself. What happened to me before? How could I have the heart to do that to such a lovely I was such a bad person before. Xia Ruoyan's mouth twitched slightly. She knew that Xia Ruoyan was scolding her twin brother. But there's nothing wrong with scolding. At this time, Xia Ruoyan took a deep breath, looked at Jiang Yi, and smiled again. I promise you, I will never hit you again. Really? Jiang wiped away her tears. I swear. Xia Ruoyan looked serious. Jiang hesitated for a moment, but finally got off Jiang and sat between Jiang and Xia Ruoyan. Even, she was closer to Xia Ruoyan. Jiang never spoke. She was worried. Arrived at Xia's house. Can you speak? What do you mean it's useless even if a god comes? Have you seen a god? No, why do you say that? In the villa, a woman in her 40s or 50s said excitedly. Her name is Lin Lian, and she has been the maid of the old lady of the Xia family for many years. She has served the old lady for more than 30 years. The relationship between her and the old lady may be closer than that between the people of the Xia family. Auntie Lian, what's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked. This quack. Lin Lian pointed at a man in his 50s in the yard, and said excitedly, he actually said that the old lady is already terminally ill and will not live for many days. The old lady is very strong, even if she lives another 10 or 20 years, it will be fine. Xia Ruoyan held Lin Lian's hand, her eyes red. She understood Aunt Lian's feelings. However, the Xia family invited all the famous doctors in Jiangcheng, and even found famous doctors in Beijing, but almost all of them said that the old lady's illness was too serious and she didn't have many days left. The doctor also curled his lips and said, if a loud voice can cure diseases, then what do we doctors do? Some diseases develop to a certain extent, even gods can't save them. You always say that others are quacks. Why don't you treat them yourself if you are so capable? At this time, Xia Ruoyan suddenly said, I'll go see the old lady. The doctor glanced at Xia Ruoyan and chuckled, why? This brother is also a doctor. Xia Ruoyan grinned, I guess so. Everyone was stunned when he said this. Xia Ruoyan blinked. This guy also knows medical skills. Of course, she didn't expect Xia Ruoyan to cure the old lady. Even those famous doctors couldn't cure her, so what ability did Xia Ruoyan have to bring the old lady back to life? Jiang didn't know that this Xia Ruoyan had changed, and she was even more surprised. She knew exactly what kind of person her fiancé Xia Ruoyan was. He was definitely a waste of knowledge and skills. Let alone practicing medicine, he probably couldn't even understand the diagnosis report. I don't know what this guy is going to do next. The slight affection Jiang had just developed for her fiancé disappeared in an instant. Even more disgusting. If a person teases his dying grandmother, is he still a human being? Chapter 6. Her fiancé passed away, I want to send her a legacy. What are you doing? Take me to see the old lady. At this time, Xia Ruoyan said again. The old lady is behind. Xia Ruoyan said. There is a small yard behind the Xia family's villa. There are 2 bamboo houses in the yard. This is where the old lady of the Xia family lives. It's not that the Xia family abused the old lady, but the old lady herself didn't want to live in a big villa. Seeing that Xia Ruoyan was going to see the old lady, the doctor followed him again. Little brother, which medical university did you graduate from? Asked the middle-aged doctor. I haven't studied medicine. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. You don't have a medical qualification certificate, the middle-aged doctor said again. No. Har. The middle-aged doctor sneered, you dare to practice medicine without a medical license? You are so brave. Practicing medicine without a license is a crime. Xia Ruoyan rolled his eyes, I treat my grandmother, do I need a medical license? Are you from the Xia family? The middle-aged doctor thought for a while, You are not that Xia Ruoyan. It seems that I am quite famous. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. The middle-aged doctor curled his lips and thought to himself, I am quite famous, a famous dandy in Jiangcheng. He remembered something and sighed again in his heart. The Xia family was originally thriving, and even had great hopes of becoming one of the top 10 families in Jiangcheng, but it was completely destroyed by a wicked son. The middle-aged doctor remembered something again, and hurriedly looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, Miss Xia, let's be frank. According to the old lady's current condition, she should be able to hold on for 10 days or half a month. But if Xia Ruoyan messes with it, she might die suddenly. If something goes wrong, don't push the responsibility on me. Xia Ruoyan was a little entangled when she heard it. But before she could speak, Xia Ruoyan had already entered the old lady's room. At this time, the old lady was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, with a ventilator next to her and a breathing mask on her mouth. It seems that the old lady's condition is indeed not optimistic, and she has already used a ventilator. Hearing someone enter the room, the old lady reluctantly opened her eyes. Ruoyan, you're back. Jiang Li and Yi are here too, come here quickly. The old lady took off the ventilator on her nostrils and said with a smile on her face. Grandma, I'm back too. Xia Ruoyan said. The old lady glared at Xia Ruoyan. You still remember to come back? I thought I wouldn't be able to see you before I died. Grandma won't die. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Okay, stop comforting me. The doctor told me that I will go to see the king of hell in half a month at the latest and 3 days at the fastest. The old lady said. That's what the quack doctor said. Xia Ruoyan said. The middle-aged doctor next to him couldn't listen anymore. Who are you calling a quack? I wasn't the only one who diagnosed the old lady's condition. All the doctors in the medical team thought so. He swallowed and said, do you know who is in your grandmother's medical team? Zhao Qianfeng, Sun Ku, He Dong, which one is not a famous expert in Jiancheng? If you don't mention me, do you want to say that they are all quacks? You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Xia Ruoyan glanced at the middle-aged doctor and said lightly, those who can't cure my grandmother are all quacks. The middle-aged doctor shook his head and said, your pure emotional venting has no effect on your grandmother's condition. How can you help? If you really care about your grandma, you should avoid trouble, maybe she can live 2 more days. The old lady looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, what trouble have you caused again? No. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, Grandma, I have learned some medical skills recently, let me feel your pulse. The old lady rolled her eyes at Xia Ruoyan. You know how to feel the pulse, I think you are trying to make fun of me. Grandma, as the saying goes, a man should be treated with new eyes after 3 days of separation. Xia Ruoyan paused and said, Grandma, just think of it as a practice for me. As soon as these words came out, Xia Ruoyan's face was black. Jiang Li also shook his head. Alas, as expected, it is difficult to change a person's nature. He even teases his grandmother who loves him the most. Can we expect him to love Yi and me? The old lady also rolled her eyes at Xia Ruoyan, but she stretched out her hand. Okay, your grandmother doesn't have many days left anyway, so you can do whatever you want. Complete doting. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. He put his hand on the old lady's pulse, closed his eyes, and listened carefully. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, is it late-stage idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis? Xia Ruoyan was shocked when she said this. How did he know? She never told Xia Ruoyan what disease her grandmother had? Is he just guessing, or can he really diagnose diseases by feeling the pulse? At this time, the middle-aged doctor curled his lips and said, you are pretending. You must have known what disease your grandma has. Pulmonary fibrosis can usually only be detected through high-resolution CT. By feeling the pulse? Har har. Fuck you. Xia Ruoyan cursed, if you don't have the ability, just shut up. The sudden burst of momentum scared the middle-aged doctor. It is said that the young master of the Xia family is an ignorant, arrogant second-generation ancestor. Today, I saw that he is really arrogant. I think the Xia family will be destroyed by this guy sooner or later. But he didn't dare to say these words. Xia Ruoyan's current aura completely suppressed him. At this time, Xia Ruoyan looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, other doctors said that grandma's disease is a terminal cancer. The late stage of the disease is irreversible and can only wait for death. Her voice was a little trembling, and she said, do you have any method? Jiang Li sweated slightly. She pulled Xia Ruoyan aside and whispered, Ruoyan, you don't really believe that your brother knows medicine, do you? He. Xia Ruoyan smiled awkwardly. Of course she didn't believe it, but the problem was that this person was not her unlearned twin brother. At this time, Xia Ruoyan took the old lady's hand and smiled again, Grandma, don't worry, I'm here, the devil won't dare to take you. The old lady rolled her eyes at Xia Ruoyan again, you just brag. But. She also took Xia Ruoyan's hand, with a smile on her face, Ruoyan, Grandma doesn't have many days left. After Grandma leaves, you can't be as willful as before. You have to treat Jiang Li and Jiang Yi well. Don't dislike Jiang Li just because she was expelled from the Jiang family. Don't abuse Yi just because she is not your biological child. This is something Grandma will never allow. Oh. Xia Ruoyan turned his head and glanced at Jiang Li and Jiang Yi. He hesitated a little. After all, they had nothing to do with him. Besides, Jiang Li's biggest wish was to break off the engagement with Xia Ruoyan from the Xia family. The old lady's request could not be agreed to casually. While Xia Ruoyan was struggling, Jiang Li smiled and said, "Grandma, don't worry. Xia Ruoyan has restrained himself recently. We have a good relationship recently." "Really?" The old lady was a little surprised and a little surprised. "Really?" Jiang Li said, and deliberately took Xia Ruoyan's arm. Although she took Xia Ruoyan's arm on her own initiative, it was not because she had a good impression of Xia Ruoyan. She mainly wanted to reassure the old lady. Jiang Li had made up her mind that she would break off the engagement after the old lady passed away. Feeling the softness on his arm, Xia Ruoyan was also a little distracted. It was hard to explain why this young woman named Jiang Li attracted his attention. Is it because of big breasts? It seems not. There are no shortage of women with C cups around me. There are even women with D cups. Why is that? Xia Ruoyan has only had a crush on 2 women in his life. One is Jiang Li in front of him. The other is Bai Shui. Yes, it is Bai Shui, the fiancé of his friend Ning Dao. Thinking of something else, Xia Ruoyan sighed. Bai Shui will definitely think that I deliberately killed Ning Dao and then intended to occupy her. I like her, but it's all in my heart. I never thought of competing with Ning Dao to snatch Bai Shui. But Bai Shui will definitely not believe it. Alas. I am more wrong than Do Yi. This is also the reason why Xia Ruoyan wanted a female companion to accompany him to see Bai Shui. Thinking of this, Xia Ruoyan turned his head and glanced at Jiang Li. Gulp tilde. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, this Jiang Li is indeed a beauty. Exquisite facial features, gentle temperament, exuding the charm of a young woman. It was Xia Ruoyan's dish, very much to his liking. Unfortunately, the other party only wanted to escape from me. Xia Ruoyan knew very well that Jiang Li was pretending to have a good relationship with her, but in fact, it was all for the old lady to see. She couldn't wait to cancel the engagement. Jiang Li's acting was good, and the old lady didn't see anything. She looked happy, then took Jiang Li's hand, and her expression suddenly became serious. "Jiang Li, I heard that your grandfather." "Oh, he passed away yesterday," Jiang Li said calmly. "They still don't let you go back," the old lady said again. Jiang Li was silent. Seeing this, the old lady also understood instantly. She was a little indignant. A bunch of hypocritical people who look righteous. What's the reputation of the Jiang family? Your grandfather is a playboy outside, does he think your grandmother doesn't know? Your grandmother just doesn't want to expose him. The old lady became more and more angry, and those elders in your Jiang family, each of them has a bad mind. They instigated your grandfather to remove you from the Jiang family, and they said it in a high-sounding way, but they just wanted to divide and occupy the inheritance that originally belonged to you and your father. Jiang Li's parents died in a car accident when she was very young. A bunch of shameless things. Ahem. The old lady became more and more angry, and she started to cough. Jiang Li quickly said, "Grandma, don't get excited." After a while, the old lady calmed down. She looked at Jiang Li, then sighed and said, "You are now the future daughter-in-law of our Xia family. Logically, if a daughter-in-law is wronged by her parents, we, as her in-laws, should uphold justice for you. But you can see that our Xia family is now in decline and can hardly protect itself. We are sorry for you." Jiang Li's eyes were also red, and then he gently hugged the old lady. "Grandma, it's okay." At this time, the old lady glared at Xia Ruoyan again and said, "Xia Ruoyan, your daughter-in-law was bullied. As a man, you should uphold justice for your wife, understand?" "I know," Xia Ruoyan said calmly. Jiang Li's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, "What kind of virtue are you? Don't you have any sense in your heart? Every time you see someone from the Jiang family, you are like a mouse seeing a cat. How can a big coward help me uphold justice?" Jiang Li didn't take the old lady's words to heart. Xia Ruoyan didn't say much. He looked at the old lady and said, "Grandma, I'll go out and get you some medicine. I know my body. I'm dying. It's not worth wasting time. You might as well spend more time with Jiang Li," the old lady said. "Then let Jiang Li accompany me to buy medicine," Xia Ruoyan suddenly said. Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li were both shocked. But in this situation, although Jiang Li was reluctant, he still nodded. Then, the two left together. Xia Ruoyan was very worried and wanted to go with them, but was stopped by the old lady. Ruoyan, why are you following them to go shopping? You should stay and talk to me. After I leave, you will have no chance to talk to me. The old lady said so much, Xia Ruoyan had to stay. On the other side, Jiang Li was also very nervous. Her fiancé was full of evil. Along the way, Jiang Li was very nervous and kept his distance from Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan could only smile bitterly. After buying the herbs, Xia Ruoyan suddenly said, Jiang Li, accompany me to meet someone. Who? A friend of mine. Xia Ruoyan said. Looking at Xia Ruoyan's expression, Jiang Li said, female. Yes. Xia Ruoyan paused, and then said, I am friends with her fiancé, but her fiancé passed away, and I have to send her fiancé's relics to her. Then why do you want me to accompany you? Jiang Li said again. After a while, Xia Ruoyan sighed, then smiled and said, if you don't want to go, forget it. Jiang Li was silent. Her eyes flickered, and then suddenly said, okay. Since you protected E, I will accompany you to meet your female friend. Jiang Li was also a little curious. Who is that woman that a scum like Xia Ruoyan treats so cautiously? Chapter 7 The Responsibility of a Stepfather. Xia Ruoyan was overjoyed to see Jiang Li agreed. But I have a condition. Jiang Li said again. You say? Xia Ruoyan said calmly. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan, bit his lip, hesitated, but finally said, after your grandmother passes away, we will cancel the engagement. Xia Ruoyan sighed. It is indeed this matter. He calmed down and smiled and said, I can't agree to this matter. Jiang Li was anxious when he heard it. Xia Ruoyan, why bother? You know I won't like you. Isn't a loveless marriage a prison for you? Besides, I used to be the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. It was indeed glorious and useful to you. But now, I have been removed from the family tree by the Jiang family. I am now just an ordinary single mother. You can't get anything from me. You misunderstood. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, I meant to say that grandma won't die. Alas. Jiang Li sighed, here we go again. The famous doctors in Jiangcheng have diagnosed your grandma. Without exception, the diagnosis results are, the disease is terminal and has lost its meaning of treatment. Xia Ruoyan thought for a while, then said, let's go back. Aren't you going to meet your friend? Jiang Li said. In the evening. Xia Ruoyan paused, looked at Jiang Li, and said, are you free in the evening? It's too late. I have classes tomorrow. Jiang Li said. Class. Xia Ruoyan blinked, are you still studying now? I teach others. I am a teacher at Jiangcheng University. Jiang Li explained. Why, what's wrong? My friend, she is also a teacher at Jiangcheng University. Xia Ruoyan said. It was Jiang Li's turn to be surprised. She calmed down and asked, who is the friend you are talking about? Bai Shui. Xia Ruoyan said. Teacher Bai. Jiang Li smiled, Teacher Bai is very popular in our school. Not only are many male teachers pursuing her, but even many students are pursuing her. Are you not popular? I can't. I am a single mother. Who likes me? I like you. Xia Ruoyan said casually. Jiang Li rolled his eyes, you like any girl? At this moment, Jiang Li suddenly thought of something and said, didn't you lose your memory? Oh, it's partial memory loss. Okay. Jiang Li paused, looked at Xia Ruoyan, and said, what's your relationship with teacher Bai Shui? It's hard to explain. Jiang Li didn't ask any more questions. Then let's make an appointment with teacher Bai Shui tonight. Jiang Li said. What are you going to do now? Jiang Li said again. Go back and make medicine for grandma. I'll make medicine for you. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan was a little surprised, you can make medicine. Jiang Li was silent for a moment, then said, my grandma also died of illness. At that time, I basically made her Chinese medicine myself. But. She clenched her fists and said, but grandma eventually left me. Xia Ruoyan looked up at the starry sky and said lightly, I heard that every dead person will become a star. Your grandma must have become a star in the starry sky, always watching over you. Jiang Li was stunned. She never expected that her playboy fiancé could say such a thing. Huh? At this time, Jiang Li suddenly reacted. Xia Ruoyan was touching her head. Quickly stepped back to distance herself from Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan was also a little embarrassed. After a while, his expression became serious. He looked at Jiang Li, and then said, Jiang Li, don't worry, I won't use the engagement to bind you. I will persuade grandma to let us cancel the engagement. Not now. Jiang Li said quickly. She took a deep breath and said, I don't want the old lady to die with regrets. She still didn't believe that Xia Ruoyan could cure the old lady's illness. Xia Ruoyan shrugged, a little helpless. However, he didn't say anything else. Xia family. Xia Ruoyan is very anxious now. Although she asked Xia Ruoyan to pretend to be her twin brother in a fit of rage, Xia Ruoyan didn't know Xia Ruoyan at all. What if, like her twin brother, he is also a bastard worse than an animal? Wouldn't I be pushing my best friend into the fire pit? Just then, Xia Ruoyan's voice sounded outside the yard of the old lady of the Xia family. We are back. Xia Ruoyan ran out immediately. Didn't see Jiang Li. Xia Ruoyan was anxious instantly. She grabbed Xia Ruoyan by the collar and lowered her voice, Hey, where's Jiang Li? What did you do to Jiang Li? Dear sister, you're too close, it's easy to be misunderstood. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Xia Ruoyan was about to speak when she suddenly saw Jiang Li appear behind Xia Ruoyan and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Li walked over with a surprised expression. I thought you two siblings had a bad relationship, but it looks good. No. We just pretended to be good for grandma. Xia Ruoyan paused, ran to Jiang Li, and said, Jiang Li, he didn't bully you, did he? No. While Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li were chatting, Xia Ruoyan had already entered the old lady's room with the herbs bought from the pharmacy. At this time, there were two people standing in the old lady's room. In addition to Lin Lian, there was also a middle-aged man. It was the doctor who had treated the old lady before. His name is Liu Ren. He graduated from a famous medical university abroad. After working in a famous hospital abroad for more than 10 years, he returned to China and was hired to work in the most high-end private hospital in Jiangcheng, Jiahar Hospital. Private Jiahar Hospital and public Jiangcheng First People's Hospital are the two hospitals with the strongest medical resources in Jiangcheng and even in the entire Hubei province. Especially Jiahar Hospital, which is a high-end private hospital. The hospital is small and exquisite. Because the treatment cost is expensive, it basically serves those upper-class people. All doctors who can work in Jiahar Hospital are authoritative experts in various fields. Liu Ren is the same. He is quite influential in the respiratory department. In Jiangcheng, he can be said to be second only to Dr. He Quan, the director of the respiratory department of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, a national treasure expert, and a doctor who receives a subsidy from the State Council. Recently, Dr. He Quan went to Beijing to attend a meeting. In Jiangcheng, without He Quan, Liu Ren has become the authority of Jiangcheng's respiratory department. Why are you still here? Xia Ruoyan looked at Liu Ren and said. I heard that Master Xia was going to treat the old lady, so I stayed here to learn. Liu Ren grinned. His tone was full of sarcasm. He paused and snatched the bag of herbs from Xia Ruoyan's hand. Let me see what herbs you use. Liu Ren then opened the bag of herbs and shook his head repeatedly. Almonds, perilla leaves, fennel, poria, pucedinum, Platycodon grandiflorum, these are very common Chinese medicinal materials. They are somewhat useful for treating common lung diseases, but they are equivalent to placebos for treating lung fibrosis, and they are useless. The old lady was very happy. It doesn't matter, this also shows that my grandson is attentive. Liu Ren curled his lips. What's the point? These Chinese medicinal materials are conventional medicinal materials for treating lung diseases, and the prescriptions are common. He paused, looked at the old lady and said, Old lady, you can drink these medicinal materials, but there is one thing I need to remind you, they are of no use to your disease. It doesn't matter. This is my grandson's filial piety. Even if it is poison, I will drink it. The old lady said. She was very happy. She heard from Xia Ruoyan that her precious grandson lost part of his memory because of a head hit. But after losing his memory, her grandson seemed to have changed. He would take the initiative to protect Jiang. Has this guy finally realized his stepfather's responsibility? At this time, Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, "Grandma, wait a moment, Jiang Li and I will go to boil the medicine." Then, Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li left the house and came to the yard. He opened the bag of medicinal materials, took out a portion of the medicinal materials, weighed it with his hand, and then broke off about 1/3 and put it into the pot for boiling medicine. Then, he took out another portion of the medicinal materials, weighed it with his hand, and took out about half of it and put it into the pot. The same was true for other medicinal materials. Xia Ruoyan seemed to be strictly controlling the amount of each medicinal material. Jiang Li, Suya, Faxia, Platycodon, these 3 portions of medicinal materials are boiled together. Then boil the other medicinal materials together. I have already divided the amount. Remember, boil them separately. Don't boil them in the same pot. Xia Ruoyan said. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. An hour later, the medicine was boiled. Grandma, drink this bowl first. Xia Ruoyan said. Okay. The old lady was very happy. Although she didn't think Xia Ruoyan's medicine was useful, as she said, this was her grandson's filial piety, even if it was poison, she would drink it. 2 bowls of medicine in total. After the old lady drank 1 bowl, Xia Ruoyan didn't rush to let her drink the second bowl. He asked the old lady to lie down, then turned his head and looked at the other people in the room and said, "You go out first." "Hey, what do you want to do?" Xia Ruoyan looked alert. She was worried that Xia Ruoyan was going to murder the old lady. "You go out." At this time, the old lady said. Although Xia Ruoyan was reluctant, she finally went out. Liu Ren also came out, but his expression was still disdainful. Pretentious. Inside the house. "Grandma, I'll give you a head massage." Xia Ruoyan said. "Okay." The old lady said. Then, Xia Ruoyan placed his hands on the old lady's head. He took a deep breath, and then a wisp of invisible air began to emerge from Xia Ruoyan's fingertips, and then penetrated into the old lady's mind along the old lady's Qianling acupoint. This is the power that only a martial arts grandmaster can possess. Qi. This is a world where both scientific and technological civilization and martial arts civilization are very prosperous. In martial arts civilization, ordinary warriors are divided into 1 to 9 levels. And above ordinary warriors is the highest realm of warriors, the Grandmaster realm. Martial artists in the Grandmaster realm have opened up the Ren and Du meridians of the human body, the small and large circulations, and began to absorb the essence of the heaven and earth's vitality and produce Qi in their bodies. Qi can form Qi blades for long-range attacks and can form Qi shields for defense. Xia Ruoyan, the commander of the 5 armies in the northern border of Dragon Country, is also a strong man in the Grandmaster realm. But unlike other strong men in the Grandmaster realm, Xia Ruoyan accidentally discovered that the Qi in his body can actually cure diseases. Yeah, that's right. Just now, Xia Ruoyan's fancy medicine boiling and drinking were all to cover up his Qi. This is not a joke. There are not many great masters in the whole Dragon Country. No matter which city, if a great master who manipulates Qi emerges, it will cause a huge sensation. He is the king of the north. Although he concealed his appearance and name, the high-level officials of Dragon Country knew him. Including the war gods of several other military regions, they all knew each other. If the matter gets out of hand, it will be difficult to deal with. Of course. The medicine that Xia Ruoyan boiled for the old lady was not completely useless, in fact, it was also very useful. The medicine he prepared had a good nourishing effect on the old lady's body. After all, although his Qi can cure diseases, the body still needs medicine to recuperate. About an hour later, Xia Ruoyan came out of the old lady's room. Xia Ruoyan ran into the house without saying anything, but was stopped by Xia Ruoyan, who grabbed her waist. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xia Ruoyan was upset. "Grandma is asleep, don't go in and disturb her," Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan then ran to the window and looked inside. The old lady was lying on the bed and sleeping quietly. "Hatilda." Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Liu Ren exclaimed again, "Xia Ruoyan, why don't you put a respirator on the old lady?" Although she can take off the respirator for a short time when eating or taking medicine, she can't be without the respirator for a long time, otherwise she will suffocate. Xia Ruoyan was nervous again when she heard it. She ignored Xia Rufen's warning and broke into their house directly. Liu Ren followed immediately. The old lady was woken up. "Ruoyan, what's wrong? You look nervous." The old lady said. "Grandma, why don't you wear a respirator? Isn't it uncomfortable to breathe?" Xia Ruoyan asked. The old lady blinked. "Oh, come to think of it, I haven't worn a respirator since Rufen fed me medicine." But what?" Xia Ruoyan said nervously. The old lady smiled. "It seems that breathing becomes smoother without a respirator. Your brother is very skilled, but he actually knows medical skills, which is better than those experts in the hospital." "Impossible!" Liu Ren screamed in a somewhat out of control manner. "Patients with advanced pulmonary fibrosis have lost their lungs and it is difficult to breathe smoothly without the help of a respirator." The old lady frowned slightly. "Dr. Liu, do you mean that I am lying?" "Old lady, from now on, dare to go for an hour, no, half an hour. Do you dare not wear a respirator for half an hour?" Liu Ren said. "Okay." The old lady agreed readily. Xia Ruoyan was very nervous. At this time, Xia Rufeng also came in. He patted Xia Ruoyan's shoulder and chuckled. "It's okay." Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. Time passed little by little. Half an hour passed. The old lady didn't feel any discomfort. An hour passed, and the old lady was still energetic and breathing smoothly. Liu Ren was confused. Chapter 8 My Fiancé. If Liu Ren had not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that a patient with advanced pulmonary fibrosis could breathe smoothly without a ventilator. This somewhat subverts Liu Ren's medical knowledge. He turned his head to look at Xia Rufen, and then asked, "Xia Rufen, what did you do?" "What? Want to steal my skills?" Xia Rufen chuckled. Liu Ren's face turned green instantly. "It must be a crooked way. A method that doesn't work is called an evil way, and a method that works is called the reincarnation of Huor Tuor." Xia Rufen paused, ran to the old lady, and said, "Grandma, what do you say?" "My grandson is right," the old lady said with a smile. Liu Ren was quite depressed. "Today I got slapped in the face hard. The key point is that I stayed here on purpose to be slapped in the face." But he couldn't refute Xia Rufen's words. In the medical field, no matter what method is used, curing the disease is the fundamental thing. If a doctor exaggerates a lot but cannot cure patients, he is a quack. At this time, Xia Rufen looked at Liu Ren again and asked, "Why? Dr. Liu, do you want to stay for dinner?" "No." In front of Xia Rufen, Liu Ren no longer had the calmness and confidence he had at the beginning. Afterwards, he found an excuse and hurriedly left the Xia family. "I was actually taught a lesson by an uneducated playboy today. It was really embarrassing." Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li were also shocked. The two of them really didn't expect that Xia Rufeng also knew medical skills. "Grandma, are you really okay? You're not cooperating with Xia Rufeng and Liu Ren, are you?" Xia Ruoyan said. The old lady glared at Xia Ruoyan and said unhappily, "From what you said, you don't want me to get better." "Absolutely not." Xia Ruoyan said quickly, "I hope Grandma lives a long life." "That's not necessary." The old lady paused, holding Xia Rufen with one hand and Xia Ruoyan with the other, and then smiled and said, "I will be satisfied if I can see you two get married and start a family." After that, the old lady looked at Jiang Li and said, "Jiang Li, thank you for your tolerance and loyalty to our phone over the years." He tilde. Jiang Li was extremely embarrassed. She did not propose to cancel the engagement, but this did not mean that she was tolerant and loyal to her playboy fiancé. She just did not want to make the old lady sad. Moreover, she had told Xia Rufeng that she would cancel the engagement after the old lady passed away. But the old lady's condition improved visibly after Xia Rufeng's treatment. "Maybe you can really live to be 100 years old. What should I do about this?" She really didn't want to marry Xia Rufeng. Her fiancé is a natural disaster. The rapid decline of the Xia family in recent years was basically caused by her fiancé. Eating, drinking, whoring, gambling and smoking are all the 5 vices. This is something Jiang Li only knows. Her fiancé must have done even worse things, but the Xia family used all their resources to conceal it. No woman would be willing to marry such a man. Although he gave people a decent feeling after losing his memory, it was difficult to change one's nature. Jiang Li still had a daughter, and she didn't dare to gamble with her and her daughter's future. However, the old lady was still alive, and it was difficult for her to open her mouth to cancel the engagement. At this time, Xia Ruoyan suddenly said, "Grandma, there is something I want to tell you." "What?" asked the old lady. "I want to cancel my engagement with Jiang Li," Xia Ruoyan said. When these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. "What did you say?" The old lady looked shocked. "I want to cancel my engagement with Jiang Li," Xia Ruoyan repeated. "Why?" The old lady's face, which had just been very happy, suddenly turned cold. "Are you disgusted that Jiang Li was expelled from her family, or are you disgusted that she has a child?" Under the old lady's gaze, Xia Ruoyan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He didn't feel this pressure even when he was on the battlefield in the north, facing hundreds of thousands of people from the Bear Country alone. "No," Xia Ruoyan said stiffly, "the main reason is that I have a woman I like." To be fair, Xia Ruoyan didn't want to cancel the engagement, it was Jiang Li who wanted to cancel the engagement. He took the responsibility for breaking the engagement on behalf of Jiang Li. "What's your name?" "What are you doing?" the old lady asked again. "Keep it secret," Xia Ruoyan said stiffly. The old lady said nothing more. After a while, she said calmly, "You can go now. You don't need to treat me. If I die of illness, I will have an explanation to Jiang Li's grandmother. Otherwise, I really don't have the face to go to the underworld to see Jiang Li's grandmother." As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li became anxious. "Grandma, please don't say such angry words," Xia Ruoyan said. "Angry words?" The old lady paused, then said calmly, "Back then, Jiang Li's grandmother gave Jiang Li to me before she died. She asked me to let our Xia family treat Jiang Li well. And now, you want me to kick Jiang Li away? I can't do such a heartless thing. If your brother insists on breaking off the engagement with Jiang Li, then I will die to apologize. Xia Ruoyan has a headache. This old lady is stubborn." At this time, Jiang Li took a deep breath and walked over. She took the initiative to hold Xia Ruoyan's hand, then smiled and said, "Grandma, we just had a quarrel today, and he was just saying that in anger. We're fine." Xia Ruoyan turned his head and glanced at Jiang Li without saying anything. The old lady was relieved when she heard Jiang Li say this. She glared at Xia Ruoyan, and then said, "Ruoyan, I know you have some messy women outside, break up with them. Otherwise, I will never protect you again. You should know very well in your heart that if I didn't protect you in this family, you would have been kicked out long ago. You take care of yourself." Xia Ruoyan was almost in tears. He had only ever truly loved one woman in his life. As a result, he was labeled as a romantic wanderer. At this time, the old lady said again, "Okay, you all go out, I want to rest." Xia Ruoyan, Jiang Li and Xia Ruoyan then stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, the old lady said again, "Ruoyan, you stay and accompany Grandma." Xia Ruoyan's eyes were filled with tears. The old lady definitely did it on purpose. She wanted Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li to be alone together. But the problem is, this Xia Ruoyan is a fake. Would he really do something to Jiang Li? Xia Ruoyan somewhat regretted letting Xia Ruoyan pretend to be her twin brother. On the other side, Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li left the old lady's small courtyard and returned to the front yard of the Xia family villa. Jiang Li also pulled his hand back from Xia Ruoyan's palm. "Just now, why?" At this time, Xia Ruoyan looked at Jiang Li and asked, "Didn't you always want to cancel the engagement? You don't have to take the blame for me. When your grandmother's condition stabilizes, I will personally tell her to cancel the engagement. The most important thing right now is your grandmother's illness," Jiang Li said calmly. She herself was well aware of Xia Ruoyan's initiative to cancel the engagement. Xia Ruoyan took the initiative to take the responsibility of breaking off the engagement for her. "Okay," Xia Ruoyan said. When he was about to say something, Xia Ruoyan's cell phone suddenly rang. "It's Bai Shui calling." He took the phone to the side and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Xia Ruoyan, it's getting dark. When are you going to hand over Ning Dao's belongings to me?" Bai Shui's cold voice came from the phone. "I was just about to call you." Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, "Let's find a place to have dinner together." "No need. Just give me Ning Dao's belongings," Bai Shui said lightly. Xia Ruoyan smiled bitterly. You don't really think that I killed Ning Dao, do you? I don't know whether you killed him or not. But it was you who instigated him to join the war. I don't think you are wronged, do I? Bai Shui said calmly. No. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said calmly, since you don't want to see me, then don't go. I will ask someone to pass Ning Dao's relics to you. Who? My fiancé. Xia Ruoyan paused for a moment, then continued, she is also a teacher at your school, her name is Jiang Li. Chapter 9 Huh? He saw it. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. Teacher Jiang Li is your fiancé. After a while, Bai Shui spoke again. It's hard to put it into words. Xia Ruoyan then talked about the substitute. Bai Shui knew her identity, and if she didn't make the matter of the substitute clear, she was afraid that she would be exposed. After all, Jiang Li was her college colleague. Okay, I get it. You can rest assured that I won't reveal your identity. It's just. Bai Shui paused, then said calmly, are you going to live under someone else's identity forever? You have to wear a mask and use a fake name to fight. What are you afraid of? Xia Ruoyan fell silent. He was afraid of being recognized by the girl he dragged into the woods and raped 5 years ago, so he wore a mask and used an alias. Seeing Xia Ruoyan remain silent, Bai Shui also said calmly, sorry, this is not something I should be involved in. She paused, and then said, if teacher Jiang Li is free, ask her to send Ning Dao's belongings to the teacher's apartment at school. Jiang Li knows my room. I understand. Xia Ruoyan said. The two didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. Xia Ruoyan returned to Jiang Li. Bai Shui called. Jiang Li chuckled. You are worthy of being my fiancé. You are really smart. Xia Ruoyan gave a thumbs up. Stop flattering me and get down to business, Jiang Li said. Bai Shui asked you to deliver her fiancé's belongings to her. Xia Ruoyan said. She doesn't want to see you. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan smiled bitterly, since you know, there's no need to say it out loud. I don't want to save face. Heh. Jiang Li rolled his eyes and sneered, if you really wanted to save face, you wouldn't have caused such a commotion in your family. She paused, and then continued, the last time I came to your house, one of your mistresses came to your house to cry and forced you to marry her. She made a lot of noise and even took off her clothes and ran naked in your house. Your grandmother was almost mad to death. I was ignorant before. Xia Ruoyan said stubbornly, I will definitely cut off all ties with these messy women. I don't know how many times you've said this, but you've never really changed. Jiang Li's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. It's not like she didn't give her fiancé a chance. But the trust was exchanged for disappointment again and again. Until despair. Xia Ruoyan said nothing more. As the Shura god of war and the king of the north, his words are as good as gold and his promises are as heavy as Mount Tai. But as a dandy young man of the Xia family in Jiangcheng, Xia Ruoyan's words were really as light as a feather. I'm afraid no one in this world would trust him except the old lady. I'll take you to school. Bai Shui is in the teacher's apartment of your school. Xia Ruoyan said. Good. After a while, Xia Ruoyan drove away from the Xia family with Jiang Li. The car is Xia Ruoyan's own car. A small car worth tens of thousands of dollars. The main focus is on being low-key. He first took Jiang Li to a courier storage point in Jiangcheng, took out the package stored there, and put it in the trunk of the car. Are these all the relics of Bai Shui's fiancé? Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan also had a complicated expression, but he didn't say anything else. Let's go. Xia Ruoyan said again. Jiang Li nodded. When he was about to leave, Jiang Li suddenly clamped his legs together and his cheeks turned red. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked. My period suddenly came early. Jiang Li said with a red face. She was also a little broken inside. At this very moment. Xia Ruoyan took a look and said, there's a supermarket nearby. I'll buy you a pack of sanitary napkins. Do you have any brand requirements? No, any brand will do, as long as it's safe. Jiang Li said. Okay, got it. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything else and went to a nearby supermarket. Not long after Xia Ruoyan left, a few gangsters passed by here and were dazzled by Jiang Li's stunning appearance. Oh, guys, that chick seems pretty good. Look at how tightly she clamps her legs together. There must be an electric toy inside. The group then burst into laughter. Jiang Li's face was filled with black lines. Shameless. Hey, who are you calling shameless? One of the thugs walked directly towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li's face changed slightly and he wanted to escape immediately. But when the other thugs saw this, they immediately surrounded Jiang Li from all sides. You are obviously a little slut, why are you pretending to be innocent? The leading thug licked his lips and approached Jiang Li. Jiang Li was scared and her body was shaking. I am the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Li said. The Jiang group that's engaged in real estate development. That's right. Har har har. The gang leader laughed loudly. The eldest daughter of the Jiang group drives a shabby car worth tens of thousands of dollars. Jiang Li looked embarrassed. That belongs to my fiancé. By the way, my fiancé is Xia Ruoyan. The Xia Ruoyan from Miracle Coal Mine Group. That's right. My fiancé knows a lot of people in the underworld, so you'd better be sensible. Jiang Li had no choice but to move her fiancé out. Unexpectedly, the other party was not afraid after hearing this, but became even more excited. Oh, you are Xia Ruoyan's fiancé. Wow, you are really a beauty. He went a step further, then grinned and said, Beauty, you probably don't know yet. Your fiancé borrowed 1 million from me. He has no money to pay it back, but he promised to use his fiancé as collateral. Jiang Li turned pale instantly. She believed that her scumbag fiancé was capable of such a thing. So, did he bring me here on purpose? Thinking of this, Jiang Li's eyes instantly turned red. The gangster's hand had already stretched out, trying to reach inside Jiang Li's clothes. But at this moment, the gangster's hand was suddenly grabbed by someone. Xia Ruoyan is back. Hey, Xia Ruoyan, what do you mean by this? The gang leader said with a frown, You promised me that you would let your fiancé sleep with me. Is that true? Sorry, I have amnesia and don't remember. Xia Ruoyan also grinned. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I have video as evidence, you can't deny it, said the gang leader. Oh, there's also a video. As Xia Ruoyan spoke, he increased the strength in his hands. The gang leader immediately cried out in pain. He was extremely shocked. He knew Xia Ruoyan well. He was just a good-for-nothing playboy. If he had not been reborn into a good family, he would have had a hard time surviving. This kind of loser is not completely powerless, but he is not much better either. His body had been hollowed out by his long-term indulgence in alcohol and sex. But what is the situation now? Why is his power so strong? What are you still standing there for? Come on, said the gang leader. The other gangsters finally reacted. They all rushed towards Xia Ruoyan immediately. Jiang Li screamed and covered his eyes. After hearing a few screams, Jiang Li looked through his fingers and was also stunned. But I saw that almost all the gangsters were lying on the ground, screaming. It somewhat subverts the perception of Jiang Li. Is Xia Ruoyan so powerful? The gang leader was also confused. He didn't even see clearly how Xia Ruoyan made his move. Oh my god, Xia Ruoyan was just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. His strength is probably at least the level of a 5th-level warrior. If he knew that Xia Ruoyan was actually a powerful grandmaster, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. There are not many powerful people at the grandmaster level in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The 5 great war gods of Dragon Country are all powerful men at the level of grandmasters. In addition, various forces, especially in the capital, should also have some powerful grandmasters. Even if you add those who are in seclusion. There are only 2 grandmasters in the whole country. Compared with the Dragon Kingdom's population of more than 1 billion, there are really too few grandmasters. While pondering, Xia Ruoyan increased the strength of his hands again. The gang leader screamed again. He felt that Xia Ruoyan was going to break his wrist. I'll delete it. I'll delete the video completely now. The gang leader said quickly. Afterwards, the gang leader opened his mobile phone and deleted the relevant videos. Master Xia, look, everything has been deleted and the recycle bin has also been emptied. The gang leader said weakly. Xia Ruoyan patted the gang leader's face and said, Remember this, if anyone dares to pay attention to my fiancé again, I will kill him in a minute. Having said that, Xia Ruoyan picked up a brick from the ground, and the thugs were so scared that their faces turned pale. But Xia Ruoyan did not hit them with bricks. He threw the brick into the air, and then smashed the red brick with his fist in mid-air. That's right. The red brick shattered instantly with one punch. Even if you don't know much about martial arts, you can still feel how terrifying the power contained in Xia Ruoyan's punch is. If this punch hits a person, not to mention ordinary people, even low-level warriors would be killed in one blow. Everyone present was shocked by this scene. This strength is probably that of a 7th-level warrior. At this time, Xia Ruoyan clapped his hands and said, "Why don't you get out of here?" The gangsters finally came to their senses and fled in panic, tumbling and crawling. Xia Ruoyan then turned around, looked at Jiang Li, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know I was such a jerk before. I'm not a human being." Jiang Li didn't say anything. "By the way, this is bought for you." At this time, Xia Ruoyan took out a pack of tampons from his pocket. Why is this a tampon?" Jiang Li said. "There are no sanitary napkins in the supermarket. The saleswoman said that girls now like to use tampons." Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li's cheeks turned red. "How about I go to other supermarkets to have a look?" Xia Ruoyan said again. "No." Jiang Li then snatched the tampon from Xia Ruoyan and went to a nearby public toilet. When she took off her skirt, her menstrual blood had already gotten onto her panties. There was no choice but for Jiang Li to take off his blood-stained underwear. "There was so much blood on my underwear that I couldn't wear it. Luckily that guy bought tampons, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use them even if he bought them. Tampons are internal and can be used without underwear. Only." After Jiang Li finished, he stood in the toilet, feeling a little nervous. After all, she is naked under her skirt. After hesitating in the toilet for a while, Jiang Li finally came out. Xia Ruoyan was waiting for her beside the car. Jiang Li walked over with gritted teeth. "Please take me home first." Jiang Li said. "Okay." Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, "Where is your home?" "I can't remember it." "Oh, I also live in the school's teacher's apartment." Jiang Li paused, looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, "I forgot to tell you that teacher Bai Shui and I are neighbors. I live next door to her." Xia Ruoyan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn, this world is too small. Xia Ruoyan felt a little annoyed. He originally had no plan to meet Bai Shui. It's okay. Even if you go to the teacher's apartment, you may not necessarily meet Bai Shui. Bai Shui sat in the back seat, just behind the driver's seat. In this way, Xia Ruoyan in the driver's seat wouldn't be able to see her. That's what she thought. However, she forgot that the car's interior rearview mirror is in the middle. Xia Ruoyan could just see the bottom of Bai Shui's skirt through the rearview mirror in the car. He didn't dare say a word. Bai Shui didn't notice it at first. It was not until she was almost at Jiangcheng University that she saw her reflection in the rearview mirror and suddenly reacted. Huh? Did Xia Ruoyan see it? Chapter 10 Xia Ruoyan's first confession in life. Jiang Li was in a state of complete confusion. After a while, she suddenly thought of something. He let out a long sigh. At this time, Xia Ruoyan took another look at the rearview mirror inside the car and was caught by Jiang Li. "You're still looking," Jiang Li said with a dark face. Xia Ruoyan touched her nose and said awkwardly, "It wasn't intentional. Besides, it was pitch black inside the skirt, so I couldn't see anything. How about I take a picture of you with my cell phone?" Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan blinked, "Is it okay? You can't have a head." Jiang Li said with a dark face, "You have a bunch of women outside, haven't you seen enough?" Xia Ruoyan's eyes were filled with tears. "I am really ashamed." Being a de facto virgin, he had only seen her through video. In reality, I have never seen. As for the incident 5 years ago, I really don't have any impression of it. Well, I saw him yesterday when I was changing Xia Ruoyan's clothes at the hotel. Snort. Jiang Li snorted coldly and put his legs together, blocking their way to Peach Blossom Spring. Xia Ruoyan felt a little regretful. After a while, the car stopped at Jiangcheng University. "Okay, I'll go get the things from the trunk and give them directly to Bai Shui. You don't have to go up," Jiang Li said. "Okay. It's better not to go up, just in case I run into Bai Shui." "Well." Xia Ruoyan sighed softly. He likes white snow. But he also knew that Bai Shui was Ning Dao's fiancé. He had no intention of confessing. I originally wanted to keep this secret in my heart. But unexpectedly, after getting drunk one time, he lost his mind and confessed his feelings to Bai Shui. This was the first confession in his life. Afterwards, when he watched the video Bai Bing recorded of himself confessing his love to Bai Shui, he was completely stunned. From then on, he never drank again. Alcohol harms people. Ning Dao didn't know about the confession. Only Xia Ruoyan and Bai Shui, the two parties involved, and Bai Bing, who was also present at the time, knew about this. But this is already a disaster. After this incident, Bai Shui left the northern border and came to Jiangcheng. The two had almost no contact after that. A year ago, I called Bai Shui and told her about Ning Dao's death. That was the first time he called Bai Shui after the confession. Well. Xia Ruoyan sighed again. At this time, Jiang Li had already got out of the car. But soon, she ran back to the car. What's wrong? It's too windy outside. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan glanced at Jiang Li's skirt and sweated slightly. The wind is too strong and it is easy to expose yourself. Especially when there is no underwear on. After calming down, Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, "How about you wear mine?" Jiang Li. Are you kidding? Jiang Li's face was filled with black lines. Hey, Jiang Li, I mean well too. Your attitude is wrong. Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li's mouth corners twitched slightly. She has a headache now. Just at this moment, an acquaintance came over. A female teacher wearing glasses happened to see the Jiang carp in the car when she passed by. Teacher Jiang. You? The female teacher pushed her glasses up and glanced at Xia Ruoyan, who was also in the car, then asked, "Who is this?" The Jiang Li's head suddenly became as big as a bucket. This female teacher is called Lin Qing, and she is a well-known gossip queen in the school. He is my fiancé. I told you before. Jiang Li said stiffly. Although she is a single mother, she has no shortage of suitors. In order to avoid such trouble, she told others that she had a fiancé. But no one believed it. No one knows who her fiancé is. Her engagement with Xia Ruoyan was not made public, and only the Xia and Jiang families knew about it. No way. The female teacher was surprised. I thought you were just making up an excuse, but I didn't expect you really have a fiancé. After that, she asked a series of questions. What's your fiancé's name? What does he do? Oh, his name is Xia Ruoyan, he is. Before Jiang Li finished speaking, the female teacher suddenly interrupted her. Xia Ruoyan, is it the young master of Miracle Coal Mine Group? Oh, yes. The female teacher suddenly fell silent. After a while, she suddenly looked at Jiang Li and said, Jiang Li, come here. What's wrong? Come here, I have something important to tell you. The female teacher said seriously. Oh. Jiang Li looked a little confused, and finally said, okay, go to school and wait for me, I'll be there soon. Good. The teacher then left. In the car. Xia Ruoyan. Jiang Li suddenly said at this time. What's wrong? Take off your underwear. Jiang Li said with a red face. Huh. What are you talking about? Didn't you say you wanted me to wear your underwear? Jiang Li said with his eyes wide open. Xia Ruoyan shrugged. All right. Then, Xia Ruoyan took off his underwear and gave it to Jiang Li. Jiang Li took it. Warm. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed, like the tempting apple in the Garden of Eden. I must be crazy. But. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan again. However, after this guy lost his memory, he really seemed like a different person. Moreover, he also protected complex thoughts. At this time, the female teacher named Lin Qing called again to urge. Jiang Li had no choice but to grit his teeth and put Xia Ruoyan's underwear under her skirt. Does it fit? My underwear is made of Xinjiang cotton, which has great elasticity. Before Xia Ruoyan could finish his words, Jiang Li had already opened the car door. Run away. It's so shameful. Jiang Li ran to the school in one breath and found Lin Qing. Teacher Lin, what's wrong? You look so serious. Jiang Li asked. Jiang Li, how much do you know about your fiancé? Lin Qing asked seriously. Well, I know he has a bad reputation, but is not a bad person at heart. Before Jiang Li could finish his words, Lin Qing suddenly interrupted him. He is suspected of multiple rape cases, and one of the victims was only 14 years old. Lin Qing said. Jiang Li's legs suddenly went limp and his face turned pale. She had heard that her fiancé was absurd and was even arrested for soliciting prostitution. But prostitution is at most morally problematic. But rape is a crime. Moreover, the victims also include a 14-year-old girl? Jiang Kop is unimaginable. Who told you all this? Jiang Li asked quickly after coming to his senses. My husband is in the police force. He has followed these cases. Lin Qing paused and continued, originally, repeat offenders like Xia Ruoyan should be punished more severely. But the Xia family spent a huge amount of money to reach an understanding with the victims and their families. After receiving the huge sum of money, the victims even changed their confessions, refusing to admit that Xia Ruoyan had raped them, and said it was voluntary. The same is true for the case of the 14-year-old. If the child is under the age of 14, regardless of whether it is voluntary or not, it is considered rape, and the procuratorate can forcibly prosecute. But if the child is over the age of 14, then... She shook her head and added, it is precisely because of this that Xia Ruoyan has not been arrested yet. At this point, Lin Qing said angrily, money really makes the world go round. Jiang Li was silent. After a moment, she said, I'll make a phone call. Afterwards, Jiang Li called Xia Ruoyan. Hey, Jiang Li, did Xia Ruoyan bully you? Xia Ruoyan asked quickly. Jiang Li was silent. Jiang Li. Xia Ruoyan asked again. Has your brother ever committed rape? Jiang Li asked calmly. Xia Ruoyan also fell silent for a moment. After a while, she said, I'm sorry. Does your grandma know? Jiang Li asked again. She is just like you. Although she knows that Xia Ruoyan is a playboy and a dandy, she doesn't know that Xia Ruoyan has ever committed rape. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, I'm sorry, I'm a little tired, I'll hang up now. After saying that, Jiang Li hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Li's eyes were a little red. She feels sad now. It's not because her fiancé is a rapist. But Xia Ruoyan did not tell her about this. If she knew these things, she would cancel the engagement anyway. She could barely accept a fiancé with bad morals. But a rapist, she felt sick to be with him for even a second. Phew, tilde. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li walked towards the school gate. She wanted to have a showdown with Xia Ruoyan. She wanted to tell Xia Ruoyan that she wanted to cancel the engagement now. There was no time to postpone it. She came in front of Xia Ruoyan with an indifferent expression. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan and said indifferently, Xia Ruoyan, At this moment, a high-speed SUV next to them suddenly lost control and crashed directly into where Jiang Li was standing. Jiang Li looked pale. She stood there, her mind blank, unable to react. Looking at the speeding car, Jiang Li had only one thought in her mind, she was going to die. No, I don't want to die. If I die, what will happen to E? Thinking of E, Jiang Li's tears burst out instantly. But what can I do if I am unwilling? She couldn't hide away at all. Just when Jiang Li was looking desperate, a figure suddenly rushed over and pushed Jiang Li aside. Boom! Their high-speed car directly knocked the person who was rushing over away, and then he fell heavily to the ground. After Jiang Li reacted, he ran over immediately. Looking at Xia Ruoyan, who was covered in blood, Jiang Li's fingers were trembling. Why? Why did you come running over to save me? Are you stupid? Jiang Li lay on Xia Ruoyan and cried loudly. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, Teacher Jiang Li. Jiang Li raised his head. What came into view was a woman about her age, with exquisite features. Inlaid on that rose-like face were a pair of dark eyes, like two black pearls, crystal clear. Her nose is straight and slightly upturned, just right. Her small cherry-like mouth is as rosy as honey, as if she could charm everyone with just a slight smile. She is tall and has beautiful curves, like a blooming flower, standing out from the crowd. No matter when or where she is always so dazzling and exudes an irresistible charm. However, she looked rather indifferent. But even so, it cannot conceal her beauty and appearance that is like a lotus emerging from water. It was none other than Bai Shui. Chapter 11. This bastard took advantage of me. Bai Shui and Jiang Li are known as the two most beautiful girls in Jiangcheng University. Not only among the group of female teachers, but even if expanded to the tens of thousands of female college students on campus, they are both top beauties. Bai Shui, your friend was hit and killed while trying to save me. Jiang Li cried with tears in her eyes. Bai Shui glanced at Xia Ruoyan, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, and said calmly, "Killed. Is fine." If a powerful grandmaster were to be hit and killed by a car, it would probably become the biggest joke of the 21st century. A strong man at the grandmaster level can not only control qi, but also has terrifying physical resilience. Ordinary bullets can't penetrate it. He's covered in blood, how can he be okay? Oh, right, call 120. Jiang Li was about to dial 120 after he finished speaking. Bai Shui looked at Xia Ruoyan and said calmly, "Is it fun to tease people?" Then, while Jiang Li was looking stunned, Xia Ruoyan actually sat up. Jiang Li felt that his brain was a little confused. Being hit by a car at a speed of at least 120 miles per hour and thrown more than 10 meters away, covered in blood, he was actually able to sit up. At this time, Bai Shui said again, "Teacher Jiang Li, you have been deceived. This is not blood, it is all ketchup." R. Jiang Li quickly took some red liquid from Xia Ruoyan's body and smelled it. It indeed smelled like ketchup. She took a small lick carefully. Then, his face turned dark. "It's really ketchup. Long time no see." At this time, Xia Ruoyan looked at Bai Shui and said, "There is something I need to make clear in advance. I didn't mean to scare Jiang Li. The ketchup I was carrying was hit by a car and got all over me." "Oh, right. That driver who caused the accident." After saying that, Xia Ruoyan got up from the ground and went to find trouble with the driver who caused the accident. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan's back with a complicated expression. If it hadn't been Xia Ruoyan just now, she would probably be dead now. She rubbed her head. "Even though I've known him since childhood, I still don't understand him." "That's right." At this moment, Jiang Li remembered something and looked at Bai Shui again and said, "Teacher Bai Shui, I heard that you and Xia Ruoyan are friends. What kind of person is he?" Bai Shui looked at Xia Ruoyan, who was a little further away, and after a moment of silence, she said, "I don't know either." She also wanted to know whether Ning Dao was killed by Xia Ruoyan. Jiang Li looked at Bai Shui's expression and immediately understood that there must be some story between her and Xia Ruoyan. For a moment, I felt a little weird. While I was thinking secretly, Xia Ruoyan came back again. The person ran away. He paused, his expression serious, and then said, "The license plate is a fake one. Moreover, I just asked and the car was parked near the school a long time ago. It is very likely that it came for Jiang Li." Bai Shui was surprised. "Jiang Li, do you have any enemies?" Jiang Li sighed and said calmly, "There are many people who want me dead. Not to mention other people, even in our Jiang family, there are many people who are looking forward to my death." "Haven't you already left the Jiang family? Why would they still want to harm you?" Bai Shui said. "Because grandma's inheritance was given to me. Although the inheritance is now being held by them and I can't use it, if I sue, grandma's inheritance will still be given to me. And if I die, they will be relieved." Jiang Li said lightly. She paused, then smiled and said, "Of course, they may not necessarily want to harm me. It could also be that they are some extreme suitors. Seeing me and Xia Ruoyan together, they got angry and drove into us." You mean, it's my fault?" Jiang Li stared with wide eyes. "What? Isn't this possible? If you must say so." Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, "That is indeed a possibility." He paused, put his arm around Jiang Li's waist, and chuckled, "Don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. With me here, no one can hurt you." Jiang Li's cheeks turned red. This bastard took advantage of me. But since Bai Shui was here, she couldn't show too much resistance. After all, she is still Xia Ruoyan's fiancé. Bai Shui looked at the two people behaving ambiguously with a calm expression. "Just have fun, you two. I won't be a light bulb." After saying that, Bai Shui prepared to leave. "Oh, right." At this time, Jiang Li shook off Xia Ruoyan and said, "Bai Shui, your stuff." Afterwards, Jiang Li came to the trunk of Xia Ruoyan's car and prepared to take out the suitcase from the trunk. But it's heavy. She tried her best but still couldn't get the suitcase out of the trunk. At this time, Xia Ruoyan came over and chuckled, "Let me do it." Jiang Li glared at Xia Ruoyan and said, "You asked me to carry such a heavy box to the 5th floor. Do you want to tire me to death?" The teacher's apartment at Jiangcheng University is an old building with 6 floors and no elevator. Jiang Li and Bai Shui both live on the 5th floor. At this time, Bai Shui also came over. She recognized it at a glance. It was Ning Dao's suitcase. She bought this suitcase for Ning Dao after he joined the army. All of Ning Dao's important things are in here, Xia Ruoyan said at this time. Bai Shui didn't say anything. She tried to pull the suitcase out of the trunk. But the suitcase was really heavy and Bai Shui couldn't get it out. Finally, Xia Ruoyan took the suitcase out of the trunk. "Xia Ruoyan, please help Bai Shui send it to her room. We live on the 5th floor and there is no elevator. I'm afraid Bai Shui and I can't move such a heavy box," Jiang Li said at this time. "Okay." Xia Ruoyan nodded. The corners of Bai Shui's mouth twitched, but in the end she said nothing. Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan carried his luggage and followed Jiang Li and Bai Shui to school. "Oh, right." At this moment, Xia Ruoyan remembered something and looked at Jiang Li and asked, "Jiang Li, what did you want to tell me just now?" "When?" "Just before you were almost hit by a car," Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li fell silent for a moment. She wanted to ask Xia Ruoyan to cancel the engagement, but thinking of the scene where Xia Ruoyan saved him just now, Jiang Li was unable to speak. Nothing. In the end, Jiang Li said nothing. "All right." Xia Ruoyan didn't ask any more questions. The three of them entered the school together and quickly attracted a lot of attention. "Who is that guy? He's actually with the 2 most beautiful girls in our school." Someone whispered, "Is he someone's boyfriend? What are you thinking about? That kind of loser guy looks like a porter at first glance," someone said. Some even ran directly to Bai Shui and Jiang Li and said, "Teacher Bai Shui, Teacher Jiang Li, let me help you move your things. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the teacher's apartment." The person who spoke was a man in his 20s or 30s, wearing a pair of glasses and looking quite gentle. His name is Wen Quan, and he is the deputy director of the logistics department of Jiangcheng University. Things like the canteen and student dormitories are all under his management. In a sense, teachers' apartments are also under his jurisdiction. Director Wen, who said outsiders can't enter the apartment. "Are there any regulations in this regard?" Jiang Li said. "There are no explicit regulations in this regard, but there is a convention. After all, if outsiders enter the teachers' apartments at will, it will also affect the safety of the teachers, right?" Wen Quan said. "He is not a stranger, he is my fiancé," Jiang Li said. "What? You really have a fiancé?" Wen Quan was originally adjusting his glasses, but after hearing this, his movements instantly froze and his expression also became stiff. "Yes." Jiang Li took the initiative to hold Xia Ruoyan's arm again. Wen Quan's face gradually became embarrassed. "Who is he?" Wen Quan asked. Although Xia Ruoyan, as a dandy boy, was well known in certain circles, he was not well known to most of the more than 10 million people in Jiangcheng. "Would you know about a rich second generation in your city?" Jiang Li's expression was also somewhat unhappy. "Director Wen, this is my private matter, why should I tell you?" Jiang Li said. Wen Quan was embarrassed. "Let's go." After saying that, Jiang Li pulled Xia Ruoyan up to the teacher's apartment building. Bai Shui glanced at Wen Quan without saying anything, and then went upstairs. Behind him, Wen Quan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Asshole, you dare to steal my woman? You are dead." The other side. The suitcase was indeed heavy, but it was not difficult for Xia Ruoyan. If he didn't want to hide his strength, he could even use qi to send the suitcase directly to the 5th floor. But in Jiang Li's eyes, she was very surprised. "Is this guy so strong? Come to think of it, he was hit by a car before and he was fine. What's wrong with his body? Is he as strong as a brick wall?" Jiang Li discovered that although she had known her fiancé since childhood, but now she was increasingly confused about him. Bai Shui's expression was calm. Because she knew Xia Ruoyan's identity. The king of the north, the Azura god of war, a powerful grandmaster. No matter which identity it is enough to make this city of more than 10 million people tremble. Such a powerful figure who can shake their whole dragon country with just one stomp of his foot is now someone's fake fiancé. Is he in love with Jiang Li? Bai Shue's expression was calm and no one knew what she was thinking. We're on the 5th floor. Which room? Xia Ruoyan asked again. The teachers' apartments at Jiangcheng University are very similar to old-style classrooms, with many rooms in a row connected by a long corridor at the entrance. I live in room 521, and teacher Bai Shue lives in room 520 next door. Jiang Li said. You two's room numbers are fine. Xia Ruoyan said with a smile. 521 and 520 are both homophones of I love you in the dragon language. Then, the three of them came to the door of room 520. Bai Shue came to the door and prepared to open it. But he felt his pocket and rummaged through his bag. I seem to have forgotten my keys at home. Bai Shue said. I'll open the door. Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan got a piece of wire from somewhere and inserted it into the keyhole. He fiddled with it a few times. Then. Click tilde. The door was opened. Jiang Li was stunned. After coming to her senses, she looked at Bai Shue and said, Teacher Bai Shue, remember to change the combination lock next time. I know. Bai Shue also said. Xia Ruoyan shrugged, why don't you believe that I am a gentleman? Jiang Li glared at Xia Ruoyan and said, don't you know how many dirty and even illegal things you have done? Don't use amnesia as an excuse. I don't believe that you don't remember any of the bad things you have done. I have decided to turn over a new leaf. Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li looked doubtful. She looked at Bai Shue and said, Bai Shue, do you believe he will change for the better? I don't know him very well, so I can't comment. Bai Shue said. All right. Jiang Li didn't say anything else. She knew very well that there must be some story between Xia Ruoyan and Bai Shue. Although she was a little concerned. But she was too embarrassed to ask about such things. At this time, Xia Ruoyan said again, the suitcase has wheels and can be pulled directly into their house. I won't go in. After that, Xia Ruoyan put his arm around Jiang Li's waist again and said, Wife, I'm thirsty. I'll go to your room to have some tea. Let go. Can you please have some shame in front of everyone? Jiang Li said with a red face. You've told everyone that I'm your fiancé. What's wrong with a fiancé hugging his fiancée? Xia Ruoyan said. You are shameless. Jiang Li was extremely embarrassed. At this time, someone else came into the corridor. Jiang Li quickly opened the door of his room and pulled Xia Ruoyan in. Come in, don't embarrass yourself in the corridor. Then, Jiang Li poked his head out of the house again, looked at Bai Shue who was still standing at the door next door, and said with an awkward smile, Bai Shue, my fiancé is a little stupid, sorry to make you laugh. Oh, it's okay. When Bai Shue was about to say something, her cell phone suddenly rang. At the same time, Jiang Li's cell phone rang. It was an urgent notice from the school, calling for a teachers' meeting. Why are you in such a hurry? Has something happened? Jiang Li looked at the notification on his phone. I don't know, let's go and take a look. Bai Shue said. Yeah. Jiang Li paused, then turned his head and glared at Xia Ruoyan who was sitting in the room, and said, I have to go out for a meeting now, you stay in the room and don't run around. Yes, my queen. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Who is your queen? I will break up with you sooner or later. After saying that, Jiang Li left quickly. A moment later, she and Bai Shue came to the meeting room together. After sitting down, Jiang Li suddenly realized a problem. She is still wearing Xia Ruoyan's underwear. Chapter 12 First Love. When I was standing, I didn't care too much. But once I sat down, the touch was all too clear. Oh, I'm home, but I forgot to change my underwear. I'm really. Jiang Li's eyes were filled with tears. Before, she never imagined that one day she would attend a school meeting wearing Xia Ruoyan's underwear. But she never expected that Xia Ruoyan would risk being hit by a car to come and save her. Jiang Li certainly hopes that the current amnesiac Xia Ruoyan can remain like this. But no one knows whether Xia Ruoyan's memory will suddenly be restored one day. If his memory is restored, will he turn back into the evil playboy? Jiang Li didn't know. She is a little confused now. Reason told her that she should draw a clear line between herself and Xia Ruoyan. Because she believes that human nature is evil. Her fiancé has had bad behavior since he was young. It has nothing to do with his family education, he is just born bad. However, he did not do anything out of line after losing his memory. Instead, he saved his grandmother and saved himself twice. Once he saved himself from a gangster. Once saved himself from a car accident. Before that, he also protected his daughter. All he does now is guard. If I break up with him now, would it be a bit too much? Jiang Li is very contradictory. At this time, Bai Shui glanced at Jiang Li, and then said, Jiang Li, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Jiang Li calmed down and said with a smile, I'm just worried that Xia Ruoyan might do something bad in my room. Doing something bad. For example, secretly installing surveillance cameras or looking through my underwear. Although we are engaged, we are not married after all, and we can't even be called a relationship. Jiang Li said. Jiang Li was not wrong about this. Some people date first and then get married. But this is not the case with those who are engaged. Many people who are engaged get married directly without going through the process of dating or falling in love. Bai Shui said calmly, well, based on my limited understanding of him. She paused, then said calmly, he shouldn't be that kind of person. Jiang Li smiled, and then said, I feel that you know him better than I do. Bai Shui didn't say anything. In fact, this is true. Bai Shui and Xia Ruoyan met 5 years ago, until Xia Ruoyan confessed his love to her after getting drunk 2 years ago. For 3 years, she had a very good relationship with Xia Ruoyan. Once, Ning Dao was in danger deep behind enemy lines, and Xia Ruoyan prepared to rescue Ning Dao alone. After Bai Shui knew about this, she insisted on going with them. Xia Ruoyan had no choice but to agree. The two of them spent nearly a month together during the operation to rescue Ning Dao. At that time, Xia Ruoyan had not yet reached the Grandmaster level and was bitten by a poisonous snake, and was in critical condition. Bai Shui risked her life and sucked out the snake venom with her mouth. It was that experience that made Xia Ruoyan develop inappropriate feelings for Bai Shui, his friend's wife. For Bai Shui, the month she spent with Xia Ruoyan also allowed her to understand Xia Ruoyan better. He is an orphan, unaware of his own background, and was adopted by a powerful recluse. I also had a failed first love. The other party pursued him first, and when he gradually fell in love with her, the other party proposed to break up. Xia Ruoyan also told Bai Shui about this tragic first love that he couldn't bear to recall. Bai Shui also knew that Xia Ruoyan was now the king of the north, the commander-in-chief of the 5 northern armies, and held tremendous power. Compared to Jiang Li, she does understand Xia Ruoyan better. But does she really understand Xia Ruoyan? No. She doesn't understand either. She could sense that Xia Ruoyan might have some dark past. But she never went to explore. Of course, this is not Bai Shui's fault. She is Ning Dao's fiancé, and she shouldn't get too close to her fiancé's friends. While I was thinking secretly, the conference room was already full of teachers. At this time, a man who looked like a leader came to the podium. Dear teachers, this emergency faculty meeting is being held today because we have something to announce. The man paused, then suddenly became excited. I just received a call from the Education Bureau. Some soldiers from the Chilean Battalion of the Northern Army are coming to our school to guide the military training of the freshmen. Different from other schools. Other universities conduct military training for freshmen when they enter school, but Jiangcheng University conducts military training in the second half of the freshman year. After the school leader finished speaking, the whole conference room became lively. The Korean Battalion of the Northern Frontier Legion is a special forces unit that emerged during the Patriotic War 5 years ago. It is independent of the 5 northern frontier armies and is directly under the command of the Shura god of war. It can be said that those who can enter the Chilean camp are all battle-hardened and super excellent soldiers. When they heard that Chilean camp was coming, many young female teachers couldn't control their hormones. Women are born to admire strong men. And troops like the Chilean Battalion, which were famous in the war and even won the title of National Defense Hero Battalion, are even more popular with women. Once, a female teacher in the school had a blind date with a soldier from the Chilean Battalion, but the marriage didn't work out, which made many female teachers envious. These women are crazy. Jiang Li said with a slight sweat. Shirayuki looked calm. But there are some inexplicable thoughts hidden deep in his eyes. The commander-in-chief of the Chilean camp is Bai Bing. The deputy commander used to be Ning Dao. After Ning Dao died a year ago, the Chilean battalion did not appoint a new deputy commander. Therefore, the position of deputy commander of the Chilean battalion is still vacant. Perhaps we can find out the truth about Ning Dao's death through the soldiers of Chilean camp. If Xia Ruoyan deliberately killed Ning Dao. Snow White was silent. No one knows what she is thinking. After the meeting, Bai Shui and Jiang Li returned to their respective apartments. When Jiang Li returned to his apartment, Xia Ruoyan was gone. There was a note left on the table. The meal is ready. If it's cold, heat it up. Jiang Li's eyes fell on the dining table with a surprised expression. Several dishes have been placed on the table. The food was still hot. Xia Ruoyan should have just left. After taking a bite with chopsticks, Jiang Li's expression lit up. Tasty. She never expected that her scumbag fiancé could actually cook so well. Then Jiang Li put down his chopsticks and knocked on the door next door. After a while, Bai Shui opened the door. Jiang Li, what's wrong? Well, Xia Ruoyan cooked a few dishes at my house while we were in the meeting. Would you like to come and eat together? Jiang Li said. I just won't. Xia Ruoyan is gone, it's just the two of us. Jiang Li said again. Oh, okay. Bai Shui nodded. Afterwards, Bai Shui came to Jiang Li's apartment. Where is he? Bai Shui asked. Oh, she is at the Xia family. Jiang Li said. Bai Shui said nothing more. She looked at the dishes on the table with a complicated expression. Sit down. Jiang Li smiled again and said, I just tasted it, it tastes pretty good. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Bai Shui didn't need to taste it to know that it was very much to her liking. These dishes were all ones she had eaten before. She is not very good at cooking, and neither is Ning Dao. In the past, when the three of them were together, it was usually Xia Ruoyan who cooked. Bai Shui sat down and put a piece of roasted eggplant in her mouth. Chewing. The familiar taste instantly filled her mouth. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten Xia Ruoyan's cooking for at least 2 years since he confessed his love to me while drunk. A trace of ambiguous thoughts flashed across Bai Shui's brows. At this time, Jiang Li said again, that, Bai Shui. What's wrong? Bai Shui asked. I heard that your fiancé passed away. Please accept my condolences. Jiang Li said. It happened a year ago, but the relics have only been delivered now. Bai Shui said calmly. What does he do? Jiang Li asked again. Bai Shui didn't say anything. Sorry. Jiang Li said quickly. Bai Shui shook her head, then said, he is a soldier and was once a member of the Chilean battalion. Wow, the Chilean camp is full of elites. Of course, a beauty and a hero are perfect match. Jiang Li said. So what if they are a good match? When a person dies, there is nothing left. Bai Shui's eyes were a little moist. Jiang Li felt a little uneasy. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Jiang Li said again. It has nothing to do with you. It's my own fault. It's been a year, and I still can't get over the shadow of his death. Bai Shui said. She paused, stood up, and said, Jiang Li, I'm sorry, I'm not too hungry, so. It's okay. You look very tired. Go back and rest quickly. Jiang Li said. Bai Shui didn't say anything else and left. Jiang Li sat down again and sighed softly. Bai Shui seems to really like her fiancé. No wonder Xia Ruoyan doesn't have much of a chance. After finishing her meal and clearing the table, Bai Shui opened the closet and prepared to find a set of clean underwear. Then she discovered. There was a pair of underwear missing from her closet. Chapter 13. This is a huge misunderstanding. Xia Ruoyan is a pervert. Jiang Li was a little crazy. Then, he remembered that he was also wearing Xia Ruoyan's underwear. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It's a bit laughable. Oh, what can I say? Are we both perverts? No, I wore his underwear out of helplessness, but Xia Ruoyan's behavior is definitely perverted. She was going to take a shower and then change Xia Ruoyan's underwear. But at this time, someone knocked on Jiang Li's door again. Jiang Li walked over and opened the door. Bai Shui was standing outside the door. Bai Shui, is there anything wrong? Jiang Li said. Well, some of my fiancé's belongings need to be handed over to his parents, and I have some. I understand. Jiang Li said. Bai Shui breathed a sigh of relief. She checked the time and said, "If you're okay, let's go now." Jiang Li was a little confused. She is still wearing Xia Ruoyan's underwear. Okay. Jiang Li didn't change his underwear in the end. I've been wearing it for so long, I don't mind wearing it a little longer. Snow White has a white electric car. Bai Shui was driving the car and Jiang Li was sitting in the passenger seat. Along the way, Jiang Li was afraid that Bai Shui would see the men's underwear she was wearing, so she kept pulling at the hem of her skirt. Bai Shui, you are wearing Xia Ruoyan's underwear, right? Bai Shui suddenly said at this time. Cough cough. Jiang Li choked. What are you talking about? It's nothing. Aren't you an engaged couple? Bai Shui said calmly. He. Jiang Li was extremely embarrassed. After a while, she asked, how do you know I'm wearing Xia Ruoyan's underwear? This afternoon, Xia Ruoyan didn't wear any underwear, and you were holding up your skirt the whole time, so I guessed it. Bai Shui said. Jiang Li blinked and asked weakly, how do you know Xia Ruoyan isn't wearing any underwear? Well. Bai Shui didn't know what to say. You can't say that without the protection of underwear. Xia Ruoyan's masculine features are more prominent. At this time, Jiang Li also thought of this. My face turned red instantly. That guy is not completely useless, he still has his strengths. Half an hour later, Bai Shui and Jiang Li appeared at the door of a villa in Jiangcheng. The villas here are not cheap. The location is better than that of the Xia family's villa. One villa is worth at least 100 or 200 million. Your fiancé's family is quite rich. Jiang Li said. Snow White was silent. The money used to buy the villa was nominally the death pension given to Ning Dao by the Northern Legion, but in fact most of the money was paid by Xia Ruoyan with his own personal money. Ning Dao's death was not a combat death, so there was no pension, but Xia Ruoyan refused to say how he died. While he was pondering, the door of the villa opened and a young man about 22 years old walked out of the house. After seeing Bai Shui, the young man immediately ran over. Sister-in-law, you're here. Why didn't you ring the doorbell, said the young man. His name is Ning Hai, and he is Ning Dao's younger brother. We just arrived too. Bai Shui said. Jiang Li said nothing. But the inner activities are very rich. Wow, this guy seems to like Snow White. But Snow White is his widowed sister-in-law. Although legally, there is no problem if a brother-in-law likes his widowed sister-in-law. But morally, it always feels like it's crossing a line. She glanced at Snow White again. Looking at Bai Shui's reaction, she is also quite resistant. At this moment, Jiang Li suddenly understood something. If I'm not mistaken, after Bai Shui's fiancé died, her family should have wanted to match Bai Shui with her brother-in-law. As the saying goes, good things should stay in the family. No wonder Bai Shui wanted to pull me along. She must be at a loss as to what to do in this situation alone. Jiang Li guessed right. After Ning Dao's death, the Ning family did intend to match Bai Shui and Ning Hai. He wants Ning Dao and Bai Shui's engagement to be passed on to Ning Hai. Snow White was very resistant. But she didn't know how to refuse. Every time she refused, the Ning family said that Ning Dao's death was caused by Bai Shui. They said, if Bai Shui had not traveled to the northern border that year, Ning Dao would not have gone with her, would not have joined the army, and would not have died. Therefore, Bai Shui also has to bear some responsibility for Ning Dao's death. And this responsibility is to let Bai Shui marry her brother-in-law. This has a bit of a PUA flavor. But Bai Shui's personality makes it difficult for her to escape the Ning family's moral blackmail. At this time, a middle-aged couple also came out of the villa. Bai Shui, you're here, come in and do it. The middle-aged woman said enthusiastically. I'm here to hand over Ning Dao's belongings. Bai Shui said. Then, Bai Shui took out a small suitcase from the trunk. These are all Ning Dao's belongings that Bai Shui had sorted out and were to be handed over to the Ning family. Xiao Hai, take the suitcase home. The middle-aged woman paused, looked at Bai Shui, and said, Xiao Shui, come in and have dinner together. Oh, no, I have an appointment with some friends to go shopping together. Bai Shui said. Jiang Li's scalp was numb, but he also cooperated and said, Auntie, we have an appointment with our friends, and a group of people are waiting there. It's embarrassing to be late. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman had no choice but to say, okay. Bai Shui felt as if she had been pardoned and hurried back to the car. Jiang Li also got back into the car quickly. The car started and drove away quickly. Bai Shui heaved a sigh of relief only after she had put a considerable distance between herself and the Ning family. Jiang Li, thank you. Bai Shui said. Jiang Li smiled and said, it's okay. I understand the pain of being forced into a marriage. Bai Shui glanced at Jiang Li, and then asked, does your engagement with Xia Ruoyan make you miserable? To be honest, it's painful. Ever since I understood what the engagement was, I have been suffering from pain. Not long ago, I decided to break up with Xia Ruoyan. But Jiang Li sighed, since he lost his memory, he seems like a different person. He protected my daughter and saved me twice. I can't bring myself to say no. There was a hint of confusion on her face. I don't know what to do either. Bai Shui didn't say anything. She had promised Xia Ruoyan that she would keep the secret of the substitute for him. After a while, Jiang Li took a deep breath, then smiled and said, forget it, things will work out when the time comes. Right now, the most important thing is Grandma Xia Ruoyan's illness. When the old lady recovers, maybe it will be better for me to break up with her. She paused, looked at Bai Shui, and said, by the way, Bai Shui, when you go back to school, please take me to Xia Ruoyan's house. I have to take Yi home. Yeah. Bai Shui nodded. More than 20 minutes later, Bai Shui's car stopped in front of the Xia family villa. I won't go in. Bai Shui said. Okay. Wait for me for a moment. After saying that, Jiang Li entered the Xia family villa. As soon as he entered the front courtyard, Jiang Li heard his daughter giggling in the house. She was a little surprised. I haven't seen my daughter so happy in a long time. When she glanced out the window into the villa's living room, she was even more surprised. But it was seen that Xia Ruoyan was being ridden as a pony by Jiang Yi. This Xia Ruoyan has really become a different person after losing his memory. In the past, Xia Ruoyan had no patience at all for Yi. Not to mention being her pony, he would even fly into a rage if Yi accidentally bumped into him. While I was thinking secretly, the door to the living room opened. Xia Ruoyan walked out of the house. I just felt like there was someone outside the window. Xia Ruoyan said. Well, the villa door was not closed, so I came in. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan smiled, it's okay. She paused, then asked, are you here to pick up E? Yes, it's very late. We have to go to school tomorrow. Jiang Li said. At this time, Jiang Li ran out of the house. Mom, can we stay here tonight? Jiang Yi said. I will sleep in one room with Aunt Ruoyan, and you will sleep in another room with Uncle Ruoyan. Jiang Yi said again. Cough cough. Jiang Li and Xia Ruoyan both choked. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Jiang Li said. Aren't you Uncle Ruoyan's fiancé? Aren't you going to be his wife in the future? Then shouldn't the couple sleep together? Jiang Yi said again. Jiang Li's eyes were filled with tears. Why are children nowadays so precocious? At this time, Xia Ruoyan also came out. He smiled and said, I have no objection. Xia Ruoyan glared at Xia Ruoyan, then pulled him aside. Hey, Xia Ruoyan, you should understand your position clearly. You are just a substitute for my brother. Do you really think of yourself as Jiang Li's fiancé? Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan also rolled his eyes. What does love between a man and a woman have to do with you, a monster? Xia Ruoyan vomited blood instantly. Monster. Growing up, no one has ever called her a monster. Getting anxious. Then he took another bite of Xia Ruoyan's shoulder. Unfortunately, this scene happened to be seen by Jiang Li. Jiang Li was also shocked. Jiang Li stood behind Xia Ruoyan. From her perspective, Xia Ruoyan seemed to be kissing Xia Ruoyan. What's going on? Ruoyan wouldn't do that to her twin brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Li couldn't hold it anymore. They are not committing incest, are they? Chapter 14. When you grow up, you must learn to avoid suspicion. After seeing Xia Ruoyan and Xia Ruoyan being so intimate, Jiang Li quietly left. She had mixed feelings. How could they? They are siblings. Jiang Li was a little confused. Is Ruyan possessed? She is not a stupid woman, how could she? At this time, Xia Ruoyan came over. He was humming a little tune and seemed to be in a good mood. Jiang Li, what's wrong with you? Xia Ruoyan asked, you look like you're worried. Didn't Xia Ruoyan bully you? Jiang Li carried Xia Ruoyan without saying a word. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked again. Phew tilde. Jiang Li took a deep breath and said, Xia Ruoyan went to my apartment today. How could you let him go to your apartment? Xia Ruoyan was shocked. She paused, then asked, did Xia Ruoyan take advantage of you? No. But he stole a pair of my underwear and he might be wearing it. Jiang Li said. After saying that, she observed Xia Ruoyan's reaction. When Xia Ruoyan heard that Xia Ruoyan had stolen Jiang Li's underwear, she was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage, that bastard. Seeing Xia Ruoyan's reaction, Jiang Li sighed inwardly. Ruoyan's reaction seems to be very angry. Is it because of jealousy? Does she really like Xia Ruoyan? The carps in the river were disheveled in the wind. At this time, Xia Ruoyan said again, Jiang Li, wait a moment. Coincidentally, Xia Ruoyan also came over. Xia Ruoyan, come here. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan pulled Xia Ruoyan directly into the villa and closed the door. After a moment, Xia Ruoyan came out with a red face. Seeing this shy expression, Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Li, he didn't steal your underwear. I checked, he was not wearing your underwear, so he was not wearing any underwear. Xia Ruoyan said. Well. Jiang Li didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Jiang Li ran over. Mom, can we stay here tonight? I asked, and Uncle Ruoyan has a guest room at home. Mom and I can sleep in one. Jiang Li said. If it were in the past, Jiang Li would definitely not agree. But today, she nodded. Xia Ruoyan next to her was also a little surprised. She also thought that with Jiang Li's personality, he would never stay overnight at their house. Because I have a twin brother at home. Jiang Li used to avoid him. Jiang Li didn't know that her fiancé had changed. Why? Xia Ruoyan was a little confused. In fact, the reason why Jiang Li agreed to stay overnight was mainly to find out what Xia Ruoyan was thinking. Don't say Xia Ruoyan is a complete scumbag. Even if he is not a scumbag, but a hero, you can't be with him. You are siblings. After calming down, Jiang Li said, I have to talk to my friend. She's still waiting for me at the door. Afterwards, Jiang Li and Xia Ruoyan came out of the villa together. Bai Shui, he insisted on staying here today. Why don't you go back to school first? I'm sorry. Jiang Li said. Fine. Bai Shui then turned the car around and left. Jiang Li, who is that woman? She is so beautiful. Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan didn't think that her appearance was inferior to the other person, but there was indeed a huge gap in figure, especially bust size. Bai Shui's cup size is D, which is a size larger than Jiang Li's cup size C. Didn't I mention this to you before, teacher Bai Shui? Jiang Li paused, then added, her fiancé is from the Chilean Battalion of the Northern Frontier Legion. Wow, isn't the Chilean Battalion the most elite unit in the Northern Army? It was previously on the news and was awarded the title of National Defense Hero Battalion by the capital. Xia Ruoyan's eyes lit up. Like many young girls, she admires soldiers very much and even dreams of becoming a military wife. Yes. But, what a pity. Jiang Li paused, and then said, it seems that her fiancé died a year ago. Since her fiancé died, I haven't seen her smile in the past year. Alas. Is that so? Xia Ruoyan said with emotion, she must love her fiancé very much. Yes. We had agreed that he would come back to marry her after the war was won. But now, the war is won, but he didn't come back. Jiang Li said. At this time, Xia Ruoyan came over. What are you talking about? Xia Ruoyan asked. We were talking about teacher Bai Shui's fiancé. I heard that he is a soldier of the Korean Battalion of the Northern Army. He is a hero who protects the country. Xia Ruoyan paused, glared at Xia Ruoyan, and said, alas, we are all men, why is there such a big gap between people? Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. At this time, Jiang Li said, I think Xia Ruoyan you should go to the army to hone your skills. Someone once said that the army is a steel-making furnace. Even if defective, low-quality steel is thrown into the big melting pot of the army, the impurities can be removed and turned into fine steel. Jiang Li said. You like the soldiers in the army very much. Of course. Xia Ruoyan hugged Jiang Li's arm and said, we both admire soldiers very much. What we both hate most are those uneducated and unskilled men who flirt with other women. I hate people like this, too. Xia Ruoyan said. The firm tone of the words really confused Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li. I said it's you. Xia Ruoyan glared at Xia Ruoyan again. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, if I am ignorant and incompetent, I am afraid the old lady will really go to see the king of hell. Xia Ruoyan was instantly choked with words. That's true. The Xia family tried their best to treat grandma's illness and spent a lot of money to hire the best doctors in Jiangcheng to form a joint consultation team, but it was all in vain. But as soon as Xia Ruoyan arrived, grandma's condition immediately improved greatly. It's a miracle. Who the hell is this guy? Xia Ruoyan began to feel curious about Xia Ruoyan. Come to think of it, this guy knows Bai Shui's fiancé. And Bai Shui's fiancé is a soldier of the Korean battalion of the Northern Army. Xia Ruoyan blinked and looked at Xia Ruoyan with a confused look on his face. Could this guy also be a soldier from the Chilean battalion? Huh? What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan turned his head and looked at Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan, let me ask you, you are not also a soldier of the Chilean camp, are you? Xia Ruoyan said. Oh, I'm not. He is indeed not. As the commander of the Northern Army, how could he be a soldier of the Chilean camp? I said, the people in Chilean camp would not be as despicable as you. Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said nothing. At this time, Jiang Yi ran over. Uncle, I also want to play the pony riding game. Jiang Yi said. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, okay. Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan took Jiang Yi's hand and left. Jiang Li's mouth twitched slightly. Jiang Yi, this girl is simply a leaky little cotton jacket. Just now, this girl didn't even look at me the whole time, and only had eyes for Xia Ruoyan. She was a little depressed. Xia Ruoyan was also a little surprised. Wasn't he very shy before? How come she became so familiar with Xia Ruoyan so quickly? For the following time, Xia Ruoyan played with Jiang Yi in the living room. Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li were cooking in the kitchen. Jiang Li tried several times to find out the relationship between Xia Ruoyan and Xia Ruoyan, but always hesitated. She really didn't know how to start. After dinner was ready, the noise in the living room stopped. Jiang Li came to the living room. Xia Ruoyan was holding Jiang Yi in his arms. The girl might have been too tired from playing and had fallen asleep. This scene was very heartwarming. Jiang Li also stood there, in a daze. At this time, Xia Ruoyan also came out from the kitchen. Yi has fallen asleep, how can she eat? Xia Ruoyan said. It's okay. Let her sleep. Jiang Li paused, then said, Ruoyan, I'll carry Jiang Yi to your room first. Okay. Xia Ruoyan nodded. Afterwards, Jiang Li took Jiang Yi from Xia Ruoyan and carried her upstairs. Xia Ruoyan also stretched himself and said, coaxing a child is more tiring than fighting a war. Xia Ruoyan rolled her eyes, have you ever fought in a war? You don't believe it. I've also done it with Bear people. You've had sex with a woman from Bear country. Xia Ruoyan. He shrugged and said nothing more. Then, Xia Ruoyan remembered something and said, come to think of it, I haven't seen your parents for a long time. My dad is still in Qingju dealing with my brother's funeral. Oh, don't worry, I've already told my dad about asking you to pretend to be my brother, and he agreed. After he finishes dealing with my brother's funeral in Qingju, he will come back to see you. As for my mom. Xia Ruoyan paused for a moment before saying, she suddenly disappeared when I was 5 years old. Is that your mother? Xia Ruoyan pointed at the woman in a photo in the living room. Yes. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said proudly, my mother is also a great beauty, right? Yeah, and you have a good figure. Xia Ruoyan paused, glanced at Xia Ruoyan's chest, and then said, Xia Ruoyan, are you genetically degenerated or genetically mutated? Xia Ruoyan's face turned dark instantly. Xia Ruoyan, what do you mean? Are you making a veiled accusation against me? The mother has big breasts, and the daughter has small breasts. This kind of thing is not unique to our family. It's very common, okay? I was just saying it casually, and you see, you're getting anxious again. Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan went crazy. He got angry and pounced on Xia Ruoyan again. He threw Xia Ruoyan directly onto the sofa. Of course, Xia Ruoyan's body also fell on Xia Ruoyan's. Jiang Li just happened to come down from upstairs. When he saw this scene, his hair was disheveled again. At this time, Xia Ruoyan heard some noise on the stairs, turned her head, and quickly got up from Xia Ruoyan. My foot slipped. Xia Ruoyan said stiffly. He. Jiang Li calmed down and said with a smile, it's a bit unexpected. I thought the relationship between you two siblings would be very bad, but I didn't expect it to be so good. That's absolutely not the case. Xia Ruoyan paused, then quickly said, it was just a misunderstanding. It's okay if I misunderstood, but if others misunderstood, it would be difficult to explain. So, I think that even brothers and sisters should learn to avoid suspicion when they grow up. Brothers and sisters can even take a bath together when they are young, but when they grow up, brothers and sisters or sisters definitely cannot take a bath together. This is an ethical boundary. Jiang Li said earnestly. Xia Ruoyan broke out in a sweat. She could tell that Jiang Li had obviously misunderstood her. My eyes are filled with tears. Before Xia Ruoyan could speak, Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, Jiang Li, don't worry. Don't say that Xia Ruoyan is my sister. Even if she is not my sister, I would not have any thoughts about her. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan added like a straight man, I don't like flat chests. Xia Ruoyan. Without saying a word, she picked up the pillow and threw it at Xia Ruoyan. For a moment, the sofa pillows flew all over the hall. Jiang Li was sweating slightly. Ruoyan, stop making trouble. Jiang Li said again. Xia Ruoyan stopped at this point. She looked at Xia Ruoyan angrily and said, even if all the men in the world died, I would rather become a nun than marry you. Jiang Li sweated slightly, you two are brother and sister, you can't get married. Xia Ruoyan said nothing. Because she knew in her heart that she and this fake Xia Ruoyan were not siblings. The old lady and Lin Lian were eating in the backyard. There were only Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li sitting at the dining table in the front yard of this Noder villa. Xia Ruoyan was still angry. Even that scumbag twin brother couldn't cause her as much trouble as Xia Ruoyan. At this moment, Xia Ruoyan suddenly remembered something, stared at Xia Ruoyan, and said, hey, Xia Ruoyan, tell me the truth, did you steal Jiang Li's underwear? Cough cough. Jiang Li choked directly. Chapter 15. That guy must be having an affair with Bai Shui. Xia Ruoyan also rolled his eyes, how is that possible? I only provide my underwear to women in need, and I will never steal women's underwear. This is a joint exercise issue, don't slander me. You've seen me naked, what moral integrity do you have? Xia Ruoyan said casually. Jiang Li. At this time, Xia Ruoyan also reacted and said quickly, no. Jiang Li, it's actually like this, that is. Xia Ruoyan hesitated, and finally said, it's like this. I went to the bar alone last night, drank too much, and vomited on myself. Then Xia Ruoyan happened to pass by, took me to the hotel, and took off my clothes. You checked into a room and took off all your clothes. The river carp became even more messy. No. Oh, yes, we did get a room and took off our clothes, but we didn't do anything. Xia Ruoyan also shed tears. Her explanation seemed so weak and she didn't know how to explain it. Finally, Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, we really didn't do anything. I just said that I have no sexual interest in women with flat chests. Don't even mention that Xia Ruoyan is my sister. Even if she is not, I have no sexual interest in her. Xia Ruoyan's face was filled with black lines. But this time, no sound was made. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan. This guy's eyes were very clear, and it seemed that nothing forbidden had happened. It's okay, it's okay. Jiang Li also breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't because of herself, she was mainly afraid that Xia Ruoyan would go astray. If something unspeakable happened to my twin brother. After a while, Jiang Li suddenly looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, Xia Ruoyan, there are so many women around you, and it is said that there are women of all kinds of personalities and skin colors. What kind of girls do you like? Xia Ruoyan subconsciously thought of Bai Shui's image. Although he never confessed his feelings, Bai Shui was indeed the first girl that Xia Ruoyan took the initiative to like. As for the first love who actively pursued me and then abandoned me without my permission. It felt like she was playing with me. Although the endings of him, Bai Shui and his so-called first love were not very good, to be honest, Bai Shui made him feel more uncomfortable. I don't know. Xia Ruoyan finally said calmly. Jiang Li didn't ask any further questions. In her opinion, a playboy like Xia Ruoyan would never have someone he liked. In their eyes, women are meant to be slept with. When they were about to finish their meal, Jiang Li suddenly remembered something and looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, Ruoyan, I have good news for you. What? The soldiers from the Chilean battalion of the Northern Legion are coming to our school to serve as military training instructors. Jiang Li said. No. When Xia Ruoyan heard that the soldiers from the Chilean camp were coming to Jiangcheng, her eyes lit up. Jiang Li was very satisfied with Xia Ruoyan's reaction. When the time comes, I'll take you to school. If you find an instructor you like, I'll tell you the message. Jiang Li said. She wanted to help Xia Ruoyan find a boyfriend to avoid any forbidden things happening with her twin brother. In Jiang Li's opinion, there are already signs of ambiguity between Xia Ruoyan and Xia Ruoyan. This small flame must be extinguished before a big fire starts. Otherwise, once the fire starts, it will be difficult to control. Yeah. Jiang Li nodded vigorously. She thought of something again and said depressedly, forget it. Why? If you tell me something, the instructor will definitely like you. You're pretty and have big breasts. Xia Ruoyan's face was filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Jiang Li was sweating slightly. Who would like me, a single mother? It's hard to say. Men nowadays like young women like you. Jiang Li shrugged, then I'll tell him that I have a fiancé. Aren't you going to break off your engagement with Xia Ruoyan? Let's talk about this after your grandma's condition stabilizes, Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan rushed over and hugged Jiang Li. Woo woo, Jiang Li, you are so nice, I love you. She was really touched. Grandma's condition had just improved. If Jiang Li proposed to cancel the engagement at this time, Xia Ruoyan was really afraid that the old lady's condition would worsen again. But she couldn't talk about this kind of thing. Now Jiang Li himself said that he would not cancel the engagement with Xia Ruoyan for the time being, which really relieved Xia Ruoyan's worries. At this time, Jiang Li said again, however, this is just my wishful thinking. Maybe your brother also wants to break up with me? We are in an equal relationship, and he can also propose a breakup. Xia Ruoyan glared, he dares. But then I thought, Xia Ruoyan is quite fierce. If you make him angry, he can do anything. Xia Ruoyan felt a little timid again. Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan pulled Xia Ruoyan to the front courtyard and said, Xia Ruoyan, you are not going to cancel your engagement with Jiang Li, are you? Xia Ruoyan grinned, it depends on you. If you are good, I won't mention breaking up. Xia Ruoyan looked alert, what do you want to do? Aren't you not interested in a flat-chested girl like me? Indeed not. Xia Ruoyan. I'm so sorry I'm flat-chested. I was just joking, don't mind it. It doesn't matter whether I like it or not, as long as the boy you like likes it. Xia Ruoyan smiled again. Humph. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, what do you want me to do? Actually, I came to Jiangcheng for another reason besides giving Bai Shui her fiancé's relics. Xia Ruoyan paused, his expression serious, and then said, I want to find a girl. Any characteristics? Well, she should be about the same age as us now. As for her appearance, she should be very beautiful. Xia Ruoyan rolled her eyes, that's too general. Jiangcheng has a population of over 10 million. There must be at least 80,000 beauties of our age. How can we find them? Oh, she has a birthmark under her left breast, shaped like a heart. Xia Ruoyan said again. Xia Ruoyan. You're such a pervert. Xia Ruoyan blushed and asked, how do you know there's a birthmark under her chest? How did you see it in such a private place? I can't tell you this. But please help me find it. Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan rolled her eyes at Xia Ruoyan and said, even if I'm a girl, I can't help you. Flat-chested people are easy to identify, but for those with big breasts like Jiang Li and Bai Shui, the birthmark is completely covered. I can't just lift up everyone's breasts whenever I see them. Well. Xia Ruoyan also sighed. In fact, he himself understood that unless the other party recognized him, he might never find the other party in this life. When Xia Ruoyan saw Xia Ruoyan's reaction, a hint of curiosity appeared on her face. Xia Ruoyan, what happened between you and this girl? Secret. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan returned to the living room. Jiang Li was clearing the dishes from the dining table. Let me do it. Xia Ruoyan said. No need. Go see your grandma and see if the old lady needs anything. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan gave her a thumbs up. You are so virtuous. My grandma has a keen eye. There are so many girls in Jiangcheng, but she chose you. He. Jiang Li's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, I'll just take it as you praising me. I'm really praising you. Okay, stop talking nonsense and just do your job well. Jiang Li said again. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything else and went to the backyard. Xia Ruoyan leaned against the door frame with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Jiang Li asked. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that you and Xia Ruoyan are a good match. Are? Stop it. Jiang Li rolled his eyes. As the saying goes, it's hard to change a person's nature. I don't believe your brother has really changed his ways. He has been doing well these past 2 days, but we need to observe him for a while. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. She looked at Xia Ruoyan's back as he left, her eyes flickering. Who the hell is this guy? After calming down, Xia Ruoyan suddenly asked, by the way, Jiang Li, did you accompany Xia Ruoyan to meet his friends? Oh, it's teacher Bai Shui. Jiang Li said. Depend on. Xia Ruoyan's face was filled with black lines. That guy must be having an affair with Bai Shui. Huh. Jiang Li was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? Chapter 16 Living Together. Jiang Li actually cares a little about the relationship between Xia Ruoyan and Bai Shui. But, isn't Bai Shui the wife of Xia Ruoyan's friend? Jiang Li asked again. My friend's wife, you're welcome. Many men like this. Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li's mouth twitched slightly. She paused, smoothed her long hair, and said, I don't care. Anyway, I will break up with you when your grandma recovers. But. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, Ruoyan, you said he likes Bai Shui, do you have any evidence? No. Jiang Li rolled his eyes wildly. My intuition is right. It's because you trust your intuition too much that you don't have a boyfriend yet. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan said nothing. Jiang Li is telling the truth. Although she has a flat chest, she has fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs, so she has no shortage of suitors. In fact, when she was in college, she had no fewer suitors than Bai Shui. But I always feel that the other party is attracted by my beauty and is pursuing me just to have sex with me, so I always refuse. Well, in the past, I always felt that men were sex maniacs who were after my body. But now Xia Ruoyan looks down on my figure and repeatedly ridicules me for having a flat chest. Thinking of this, Xia Ruoyan became very crazy. I've never been humiliated like this before. She held her chest with her hands. Humph, it's not that bad, at least it's an A+. You're making me feel like a washboard, that's too much. Xia Ruoyan muttered to herself. Jiang Li was sweating slightly, but didn't say anything. Xia Ruoyan stayed with the old lady until 8 or 9 in the evening before returning to the front villa. Xia Ruoyan was sitting at the door of the villa's living room. Are you waiting for me? Xia Ruoyan asked. If I'm not waiting for you, then am I waiting for my damn brother? Xia Ruoyan paused, and then said, You still don't know where my brother's room is, right? I really don't know. Come with me. Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan followed Xia Ruoyan upstairs. Yes, this is my room, and your room is next door. Xia Ruoyan said. New. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan pushed open the door of the next room and went in. Xia Ruoyan also came in. From now on, this is your room. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, I've cleaned it for you, and the bedding is all new. Oh. Xia Ruoyan gave a thumbs up, she looks a bit like a virtuous wife. Xia Ruoyan blushed instantly. Who wants to be your good wife? I didn't ask you to be my good wife. Xia Ruoyan shook his head. What are you thinking about every day, kid? Poof. Xia Ruoyan vomited blood. She once again felt Xia Ruoyan's contempt for her. In her entire life, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? You are definitely not a man. Xia Ruoyan gritted her teeth. Xia Ruoyan gave a wicked smile. Want to try it? Try your sister. That's right, you are my sister now. Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan was a little crazy. I'm too lazy to care about you. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan opened the door and prepared to go out. Coincidentally, the door of the room opposite also opened. Jiang Li and Jiang Yi slept in the opposite room. The one who opened the door was Jiang Li. Jiang Li was also stunned when he saw Xia Ruoyan coming out of Xia Ruoyan's room. She wiped the cold sweat off her face. Has the relationship between these two people already broken through the last line of defense? Xia Ruoyan also blinked, guessing what Jiang Li was thinking, and said stiffly, "Well, didn't my brother lose his memory? I'm just taking him to recognize the room." Oh. Jiang Li paused, then smiled and said, "I drank too much tea. I came out to use the toilet. I didn't mean to block you." Xia Ruoyan's eyes were filled with tears. From what Jiang Li said, it seems like she really thinks Xia Ruoyan and I are having an affair. When she came to her senses, Jiang Li had already gone to the bathroom. "Forget it, the innocent will be innocent, go to sleep, go to sleep." Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan returned to her room. And Xia Ruoyan was also lying on the bed. He turned and looked at a photo on the bedside table. That was a photo of Xia Ruoyan's twin brother. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed that I looked so much like the guy in the photo. After a while, Xia Ruoyan put down the photo and prepared to go to bed. Then, he suddenly heard sharply that in the room opposite, Jiang Yi seemed to be crying. There are two levels of ancient martial arts realm. One type is ordinary warriors, who can be specifically divided into first-level warriors to ninth-level warriors. But there is no specific standard for this division, it mainly depends on one's own combat power. Above ordinary warriors are the Grandmaster-level warriors. There is a clear hard standard for a martial artist at the Grandmaster level, which is to open up the small and large circulations, the Ren and Du meridians, and be able to control their Qi. After the small and large circulations are opened, people's perception will increase many times. Whether it is the sense of smell or hearing, it is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. That's why he could hear Jiang Yi's faint cry through the wall and the aisle. Xia Ruoyan got out of bed directly, opened the door, walked to the door opposite, and knocked gently. But no one answered. Jiang Li has not come back from the toilet yet. Xia Ruoyan hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the door and walked in. There were no lights on in the room. Xia Ruoyan didn't turn on the lights either, because he was worried that the lights would irritate Jiang Yi. However, the moonlight is bright tonight and the room is not too dark. When I came to the bed in the room, Jiang Yi was still crying softly, but she didn't wake up, as if she was having a nightmare. Xia Ruoyan felt distressed when seeing this. This kind of emotion of his is quite rare. Xia Ruoyan is not the kind of person who likes children very much. He even gets a chill on his scalp when he sees children. But Jiang Yi seemed to be an accident. For some reason, Jiang Yi's every move concerns his heart. He never thought that he would care so much about a girl. And she is a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. At this moment, Jiang Yi suddenly opened her eyes, with horror on her face. "Dad, save me." Xia Ruoyan hugged Jiang Yi, "Don't be afraid." After a while, Jiang Yi finally responded. "Uncle Feng, I just had a nightmare." Jiang Yi also hugged Xia Ruoyan tightly. "I dreamed that the kindergarten children went to the zoo to play, and then a tiger ran out of the zoo. Other children had their fathers to protect them, but I didn't." This pitiful and delicate voice broke Xia Ruoyan's heart. "It's okay, Uncle Feng will protect you." Xia Ruoyan comforted. At this time, Jiang Yi let go of Xia Ruoyan, turned on the light, then separated the two pillows on the bed and placed a teddy bear in the middle as a pillow. Afterwards, Jiang Yi lay down in the middle, with her head resting on the teddy bear. "Uncle Feng, you sleep here." Jiang Yi pointed to her left. Xia Ruoyan was stunned. At this time, Jiang Li came back from the toilet. She was also startled when she saw Xia Ruoyan in her room. Xia Ruoyan quickly explained, "You just had a nightmare and was crying. I came to check on her." "Oh, thank you," Jiang Li said. "Mom, you sleep here." At this time, Jiang Yi pointed to her right. Jiang Li glanced at the empty space left on the left of Jiang Yi and instantly understood what Jiang Yi was going to do. Wipe the cold sweat. Xia Ruoyan noticed Jiang Li's embarrassment. He looked at Jiang and chuckled, Mom is back. I should go back to my room. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang burst into tears. Does Uncle Feng hate me? Of course I don't hate it. Xia Ruoyan said quickly. He paused and added, he is the cutest girl in the world. Then why don't you want to sleep here? You said you would protect me just now, were you lying to me? Jiang asked again. Xia Ruoyan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He looked up at Jiang Li. Jiang Li's scalp is also tingling now. This is not the first time my daughter has had a nightmare. Even though she was sleeping next to her daughter, she still couldn't give her a sense of security. Sometimes, Jiang Li also feels a little helpless. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't replace her father's role. Mom, please. At this time, Jiang looked at Jiang Li with tears in her eyes. Let Uncle Feng sleep with us for one night, okay? Jiang Li couldn't bear Jiang Yi's look, so he said, okay. Jiang Yi jumped up with joy instantly. Xia Ruoyan also showed a slight smile on his face. Then let's go to bed. After saying that, Jiang Yi took the lead and lay down in the middle of the bed. Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li lay down on her sides one after another. Jiang Yi held Jiang Li in one hand and Xia Ruoyan in the other, the joy on her face almost overflowing. Jiang Li also felt a little emotional. Ever since Jiang Yi grew up, she has never seen her daughter look so happy. After a while, Jiang Yi fell asleep again. This time, she didn't have a nightmare. She must have had a good dream and was still smiling when she fell asleep. The two adults in the room were obviously not asleep. What are you thinking about? At this time, Jiang Li suddenly spoke first. Well, I was thinking. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, his father is. Jiang Li didn't say anything. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have pried into your privacy. Xia Ruoyan said. Jiang Li still didn't speak. After a moment, she suddenly asked, what do you remember now? Well, very few things. I have forgotten most of the memories. Xia Ruoyan said. He is now pretending to be Xia Ruoyan's twin brother. Xia Ruoyan really doesn't know much about that guy. I know some things, and it was Xia Ruoyan who told me. It's okay if you can't remember. Just be a good person from now on. Jiang Li said calmly. She seemed to avoid the topic of his father. That's normal. She hadn't even told Xia Ruoyan about this, so how could she tell anyone else? What about you? At this time, Jiang Li suddenly said again. What? What is your relationship with Bai Shui? Jiang Li finally asked. Chapter 17. Xia Ruoyan also has his own fiancé. Her fiancé and I are friends. Xia Ruoyan said calmly. That's not the question. What I'm asking is your relationship with Bai Shui. To me, she is my friend's fiancé. Xia Ruoyan said again. Jiang Li rolled his eyes. When did this guy learn Tai Chi? She didn't ask any more questions. Because Xia Ruoyan obviously didn't want to say it. After a while, Jiang Li suddenly asked again, you won't attack me while I'm asleep, right? No. Xia Ruoyan paused, then smiled and said, if you are worried, tie me up. Jiang Li didn't say anything else. Soon, she fell asleep. Xia Ruoyan turned sideways and looked at Jiang Li. She fell asleep lying on her back. The moonlight shining in made her skin even more delicate and white, like transparent porcelain, with every inch emitting pure light. The white nightgown tightly wrapped around her graceful figure, and her pink lips were so tender and tempting, like flower buds about to bloom in spring, making people want to have a kiss on her. Gurgle tilde. Xia Ruoyan swallowed his saliva. For a moment, evil thoughts really surged in his heart. He wanted to pounce on Jiang Li and suck on his two fragrant lips. There are all kinds of beauties around Xia Ruoyan, but the only one who makes him so impulsive is Jiang Li. Even though I like Bai Shui, I respect her more. But towards Jiang Li, Xia Ruoyan has a possessive desire for her body. This was the first time that Xia Ruoyan had such a strong desire for a woman. He sat up. This room is uninhabitable. If Xia Ruoyan continued to sleep in the same room with Jiang Li, he was really worried that he would lose control like he did 5 years ago. However, 5 years ago, I had another excuse, because I was drugged. But today, he would have no excuse if he lost control. They become pure beasts. Then, Xia Ruoyan got out of bed and quietly went to the first floor. The bathroom on the first floor was lit and someone was taking a shower. At this time, the bathroom door opened. A familiar figure walked out from inside. Xia Ruoyan. Seeing Xia Ruoyan outside, Xia Ruoyan was also startled and was about to shout out reflexively. But at this moment, Xia Ruoyan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, before Xia Ruoyan could shout out, her mouth was covered by Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan was also panicked at this moment. What is this guy going to do? He's not going to force. At this time, Xia Ruoyan spoke up. Xia Ruoyan, Jiang Li and Yi are both asleep, don't wake them up. Xia Ruoyan paused, and then said, also, I didn't know you were taking a shower, and I didn't know you ran out of the shower without wearing any clothes. Finally, Xia Ruoyan paused, then added, I'm telling you, I'm not interested in flat breasts. Xia Ruoyan's face was almost as black as charcoal. After a while, Xia Ruoyan let go of his hand. Xia Ruoyan didn't shout out, but just pounced on Xia Ruoyan and bit him on the shoulder. Xia Ruoyan was sweating slightly. Is this girl a puppy? This was the second time he was bitten by Xia Ruoyan. Why are you not sleeping so late at night? Xia Ruoyan asked. I can't sleep. Why? Are you afraid of strangers? No. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to control myself if I stay in the same room with Jiang Li for a long time. Xia Ruoyan said. HMPH. You still have some humanity. Xia Ruoyan paused, looked at Xia Ruoyan, and then asked, Xia Ruoyan, who are you? Didn't I tell you before? I am an orphan and I don't know my own background. My master adopted me. Xia Ruoyan said. Okay. At this moment, Xia Ruoyan suddenly remembered something and said, come to think of it, I seem to have seen you in Jiangcheng 5 years ago. Xia Ruoyan's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Xia Ruoyan and thought, 5 years ago, the girl I raped couldn't have been Xia Ruoyan. However, that girl's breasts didn't seem so flat. At this time, Xia Ruoyan said again, I saw you shopping with Gongshan at that time, and I thought it was my brother. I was wondering at that time, how did a loser like my brother hook up with Gongshan? Gongshan, the eldest daughter of the Gong family, the richest family in Jiangcheng, is as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, she has outstanding talent in martial arts. She was admitted to the strongest martial arts academy in Longbo when she was a teenager. She can be said to be the #1 socialite in Jiangcheng. Her suitors were numerous, basically all of them were young men from various prominent families, and even there was an heir to a wealthy family in Beijing pursuing her. Compared with Gongshan's suitors, my brother is just trash, to put it bluntly. At the time, I racked my brains to understand why Gongshan would go shopping with my useless brother. Now that I think about it, that person should have been you, right? Xia Ruoyan said again. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. 5 years ago, he came to Jiangcheng on the orders of his master to find his fiancé. His own fiancé. Palace Heart. This marriage was arranged when he was 12 or 13 years old, and was personally arranged by his master and Gongshan's grandfather. 5 years ago, when he was 18 years old, he came to Jiangcheng for the first time. He came to find his fiancé Gongshan. At that time, Gongshan's attitude towards him was still very good. The two went shopping together, watched movies together, and even held hands. Xia Ruoyan also has a very good impression of Gongshan. She is beautiful, has a sexy body, and more importantly, has a great personality. She looks like a gentle and virtuous woman. For a moment he thought he had found a treasure. But later, Xia Ruoyan found out that she was a woman with a very cunning mind and a heart as vicious as a snake. She secretly drugged herself and locked herself up with an underage girl in an attempt to frame herself. Later, Xia Ruoyan forcibly escaped from there. Then, the drug took effect completely, and he lost his mind and forcibly dragged a girl who was running at night into the woods. Thinking of this, Xia Ruoyan clenched his fists. Gongshan, I'm back again. We need to settle the score from 5 years ago. Seeing that Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything, Xia Ruoyan said again, Hey, Xia Ruoyan, 5 years ago, it was you who was with Gongshan. Forgot. Xia Ruoyan said calmly. Xia Ruoyan looked suspicious, but didn't say anything else. By the way, my father will be back tomorrow, and he wants to have a good talk with you. Xia Ruoyan said again. New. Xia Ruoyan then prepared to go back upstairs. But then he stopped. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ruoyan. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked. How about I sleep with you? I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself if I sleep in Jiang Li's room. Xia Ruoyan said. Cough cough. Xia Ruoyan choked. Don't even think about it. Xia Ruoyan paused, then waved her fist in protest. This is not a garbage recycling plant. Even a flat chest has dignity. Xia Ruoyan spread his hands and finally returned to Jiang Li's room. Seeing the scene in the room, Xia Ruoyan broke out in a sweat. But you can see that the collar of Jiang Li's bathrobe is wide open, revealing her black bra and chest, ready for you to pick. Even worse. At this moment, Jiang Li arched his legs in an 8 shape, as if ready to fall into a trap. This posture made Xia Ruoyan's blood boil. So tempting. My cheap fiancé, a teacher and a queen, looks dignified and elegant, but I didn't expect her sleeping posture to be so heroic. He covered Jiang Li with the quilt again. After hesitating for a moment, she pulled the bra strap that was about to fall off back onto Jiang Li's shoulders. When preparing to leave, Xia Ruoyan looked at Jiang Li again. Gurgle tilde. Swallowed. He finally couldn't help himself and was about to give Jiang Li a kiss. Just when Xia Ruoyan was about to kiss Jiang Li's sweet lips, Jiang Li suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 18. Is he serious? Although it was late at night, the moon was bright tonight and the moonlight shone into the room, so we could still see each other's faces clearly. At this time, Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. After a while, Jiang Li's face gradually turned darker. You kissed me secretly. Jiang Li said with a dark face. No. Xia Ruoyan said quickly. He wanted to kiss her secretly, but he didn't have the chance. Do you think I will believe it? Jiang Li said with a dark face. You are so shameless. Xia Ruoyan was a little depressed. He really hasn't kissed yet. I was completely misunderstood. I can't explain it. I feel really bad. Then, Xia Ruoyan suddenly got excited and kissed Jiang Li on the lips. Jiang Li was also stunned for a moment. At this time, Xia Ruoyan opened his mouth and said, I really didn't kiss you just now, but you didn't believe it. I didn't want to be wrongly accused, so I really kissed you. Jiang Li was shocked. He is still confident. After a while, Jiang Li took a deep breath, then grabbed the pillow and threw it at Xia Ruoyan. However, Xia Ruoyan easily caught it with his hands. Don't wake me up. Xia Ruoyan said again. Jiang Li looked mad. I'm going for a night run. Xia Ruoyan said again. When Jiang Li heard the words, night run, he was suddenly stunned. Xia Ruoyan didn't think much about it and ran away while Jiang Li was in a daze. After a while, Jiang Li finally came back to his senses. She got out of bed and went to the window. Xia Ruoyan really left home. Watching Xia Ruoyan's back disappear into the night, Jiang Li suddenly sighed. Does he really not remember anything at all? Then, Jiang Li gritted his teeth and said angrily, asshole. 5 years ago, you ruined my innocence. Now you kissed me secretly. Thinking of this, Jiang Li was stunned again. She looked confused. Given that guy's character, if he wanted to take advantage of me, would he have to kiss me secretly? Such a civilized approach doesn't seem like his dandy style. Jiang Li lay on the window, looking in the direction where Xia Ruoyan left. She used to really hate her fiancé and wanted to kill him. But these past few days, he seemed like a different person. Will losing my memory change things that much? After a moment, she shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Go to sleep. Tomorrow I'll go find that bastard Xia Ruoyan and settle the score for kissing me secretly. The other side. Xia Ruoyan did start his night running journey. Night running is actually a very good way to exercise your physical fitness. However, for him who has already reached the Grandmaster level, his body is as strong as steel, and running at night does not improve anything. He now runs at night just as a form of entertainment. After running for about an hour, Xia Ruoyan's pace gradually slowed down. What came into his view was a group of magnificent villas on the hillside of a small hill in the suburbs of Jiangcheng. There are about 20 villas here, connected together to form a huge villa estate. Cloud Villa. This is the Gong family's manor. The Gong family, the most aristocratic family in Jiangcheng, is the branch of the Gong family, one of the most powerful families in Beijing, in Jiangcheng. Although it was just a branch family, the Jiangcheng Gong family had deep roots in Jiangcheng. Not only were they financially strong, but they also had deep connections. The entire Jiangcheng, and even Hubei province, has a complex network of relationships. To other wealthy families in Jiangcheng, the Jiangcheng Gong family is an insurmountable wall. As for the Beijing Palace family behind them, it is an enormous behemoth that can cover the sky with one hand. In fact, the Jiangcheng Xia family is also a branch of the wealthy Xia family in Beijing. It's just that the Xia family in Jiangcheng is doing rather badly, having been kicked out of the family order by their relatives in Beijing a long time ago. Even more, the family colluded with others to bully the Xia family in Jiangcheng. At this moment, Xia Ruoyan looked at the magnificent gate of the Jiangcheng Gong family's manor from afar, and his pupils gradually shrank. Gong family, you are ungrateful. I will settle this account with you bit by bit. Back then, when Xia Ruoyan was a teenager, he saved Gongshan, the eldest daughter of the Jiangcheng Gong family. The master also happens to be friends with the head of the Jiangcheng Gong family. So, the two of them arranged a marriage for Xia Ruoyan and Gongshan. Gongshan did not refuse at that time. Later, the master who raised him disappeared. 5 years ago, when Xia Ruoyan came to Jiangcheng to find Gongshan with an engagement, he clearly felt the indifference of the Gong family. However, Gongshan was still very enthusiastic. But Xia Ruoyan didn't expect that underneath that extremely beautiful face was actually the face of a devil. She drugged herself with aphrodisiac and locked herself up with an underage girl. Cameras were installed at various angles in the room to record evidence of his molestation of underage girls. How vicious! He has such a murderous heart. Thinking of this, Xia Ruoyan clenched his fists tightly again. He didn't believe that Gongshan did this alone. It must be a conspiracy by the Gong family to discredit him and then cancel the engagement. Pondering secretly, a helicopter landed in the square in front of the Gong family's door. A man and a woman got off the helicopter. Xia Ruoyan's pupils constricted again. The woman who got off the helicopter was none other than Gongshan. At that time, because he escaped from the secret room, they were unable to take photos to obtain evidence of his molesting underage girls and could not publicly announce his regret for the engagement. Therefore, Gongshan is still Xia Ruoyan's fiancé. However, what Xia Ruoyan cares more about now is Jiang Li, his cheap fiancé. As for the man who got off the helicopter, Xia Ruoyan also happened to know him. Xia Han, the heir of the Xia family in Beijing. The Xia family in the capital, like the Gong family in Jiangcheng, are both top-notch families that can cover the sky with one hand. Unlike many wealthy and powerful disciples who are just playboys, Xia Han is actually a very powerful person. Originally, the Xia family was not prominent among the top wealthy families in Beijing. The self-defense counterattack against the Bear Country 5 years ago. Xia Ruoyan rose like a spark that set the prairie on fire and became the king of the north. At the same time, Xia Han also became famous. He went against all odds and sold his assets to support the war of resistance. After the victory of the war, the Xia family obtained a large number of state projects, and even the tobacco business was open to the Xia family. Everyone knows that tobacco is a highly profitable industry and has always been monopolized by state capital. The Xia family was the first private capital to acquire the tobacco business. The Xia family's investment in the war paid off hugely. And Xia Han was established as the heir of the Xia family in Beijing with this amazing operation. Today, Xia Han has both fame and fortune. Many comments even say that he is the best disciple in the history of the Xia family. Such a man naturally attracts the favor of countless women. But Xia Han has never had any scandals. I didn't expect that he would be with Gongshan. Xia Ruoyan looked cold. In the eyes of outsiders, Xia Han is almost an impeccable and excellent man. But Xia Ruoyan knew very well that this man was actually very utilitarian. Everything he did was done with utilitarian purposes in mind. Donating materials to the war of resistance was also an act of political speculation. He had his eyes on the tobacco business from the very beginning. And now, he is with Gongshan again. I wonder what he is planning. At this time, Gongshan, who was originally chatting and laughing with Xia Han at the gate of Gong's villa, seemed to notice something and suddenly looked towards Xia Ruoyan. Chapter 19. What a perverted hobby. However, Gongshan saw nothing. Xia Ruoyan had already left before Gongshan looked over. What's wrong? Xia Han asked gently. Gongshan smiled slightly, nothing. At this time, a man who looked like a butler walked out of the villa. Miss, you're back, said the butler. Gongshan nodded, is there anything going on at home recently? No big deal, but. The housekeeper paused and continued, however, the old man of the Jiang family passed away 2 days ago. The Jiang family sent an invitation to the memorial service, but we haven't replied to them yet to ask whether we want to go. Well, the old man from the Jiang family died. Gongshin paused, then asked, is Jiang Li going? Well, I heard that Jiang Li was not allowed to go at first. But later, it seems that they changed their mind and allowed Jiang Li and her fiancé to go. Oh, that dandy young man from the Xia family. Few people knew about Xia Ruoyan and Gongshin's engagement. Apart from the two parties involved, only Xia Ruoyan's missing master and Gongshin's grandfather and parents knew about this. People like the housekeeper don't know that Xia Ruoyan and Gongshin are engaged. What did Grandpa say? Gongshin asked again. The master is out traveling. He said that this matter is left to you, young lady, to decide, said the butler. Gongshin took the invitation to their memorial service from the housekeeper and looked through it. At this time, Xia Han suddenly chuckled and said, how about I go with you? Is it appropriate? Gongshin asked. Xia Han smiled slightly, it doesn't matter. It's time to let my family know about your existence. Gongshin fell silent. Xia Han, the heir of the Xia family in Beijing, is her prey. Marrying Xia Han would be of great help to the Jiangchenggong family. But the problem is, she is currently engaged. The other party had a marriage contract signed and stamped by her. If she married Xia Han, her fiancé would sue her based on the marriage contract. Then her lawsuit will definitely fail. Thinking of this, Gongshin's pupils shrank slightly. That bastard has not been heard from since he escaped 5 years ago. Where did he go? At this time, Xia Ruoyan had finished his night run and returned to the Xia family. He didn't go to Jiang Li's room again. Went to the bathroom on the first floor. Get ready for a bath. Then. Hey, this Xia Ruoyan, she looks bright and beautiful on the surface, but I didn't expect she is so sloppy in private. She doesn't even wash her clothes after she takes them off. So, after taking a shower, Xia Ruoyan washed his own clothes and also washed Xia Ruoyan's clothes, including her underwear. After that, Xia Ruoyan fell asleep on the sofa in the living room. The next day, Xia Ruoyan woke up early and prepared to wash the clothes she had taken off after taking a shower last night. But it's gone. Then, come to the balcony. The clothes she took off yesterday have been washed and hung out to dry. Hanging with her clothes were Xia Ruoyan's clothes. Xia Ruoyan instantly burst into tears. Does this guy really like washing clothes for others? Washing clothes is fine, but why does he even wash women's underwear? What a perverted hobby. Xia Ruoyan was devastated. Xia Ruoyan had washed her underwear once before in their hotel. I give up. Fortunately, this is my fake brother. If my real brother washed my underwear. Xia Ruoyan shuddered suddenly. How disgusting. At this time, Jiang Li also came down from the upstairs. Ruoyan, what are you doing? After Jiang Li finished speaking, he looked up at the clothes rack with a subtle expression. Xia Ruoyan and Xia Ruoyan's clothes, including their underwear, were hung out to dry. Obviously they were washed together. When I wash clothes, I will also wash my brother's dirty clothes. Xia Ruoyan said stiffly. You can't say that Xia Ruoyan washed his underwear for him. Jiang Li's mouth corners twitched slightly. She is an only child and doesn't quite understand whether it is normal for a sister to wash her brother's underwear. Anyway, she felt it was quite weird. Of course, she didn't say anything. Where is Xia Ruoyan? Jiang Li calmed down and asked again. Isn't he sleeping in your room? Xia Ruoyan said. When I woke up, he was gone. Jiang Li said guiltily. In fact, Xia Ruoyan left last night. Thinking about Xia Ruoyan kissing her secretly last night. No, it was a forced kiss. Jiang Li's face turned red instantly. That bastard, I thought he would change after losing his memory. It's true that one's nature cannot be changed, what a hooligan. Jiang Li muttered to himself. At this time, Xia Ruoyan suddenly asked again, Jiang Li, my brother didn't attack you last night, did he? Jiang Li said with a stiff upper lip, no. After saying that, Jiang Li quickly changed the subject and said, Ruoyan, shall we go see your grandma? Good. When the two women arrived at old lady Xia's yard, Xia Ruoyan was already giving the old lady a massage. Lin Lian was standing at the door. She had a strange expression on her face. Ruoyan, what's going on with your brother? He's become so filial that he's like a different person. Lin Lian said. He. Xia Ruoyan said stiffly, losing your memory is almost like becoming a different person. Lin Lian turned her head to look inside the house and sighed. It would be great if it could always be like this, and I would never want to recover my memory. Lin Lian paused, and then said, although the old lady can't bear to scold Xia Ruoyan, she also hopes that he can be a good person. Come to think of it. At this time, Jiang Li suddenly looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, Ruoyan, why does the old lady dote on your brother so much? Xia Ruoyan was silent for a while, then sighed softly and said, because when my brother was young, my grandmother took him out to play and he fell and hit his head. She always felt that my brother did so many ridiculous things because he had a damaged brain when he was young, and it was her responsibility. Jiang Li was sweating slightly. It has nothing to do with this, right? Of course it's okay. But my brother was in the hospital at the time and my mother suddenly left without saying goodbye. Grandma thought my mother was angry with her and that's why she left the house. Xia Ruoyan paused, then calmly said, after my mother disappeared, Grandma has been trying her best to protect my brother, fearing that he would be hurt again. Your grandma is afraid of disappointing your mother again. Jiang Li said. Yes. Xia Ruoyan said calmly. Jiang Li didn't know what to say. I sighed deeply in my heart. Every family has its own problems. After a while, Jiang Li continued, I heard that your father has been looking for your mother's whereabouts for these years. Is there still no news? Xia Ruoyan shook her head, no. We still don't know why my mother suddenly left without saying goodbye. But I think it has nothing to do with my brother's injury. While they were chatting, Xia Ruoyan came out of the house. What are you talking about? Xia Ruoyan asked casually. Nothing. Xia Ruoyan paused, then asked, how is Grandma? The lungs have recovered very well. However, the old lady's insomnia needs to be treated properly. Xia Ruoyan said. Although qi, can cure diseases, it is not omnipotent. Diseases like insomnia cannot be treated with qi and can only be managed slowly with Chinese medicine. After Xia Ruoyan finished speaking, he turned his head and glanced inside the house, then said, I made a Chinese medicine for the old lady, and she fell asleep after taking it. When did you make the medicine? Xia Ruoyan asked. Lin Lianzi said, he came here at 3 or 4 o'clock. Xia Ruoyan. She had a subtle expression. This guy. I asked you to pretend to be my brother, but I didn't let you get so deeply into the role. You are more filial than me, your own granddaughter. While I was thinking secretly, the door of the villa outside opened. It must be my dad coming back. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan ran over. A little later, Xia Ruoyan came over with a middle-aged man in his 50s. It was Xia Ruoyan's father, Xia Taijun. Ever since Xia Taijun appeared, his eyes have been on Xia Ruoyan. He had already heard from Xia Ruoyan about Xia Ruoyan. Although he had expected it, he was still extremely shocked when he saw Xia Ruoyan. Fuck, they look so alike. If Xia Taijun had not personally handled his son's funeral, he would not have believed that the guy in front of him was a fake substitute. This guy looks so much like my son. He calmed himself down and then looked at the old lady's room again. Ruoyan, your grandma. Xia Ruoyan looked excited. Xia Ruoyan treated Grandma yesterday. Grandma's symptoms have improved significantly. Now she can sleep without a ventilator. Really? Xia Taijun looked shocked. He knew the old lady's illness very well. After all, he was the one who found the doctor. The Xia family was not well off to begin with, but they still spent a lot of money to invite a famous doctor from Jiangcheng for the old lady. In addition to He Quan, who had been in Beijing, he invited other famous respiratory doctors in Jiangcheng. But it did not reverse the old lady's illness. It's not that the doctors are incompetent. The main thing is that pulmonary fibrosis, like ALS, is an unsolvable problem worldwide. He was mentally prepared to lose his son and mother in the short term. Ruoyan, don't joke about this. Xia Taijun said solemnly. Lin Lian said, Ruoyan didn't lie. Since Xia Ruoyan treated the old lady yesterday, she hasn't been wearing a ventilator and she hasn't suffocated. Xia Taijun was really shocked. He knew Lin Lian's character and would definitely not lie about the old lady's illness. Few tilde. Taking a deep breath, Xia Taijun entered the old lady's room. The old lady was indeed asleep. But it is obvious that although she is not on a ventilator, she is still breathing smoothly. Moreover, my complexion is much better than before. Xia Taijun was overjoyed. Then, he came in front of Xia Ruoyan and said, "Come with me." Xia Ruoyan blew Jiang Li a kiss. "Honey, wait for me." Cough cough. Jiang Li choked directly. Rogue. However, even though he was cursing Xia Ruoyan, he didn't really hate him that much in his heart. At least not as annoying as before. Xia Ruoyan also saw this scene. She didn't say anything and no one knew what she was thinking. The other side. "What's your real name?" Xia Taijun looked at Xia Ruoyan and asked. "Just call me Xia Ruoyan." Xia Qijuan's mouth twitched. This is such a coincidence. He looks almost identical to my son, and even has the same name. He calmed down, then looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, "I am very grateful to you for saving my mother. I will do my best to give you whatever you want. But there is one thing we need to make clear." Xia Taijun paused, then said, "Don't set your sights on my daughter." "Oh, you can rest assured about that. Although your daughter is very beautiful, her bust size is really regrettable. My taste is the same as yours, uncle. We both like big ones." Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Taijun turned his head to look at the photo of his wife in a family portrait in the living room, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. He didn't refute it. Because what Xia Ruoyan said was true. He does like the big ones. Ahem tilde. After coughing twice, Xia Taijun said, "What do you want? You seem smart. You wouldn't come to help us act for no reason." Xia Ruoyan grinned. "To be honest, I came here for Jiang Li and Jiang Yi." "I see. But..." Xia Taijun paused, and then said, "Jiang Li doesn't like my son. She doesn't know your identity, so she won't like you either. You don't have to worry about this. Now, this is my business." Xia Ruoyan said. "All right." Xia Taijun said nothing more. At this time, Xia Ruoyan's eyes fell on the coffee table in the living room. There was an invitation letter from the Jiang family. This is. Alas. The Jiang family just sent someone to invite my son and Jiang Li to attend Mr. Jiang's memorial service. Those people in the Jiang family are very evil. I don't know what bad ideas they are planning. It's best not to go." Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Li suddenly came in. She ran to the coffee table and picked up the invitation. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'll go." Jiang Li paused, and then said, "My grandfather is not as bad as you think. He removed me from the family tree because he was forced by my second uncle and the elders of the family. In fact, after I was removed from the family tree, my grandfather has been secretly helping me. I can teach at Jiangcheng University with a bachelor's degree because my grandfather secretly asked someone to help me. So..." She shook her lips and said, "I want to go." But... Xia Taijun looked at Jiang Li and said, "I suspect there is some conspiracy here." At this time, Xia Ruoyan suddenly said, "I will go with her." He paused, looked at Jiang Li again, and said calmly, "I am here, even if the sky falls, I can protect you." Jiang Li was stunned. She looked into Xia Ruoyan's eyes. Suddenly, at that moment, my heartbeat quickened. Chapter 20. Xia Ruoyan, you don't want to be disgraced, do you? Just then, a woman's shouting suddenly came from outside the villa. "Xia Ruoyan, get out here. You got me pregnant, and now you don't plan to take responsibility." Listening to their voice, it seemed like it was the woman who ran to the door of Xia's house last time and cried and made a fuss about marrying into the Xia family. It is said that this is the mistress that the wicked son of the Xia family met in a nightclub. Hearing the woman's voice, Jiang Li, who had been momentarily moved, instantly turned pale. "I sent Yi to school." After saying that, Jiang Li took Jiang Yi, who had just woken up, and prepared to leave. At this time, at the entrance of the Xia family's villa, a woman in revealing and seductive clothes was blocking the door. Seeing Jiang Li coming out of the house, the woman frowned slightly. "Why are you at Xia Ruoyan's house again? Are you Xia Ruoyan's mistress?" the woman asked. Jiang Li's face turned even darker. Although she and Xia Ruoyan have not officially married yet, they are engaged. She is Xia Ruoyan's official fiancé. She was clearly the principal wife, but was called a mistress. Jiang Li was quite annoyed. However, she didn't say anything, and then prepared to leave with Jiang Yi. "Stop. The woman wanted to chase Jiang Li, but was held back by Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan, tell me clearly, who is that woman? Is she your brother's mistress? The woman was furious. Xia Ruoyan rolled her eyes. She is my brother's fiancé, a legitimate wife. She paused, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, and continued, Sun Yu, who are you? A girlfriend. My brother's girlfriend must be worth hundreds, if not 1,000. Sun Yu was furious. What do you mean? Are you from the Xia family bullying others by taking advantage of your power? Xia Ruoyan got me pregnant. You must give me an explanation for this. Otherwise. After saying that, Sun Yu took out a loudspeaker and said fiercely, I will make your Xia family's reputation completely ruined. Xia Ruoyan's expression changed slightly. At this time, Xia Ruoyan came out of the house calmly. He looked at Sun Yu and chuckled. That expression was like watching a monkey show. Seeing Xia Ruoyan coming out of the house, Sun Yu immediately screamed, Xia Ruoyan, you promised me that you would marry me. You must keep your word. Is that true? Oh, I hit my head a while ago and got a concussion, and lost some of my memory. He paused, looked at Sun Yu, grinned, and asked, do we know each other? Poof. Sun Yu vomited blood. Stop pretending to have amnesia. Sun Yu took a deep breath and said, it's okay if you don't want to marry me. Give me money. 10 million, not a penny less. Otherwise, I will sue you for rape and completely discredit your family. Oh, and I will expose all the rape cases committed by Xia Ruoyan that you concealed. Let everyone in Jiangcheng know about your Xia family's evil deeds. When Xia Taijun heard this, his head suddenly started to hurt. In the past, if he could settle the matter with 10 million, he would have taken it. But now, the family really doesn't have that much money. The only property left in the family is the miracle coal mine. But now the coal mines are not doing well and even the employees' wages are in arrears. Unless you sell their house. At this time, Xia Ruoyan suddenly put his arm around Sun Yu's shoulders and said, let's go talk over there. After Xia Ruoyan and Sun Yu left, several men in casual clothes followed them quietly. After arriving at a deserted place, Sun Yu became even more arrogant. She folded her arms, looked at Xia Ruoyan, and sneered, Xia Ruoyan, you don't want to be ruined, do you? Just give me 10 million. We'll be even now. 10 million. Xia Ruoyan paused, then suddenly grinned, do you deserve it? Sun Yu's face turned dark instantly. What did you say? I say, a person like you is qualified to ask for compensation for loss of youth. You look like an ox-headed and horse-faced monster, shouldn't you pay for the fright? Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Sun Yu was confused. She didn't expect Xia Ruoyan to scold her. Moreover, the curse was so harsh. She was angry. Clapped his hands. Then, 5 young men emerged from the surroundings and surrounded Xia Ruoyan. What are you doing? Xia Ruoyan said calmly. Why? Sun Yu cursed, you took advantage of me and you don't want to take responsibility. Do you think I'm easy to mess with? Hit me. A sturdy man then swung his fist at Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan grabbed the other person's hand like lightning. A gentle squeeze. Click tilde. It seemed to be the sound of a bone breaking. The sturdy man didn't even react at first. When the severe pain spread from his palm to his whole body, he couldn't help but scream. Seeing this, the others also swarmed forward, hoping to defeat Xia Ruoyan by relying on their numbers' advantage. But Xia Ruoyan kicked them one by one, and in an instant, all the thugs were lying on the ground wailing. Sun Yu was confused. What's going on? At this time, Xia Ruoyan walked towards Sun Yu with a smile. Sun Yu was so frightened that she stepped back repeatedly. Xia Ruoyan, what do you want to do? I'm pregnant with your child. Sun Yu said quickly. Par tilde. Xia Ruoyan slapped Sun Yu in the face. Child. Do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup now? He had just used Qi to enter Sun Yu's body to check, and there was no movement of any little life in the uterus. In other words, she was not pregnant at all. Sun Yu's face changed drastically. She knew very well whether she was pregnant or not. Under Xia Ruoyan's strong aura, Sun Yu finally got scared. The man in front of her seemed so strange to her. She had blackmailed several times before and succeeded every time. This also made her appetite grow. But unexpectedly, I suffered a setback today. Why does Xia Ruoyan seem like a different person? She didn't know what had happened to Xia Ruoyan. She only knew that Xia Ruoyan was in danger now. Plop tilde. Sun Yu knelt down and cried, Xia Ruoyan, I was forced to do this. It was Zhang Li who asked me to set you up and blackmail you. It was all Zhang Li's idea and had nothing to do with me. Who is Zhang Li? Xia Ruoyan asked again. Sun Yu was stunned. You don't remember Zhang Li? I told you, I have lost my memory. Xia Ruoyan said impatiently. Oh. Sun Yu paused, and then said, Zhang Li is the boss of Jiangcheng Golden Shield Security Company on the surface, but secretly he is the king of the underworld in the northern part of Jiangcheng. Xia Ruoyan's pupils shrank slightly. In the past few days, he has also studied a lot of information about Jiangcheng and has also heard of Golden Shield Security. This security company seems to have signed security agreements with many wealthy families in Jiangcheng. I remember that the security of Mr. Jiang's memorial service seemed to be handled by Golden Shield. Xia Ruoyan's eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this time, Sun Yu said in a trembling voice, I am really forced by Zhang Li to blackmail you, please let me go. Xia Ruoyan slapped Sun Yu in the face again and said calmly, if you come to my house and cause trouble again, or talk nonsense outside, I will kill you. Sun Yu looked pale. She felt Xia Ruoyan's murderous intent. The murderous aura was so fierce that Sun Yu didn't dare to move at that time. After a while, Xia Ruoyan put away his momentum and said calmly, why don't you get out? Upon hearing this, Sun Yu felt as if he had been pardoned and crawled away. As soon as Xia Ruoyan returned to the Xia family, Xia Ruoyan prepared to drive out. She looked in a hurry. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked. The kindergarten is going to expel E. Xia Ruoyan said. Xia Ruoyan frowned slightly, why? Jiang Li didn't explain in detail on the phone, but it seems like he offended someone from the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. Xia Ruoyan said. I'm going too. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan sat in the passenger seat. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything, started the car and left. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a kindergarten called Times. Times School, a famous aristocratic school in Jiangcheng, covers all grades from kindergarten to high school. The Times Kindergarten located on Jiankang Road is affiliated with the Times School, a famous high-end private kindergarten in Jiangcheng. The children who attend the kindergarten are from wealthy or noble families. This kindergarten has an annual tuition fee of hundreds of thousands, but it still attracts a large number of students. Without connections, you can't even get in. When Jiang Li entered school, Jiang Li was still the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. But now, she has been expelled from the Jiang family. So, the school dared to expel her daughter. The cruel reality. After parking the car, Xia Ruoyan rushed directly to the kindergarten. But he was stopped by security at the door. Look at the uniform badge on the security guard's chest, a golden shield. Obviously, this is a security guard from Golden Shield Security. Golden Shield Security's business covers a wide range, from companies to private bodyguards, to armed money transport, to school security. Today, 30% of Jiangcheng's security services are taken over by Golden Shield. But in fact, Golden Shield Security was established only a few years ago. In recent years, Golden Shield's business development has been like a rocket. On the surface, the CEO of Golden Shield is Zhang Li, but the real controller may be someone else. Moreover, that person has considerable power. Who could it be? While Xia Ruoyan was thinking secretly, she had already started arguing with the security guard at the door. At this time, Jiang Li came out of the school holding Jiang Yi's hand. Jiang Yi was carrying her school bag with red eyes. Obviously cried. Jiang Li's eyes also turned red. She also felt a lot of grievances in her heart, but more of it was self-blame. She let her daughter be bullied everywhere, but she was powerless to do anything. Seeing Xia Ruoyan, Jiang Yi ran over, hugged Xia Ruoyan and burst into tears. Uncle Ruoyan, don't let Yi go to school anymore. The sad and aggrieved cry instantly hurt Xia Ruoyan's heart. Chapter 21. The strong fist makes you a sister. I'll go find their director. Xia Ruoyan said lightly. Jiang Li shook his head, it's useless. She paused and continued, one of his classmates, his father is from the Education Bureau, and his grandfather is the director of the Jiangcheng Personnel Bureau. The director of the kindergarten doesn't dare to offend them at all. Why did they want to drive Yi away? Xia Ruoyan asked again. Jiang Li seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. At this time, another young woman walked out of the kindergarten. Times Kindergarten is a school for aristocrats. Jiang Li did not meet the school's admission standards, so she was expelled. It's that simple, said the young woman. Xia Ruoyan's pupils shrank slightly. He knew this young woman. It was the woman who was slapped twice by him in the children's park that day. At that time, she used sarcastic words to humiliate Jiang Li, calling her a bastard, and Xia Ruoyan slapped her twice in anger. Come to think of it, she seemed to be threatening me at the time, saying what kind of person her husband was. However, at that time, before the young woman could reveal her husband's identity, Xia Ruoyan slapped her. So he asked from the Education Bureau. Of course, even if she revealed her husband's identity at that time, Xia Ruoyan would still slap her. Not to mention he was just a person from the local Education Bureau. Even if her husband was the highest administrative officer in Jiangchen, Xia Ruoyan would not care. The ones who should be afraid are not Xia Ruoyan, but them. One of the 5 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, a great hero who protects the country, the commander of hundreds of thousands of troops of the Northern Legion, and the de facto supreme ruler of the 3 northern provinces. If he were in the capital, he might be somewhat wary. But in this small river town, he was afraid of no one. At this time, the young woman had already come in front of Xia Ruoyan. She was full of pride and added, "This is what happens when you offend me." Xia Ruoyan ignored the young woman. He handed Jiang Li to Jiang Li, and then said, "I'll go find the director. It's no use looking for me." At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out of the kindergarten. He glanced at Jiang Li and said, "The decision to expel Jiang Li was made by me and the school board. No one can change it." Yeah. Xia Ruoyan paused, then suddenly smiled. Since he can't go to this school, then this school has no value in existence. The pot-bellied man frowned slightly. What do you mean? Do you still want to close our school? I do have this plan. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Poof. The principal of Times Kindergarten smiled. Kid, do you know who opened Times Kindergarten? The largest shareholder of our kindergarten is the Gong family, the richest family in Jiangchen. In Jiangchen, who dares to close the Gong family's business? You must be tired of living. He shook his head. Ignorance is bliss. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. He held Jiang Li's hand and smiled again. Can we change to another kindergarten? Yeah. Jiang Li nodded. She actually doesn't want to go to school here. Ever since the news that her mother was expelled from the Jiang family reached the school, the teacher's attitude towards her suddenly became cold and indifferent. Every time there were group activities in kindergarten, she was excluded. The teachers don't care and even seem to condone bullying. However, my mother took a lot of effort to send me to school. But I was expelled from school and felt sorry for my mother. Jiang Li is not very old, but she is precocious and very sensitive. Do you have a kindergarten you want to go to? Xia Ruoyan asked. Jiang Li thought for a moment, then said, I have a friend named Chi, and I want to go to her kindergarten. Sure. What kindergarten? Sunshine Kindergarten. Jiang Li finished speaking, and then quickly added, although the name is a bit rustic, and Chi said that their teachers are very nice. Not tacky at all. A sunny and cheerful little girl, what a good name. Xia Ruoyan paused, then lifted Jiang Li up and let her sit on his neck, then smiled and said, Come on, Uncle Feng will take you to report to the new kindergarten. At this time, Xia Ruoyan came to Jiang Li and lowered her voice and said, Jiang Li, could this Chi be Lei's child? Aren't you two sworn enemies? When did he become good friends with her daughter? Jiang Li had a complicated expression, it's hard to put it into words. At this time, Xia Ruoyan blinked and suddenly said, Ruoyan, and Anchi are not half-sisters with the same father but different mothers. Jiang Li. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Li said unhappily, and Lei's husband He Shuai and I are just college classmates, that's all. But, that woman in Lei seems to have always regarded you as a love rival. Why is that? Xia Ruoyan asked again. Alas. Jiang Li sighed, and then said, her husband confessed to me before. Of course, I refused. After all, I am engaged to your brother. That's a shame. I remember that although He Shuai came from an ordinary family, he was very ambitious. Moreover, he had an outstanding talent in martial arts. It seems that he was poached by the southern border military region when he was a junior. After Xia Ruoyan finished speaking, she took out her cell phone and searched the internet. Wow. He Shuai is now a major in the southern military region. He is only 23 years old. His future is limitless. And Lei, that woman, really found a treasure. Xia Ruoyan said. Well. What's wrong? He Shuayan and Lei are divorced. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan. She didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Xia Ruoyan, who was walking in front, turned his head and glanced at the two of them, and said, What are you two whispering about? If you keep wasting time, the kindergarten will be closed soon. New. Jiang Li quickened his pace and caught up with Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan followed behind with a subtle expression. She could feel that Jiang Li was not as repulsive to Xia Ruoyan as before. Well, although they have the same face, this fake Xia Ruoyan is indeed better than his twin brother. However, no matter how good he is, you are still bragging if you want to close down the Times kindergarten. As a native of Jiangcheng, Xia Ruoyan is well aware of the Gong family's status in Jiangcheng. It can definitely be described as a monstrous thing. Even the highest governor of Jiangcheng did not dare to offend the Gong family. After all, behind the Gong family stands the Gong family of Beijing. That is one of the top wealthy families in Beijing and has a huge influence across the country. While he was thinking secretly, Xia Ruoyan and others had already got on the car. Hey, wait for me. Xia Ruoyan ran over quickly. Half an hour later, Xia Ruoyan and others arrived at the kindergarten named Sunshine. The kindergarten is very ordinary, but Jiang Yi seems to like it very much. She came here once before and had a lot of fun. Jiang Li said. Just be happy. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, Let's go sign up for E. The registration went smoothly. After registering, Jiang Yi went straight to class here, while Xia Ruoyan and the other two left the kindergarten. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Xia Ruoyan said. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan left. He called Zhu Kai. Boss. Zhu Kai was very excited. I want to meet the highest governor of Jiangcheng. I think his name is Luoyan, right? Xia Ruoyan said. Yes. Please help me arrange it as soon as possible. Xia Ruoyan said. He was not in a position to reveal his identity. But without revealing his identity, it would be difficult for him to meet the supreme governor of a city with a population of tens of millions. But Zhu Kai can. He is the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association and possesses the strength of a 7th-level warrior. In Jiangcheng, Zhu Kai is considered a person of some influence. I see. Soon, Zhu Kai called again. Boss, we have an appointment. It's at Luo Yang's house. I'll go with you. Zhu Kai said. Good. Not long after, Xia Ruoyan met Zhu Kai at a street corner in Jiangcheng. Zhu Kai looked around cautiously. Xia Ruoyan rolled his eyes. Bai Bing is not here. Phew tilde. Zhu Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid of Xia Ruoyan because Xia Ruoyan was their commander and he had awe of Xia Ruoyan. But he was more afraid of Bai Bing. Because Bai Bing really beat him. Where did Sister Bing go? Zhu Kai asked again. Zhu Kai is 27 years old this year, while Bai Bing is only 20 years old. But the one with the stronger fist is the boss. There's nothing wrong with calling me sister. I asked her to investigate something. Xia Ruoyan said. He asked Bai Bing to investigate the driver who had hit Jiang Li that day. About half an hour later, Xia Ruoyan and Zhu Kai arrived at an ordinary residence in Jiangcheng. From the outside, it is hard to imagine that this is the residence of a senior official. However, Xia Ruoyan really appreciated this clean style. There is a security guard at the door. With Zhu Kai's guidance, the two of them successfully entered the yard of the residential building. In the yard, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s was pruning bushes. It was Luoyan, the highest governor of Jiangcheng. In addition to Luoyan, there was also a man dressed as a secretary in the yard. Zhu Kai, you are here. Seeing Zhu Kai coming, the man also walked over. He came to Xia Ruoyan and asked, Are you Zhu Kai's master? You look so young. According to the script agreed upon by Xia Ruoyan and Zhu Kai, Xia Ruoyan's current character is Zhu Kai's master. My master is also from Jiangcheng. Zhu Kai said. Luoyan was a little surprised when he heard this. He looked at Xia Ruoyan and asked, "Are you from Jiangcheng too?" Xia Ruoyan smiled, "Yes." He paused, then continued, "My father is Xia Taijun, the chairman of Miracle Mining." "I've heard of it," Luo Yang said. His reaction actually shows that he doesn't understand Xia Taijun very well. But that's normal. Jiangcheng is very large, with a population of over 10 million and at least tens of thousands of companies of varying sizes. Luo Yang had been in charge of Jiangcheng for less than a year, and he really didn't know much about the declining third-rate family like the Xia family. Luo Yang paused, then asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I want to give you a suggestion," Xia Ruoyan said with a smile. "You say?" Luo Yang said. He was very polite to Xia Ruoyan. Being able to train a 7th-level warrior, this young man must have some extraordinary qualities. He has a daughter who is quite talented in martial arts, but Jiangcheng is located in the inland and is a commercial capital, so it is not strong in martial arts, so he cannot find a suitable master to teach his daughter. At this time, Xia Ruoyan said calmly, "I suggest closing Times Kindergarten." His tilde. As soon as these words were spoken, Luo Yang's secretary next to him took a deep breath and his face changed. "Absolutely not." The secretary took a deep breath and continued, "In that era, the kindergarten was the property of the Gong family." "What? The Gong family's assets cannot be touched?" Xia Ruoyan said indifferently. Luo Yang calmly asked, "Why did you close Times Kindergarten?" "Because that's where the Gong family cultivates their network of contacts. If all the elites in Jiangcheng send their children to Times Kindergarten, it means that they are all connected to the Gong family." "Do you know what this means?" "It means that the Gong family can control everything in Jiangcheng. But the highest administrative officer in Jiangcheng is you, and you are the mayor of Jiangcheng. In the long run, you will be completely marginalized by the Gong family." Xia Ruoyan said lightly. "Are you trying to stir up trouble between me and the Gong family?" Luo Yang said sternly, "Do you believe I will arrest you right now?" Xia Ruoyan smiled. He said nothing, then held out his hand. Then, a whirlwind formed at his fingertips and grew bigger and bigger. Luo Yang and his secretary's expressions changed slightly. "This." The secretary even stammered, Grandmaster Realm." Chapter 22. Something is wrong. The Grandmaster Realm is the ultimate dream of a warrior. But how difficult it is. There are more than 1 billion people in the country, but there are only a dozen or so Grandmasters. Except for those who have been in seclusion from the beginning, every Grandmaster is famous and their names are well known. But Luo Yang had never heard of the name Xia Ruoyan. Is he a hidden genius? While pondering secretly, Xia Ruoyan had already retracted the whirlwind at his fingertips. He looked at Luo Yang and smiled slightly. "Lord Luo, can you estimate how many troops are needed to capture me?" Luo Yang looked embarrassed. At the Grand Master level, on the battlefield, that is a terrifying existence that can single-handedly take on an army of 10,000 people. All the troops that Luo Yang could mobilize in Jiangcheng were no more than a few thousand men. "Please keep it a secret for me, City Lord Luo." At this time, Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, "I like to keep a low profile." "I know. So, what do you think of my suggestion just now?" Xia Ruoyan said again at this time. Luo Yang took a deep breath, his eyes flickered, and then he suddenly said, "I think what you said makes sense." The secretary's face changed slightly. "City Lord, if you close Times Kindergarten, I'm afraid the Gong family will come knocking on our door." "Come if you want to. I just happen to have something to ask them," Luo Yang said. Seeing that Luo Yang had made up his mind, the secretary didn't say anything else. At this time, Luo Yang looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, "Xia Ruoyan, I have a request." "You say?" "I have a daughter who is very talented in martial arts. I hope you can teach her martial arts," Luo Yang said. Xia Ruoyan nodded, "Okay. Where is she?" "Alas." Luo Yang sighed, "I let her and her mother down in my early years. She still refuses to acknowledge me." He paused and handed Xia Ruoyan a business card. "This is her business card." After saying that, Luo Yang added, "By the way, don't let her know that I invited you. Otherwise, she will definitely refuse." Xia Ruoyan took the business card and took a look at it. "Enlei, teacher at Yixing Dance Academy." "Okay, I understand." Xia Ruoyan put away the business card and left with Zhu Kai. After Xia Ruoyan and Zhu Kai left, the secretary couldn't help but say, "City Lord, we have just arrived in Jiangcheng for less than a year and have not yet established a firm foothold. If we start a conflict with the biggest local boss in Jiangcheng now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete the task assigned to us by the organization." Luo Yang put his hands behind his back, looked at the direction Xia Ruoyan left, and then said calmly, "Do you know what a strong man at the grandmaster level means?" The secretary fell silent for a moment. Everyone knows what it means to be a powerful grandmaster. Except for the great masters who are in seclusion in the world. Those martial artists who are publicly at the grandmaster level basically all hold important positions. Like the 5 war gods of the 5 major legions, the commander of the capital's defense force, or the guests of honor of the top wealthy families in the capital. The one who is doing the worst is Lei Qing, the highest administrative official in Huai province where Jiangcheng is located. Lei Qing was originally the commander-in-chief of the Northern Frontier Army, but because he neglected to take precautions, he was caught off guard by the Bear Kingdom surprise attack 5 years ago and lost Songhua Prefecture in a short period of time. Later, it was Xia Ruoyan who reorganized the Northern Frontier Legion and won the counterattack. After the victory of the war, Xia Ruoyan was commended and officially appointed as the commander-in-chief of the new Northern Territory Legion, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops from the 5 northern armies. At the same time, it also actually controls the ruling power of the 3 northern provinces. He is like the Jadushi in the Tang dynasty, and one of the most powerful Jadushi in the Dragon Kingdom. When some people are happy, others will be unhappy. And the frustrated person is Lei Qing. He was stripped of his military power and appointed as the supreme governor of Huai province. Being the head of a province sounds very impressive. However, among the dozens of provincial-level units in Longhua, Huai province is almost the last in terms of area and total population. In the province, except Jiangcheng, other cities are small cities with little national influence. More importantly, although he was the head of a province, Lei Qing did not have military power or absolute ruling power. The capital can take off his official hat at any time. He is really not as good as the grandmasters worshipped by the wealthy families in the capital. Lei Qing's transfer was a promotion in name only and a demotion in reality. He himself knew it very well, and he had been doing it since he came to Huai province. As the highest governor of a province, Lei Qing rarely appeared in public. Some say he isn't even in Huai province. Of course, modern society is no longer an era of rule by man, but now an era of rule by law. As long as the law works smoothly, society will work smoothly. Therefore, Lei Qing's absence did not affect the social operation of Huai province. I see. The secretary paused, then continued, "The city lord wants to do a favor for that hidden grandmaster and wants him to work for that master in the future, right?" Luo Yang. "No, why would I choose a fool like you to be my secretary?" Luo Yang looked very disappointed and said, "Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How old do you think that person was? 22 or 23? Par tilde." Luo Yang knocked on his head and said, "Then do you understand what a 22 or 23-year-old grandmaster is? In the history of Dragon Country, there is a clear record that the youngest grandmaster was 30 years old. Do you understand what a rare genius a 23-year-old grandmaster is?" The secretary also reacted now. "Oh my god. If this news gets out, it will probably cause a national sensation, right? Then our death is not far away. The main purpose of the guy is to keep a low profile. If we expose him with great fanfare, wouldn't that be courting death?" Luo Yang said. The secretary broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, he asked tentatively, "Should we report this to the organization in secret?" Luo Yang fell silent. After a while, he shook his head, "No. Recruiting talents is not within our scope of responsibility. Let's not make things complicated." Yes. At this time, there was laughter in the office of Times Kindergarten. "It's so funny. That guy had the audacity to say he was going to close our kindergarten. He didn't even take a piss and look at himself. Does he have the ability to do that?" That guy's name is Xia Ruoyan, a young man from a declining third-rate family. He doesn't know his own weight and is talking nonsense here. Next time that guy comes, I will give him a slap in the face to let him know his own worth. Just then, someone suddenly ran over in a panic. "Oh no, something happened. Why are you so panicking?" At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly came out of the director's office, frowning and saying dissatisfiedly. His name is Pang Chuan, and he is the principal of Times Kindergarten. Principal, a group of people from the fire brigade are here to conduct a surprise inspection of our kindergarten, the man said. The fire department. Pang Chuan cursed, what is Zhao Dequan doing? I'll call him. Zhao Dequan, head of Jiangcheng Fire Brigade. The call was connected quickly. Hey, Zhao Dequan, what does it mean that your men conducted a surprise inspection of our kindergarten's fire protection today? Pang Chuan said angrily. What? Can't your territory be inspected? A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Pang Chuan was stunned. It was Zhao Dequan's voice, that's right. But there was something wrong with the tone. When did Zhao Dequan become so tough? Did he forget that the reason he was able to sit in the position of director of the Jiangcheng Fire Department was because of the Gong family's help behind the scenes? Pang Chuan calmed down and said, Zhao Dequan, you haven't forgotten that my kindergarten is owned by the Gong family, right? So what? Zhao Dequan asked again. Pang Chuan. At this time, Zhao Dequan said again, someone reported that your firefighting equipment is not up to standard. For the safety of the children, we must conduct a detailed inspection. Otherwise, if something really happens one day, who will take the responsibility? Okay, I'm busy, I'll hang up first. After saying that, Zhao Dequan hung up the phone directly. Pang Chuan was so angry that he jumped up and down. This guy must have taken the wrong medicine. Afterwards, Pang Chuan called Liu Shen, the public relations vice president of Gong Group. After a few beeps, the call was connected. Hello. A man's voice came from the phone. Mr. Liu, something happened. Pang Chuan said. What's wrong? I don't know what the hell happened to Zhao Dequan from the fire department. He actually sent his men to conduct a surprise inspection of the firefighting facilities at our Times kindergarten. Why? He said someone reported that our kindergarten's firefighting equipment was substandard. Pang Chuan paused, and then said, that's not what I'm worried about. Even if it's found that our kindergarten's fire protection facilities are substandard, we'll just be fined, or at most suspended for rectification. But what I'm worried about is that this is just the beginning. What's the meaning? Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that Times Kindergarten is the property of the Gong family, and Zhao Dequan knows it even better. But he suddenly attacked Times Kindergarten, and it feels like there is something fishy going on. Pang Chuan said. Liu Shen on the other end of the phone also had his pupils slightly shrunken. Have you offended anyone recently? Liu Shen asked again after a while. No. Pang Chuan suddenly remembered something and continued, this morning, I fired the daughter of Jiang Li, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Then, Xia Ruoyan, the playboy of miracle mining, threatened to close the kindergarten. How could he have such ability? If he had this ability, the Xia family would not have been defeated to the current situation. Who would want to mess with you? Could it be the Jiang family? No, no, no. It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Li has been expelled from the Jiang family. Now that the old man of the Jiang family is dead, the remaining members of the Jiang family are all hoping that Jiang Li will suffer misfortune. Pang Chuan paused, and then said, Boss Liu, I'm not trying to shirk responsibility. I really think that the other party is targeting our Gong group. Making trouble for the Gong group in Jiangcheng? How many heads does the other party have? Liu Shen paused, then said, okay, I'll call and ask about the situation. Afterwards, Liu Shen called Zhao Dequan. But Zhao Dequan didn't answer. This guy. Liu Shen was a little annoyed, he is so ungrateful and he is destroying the bridge after crossing the river. There was no other choice, Liu Shen had to go to Jiangcheng Fire Station in person. But again, I was rejected. Before I could see Liu Shen. At the same time, the results of the surprise fire inspection on Times Kindergarten came out. Many firefighting equipment in Times Kindergarten failed to meet the standards. The second and third floors of the kindergarten's main building lack evacuation stairs, and the evacuation door on the south side of the first floor uses a sliding door, posing a serious fire hazard that threatens public safety. The firefighters issued a notice of suspension of classes and rectification on the spot, which took effect immediately. In other words, kindergarten children who are in class today must also stop classes and go home. A mahjong hall in Jiangcheng. A young woman in revealing clothes was smoking and playing mahjong. Li Qian, what are you so happy about? A male poker player said while staring at the young woman's chest nakedly. The young woman named Li Qian was the one who used the power of her husband who worked in the education bureau to expel Jiang Yi from the kindergarten. A little bastard provoked me, so I kicked her out of Times kindergarten. Li Qian took a puff of cigarette, grinned again, and said, one of her mother's lovers is still not convinced and said he wants to close down Times kindergarten. It makes me laugh to death. Who does he think he is? He doesn't even look at who owns Times kindergarten. It's the Gong family's property. Who dares to close it down? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qian's cell phone rang. It's the kindergarten calling. Li Qian directly pressed the answer button. What? I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but Li Qian stood up suddenly, and the flesh on her chest trembled violently. Chapter 23 Top Beauty. Liu Qian's face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? This is just a coincidence, right? Yes, it's definitely a coincidence. At this time, the male poker player just now asked again, Liu Qian, what's wrong? Liu Qian left in a hurry without saying anything. At this time, someone in the mahjong hall said, I just saw a local TikTok video. It seems that the Times kindergarten was raided by the fire department today. Because the consumption did not meet the standards, it was suspended for rectification. Har, this is ridiculous. Just now Liu Qian was brazenly saying that no one dared to close Times kindergarten. This is really embarrassing. No wonder Liu Qian looked so embarrassed just now, it was really a slap in the face. He. A female poker player gloated. Many women can't stand Liu Qian's coquettish look. The other side. Liu Qian was not sure it was true until she rushed to the kindergarten. Times kindergarten was really closed. At this time, Pang Chuan came out and Liu Qian walked over immediately. Director Pang, our kindergarten should be suspended for a short period of time, right? Liu Qian said. It's hard to say. Pang Chuan paused, looked at Liu Qian, and suddenly became annoyed. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on firing Jiang Yi, maybe none of this would have happened. No, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with Jiang Yi and the others. They don't have that kind of power. Liu Qian shook her head violently. Pang Chuan didn't say anything. He originally thought it was just a coincidence. But every time Pang Chuan thought of Xia Ruoyan's evil yet confident smile, he would feel a chill in his heart. He was able to become the principal of Times kindergarten, so he must have some abilities, especially in judging people. At that time, he didn't care too much about Xia Ruoyan. But now the more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. At this time, Pang Chuan's cell phone rang. He immediately pressed the answer button. How about it? Brother, I found out. Someone saw Xia Ruoyan entering the city lord's house, and then the Times kindergarten was raided by the firefighters. A voice said on the phone. Pang Chuan's legs suddenly went limp. City lord. He never expected that this matter would be related to the city lord. However, if you think about it carefully, looking at Zhao Dequan's attitude, he would not dare to be so arrogant without the absolute power backing him up. Xia Ruoyan is just a playboy from a declining third-rate family. How could he be with the city lord? Although Luoyang, the highest governor of Jiangcheng, has only been in Jiangcheng for less than a year, he represents the capital and the central government. Now I heard that the current ruler is in poor health, and various forces are ready to make moves. The capital is in quite chaos now. But no matter which faction they belong to, a small kindergarten principal like him could not offend them. I didn't expect that Xia Ruoyan actually has someone backing him in the capital. I miscalculated. Few tilde. Taking a deep breath, Pang Chuan said seriously, brother, withdraw your people. The water here is too deep, and it is not something that small shrimps like us can intervene in. Afterwards, Pang Chuan directly submitted his resignation. Before his resignation was approved by his superiors, Pang Chuan had already fled. Not to mention, even though this fat guy has a big belly, his sense of smell is still quite sharp. Unfortunately, before he could run out of Jiangcheng, he was caught by Bai Bing who was waiting for him. In an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, Pang Chuan met Xia Ruoyan again. At this time, Xia Ruoyan was standing with Bai Bing and Zhu Kai. He doesn't know Bai Bing. But he knows Zhu Kai. At this time, Zhu Kai stood on both sides of Xia Ruoyan, like a pawn following his horse. Seeing this scene, Pang Chuan was not shocked. After all, Xia Ruoyan can enter and leave the city lord's mansion. Isn't it normal for him to have a 7th level warrior as his subordinate? Only. Is this guy really a dandy? Isn't he just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? After calming down, Pang Chuan looked at Xia Ruoyan and said with an apologetic smile, "Well, Mr. Xia, I was also tricked. You said that the people from the Education Bureau wanted to expel Jiang Yi. What can a small headmaster like me do? I'm not looking for you now because of that." "Why is that?" Pang Chuan was puzzled. Xia Ruoyan clapped his hands. Then, two of Zhu Kai's men came over, bringing a man covered in blood who seemed to have lost consciousness. "Do you know this person?" Xia Ruoyan asked. Pang Chuan's face changed drastically. This person was none other than his younger brother Pang Tong. "A few days ago, one of your brother's men drove his car into and murdered Jiang Li in front of the gate of Jiangcheng University. Were you two brothers involved in this?" Xia Ruoyan said indifferently. "Huh." Pang Chuan was stunned. "Absolutely not. My brother is a gangster, but he never kills people. There must be a misunderstanding here." "We also feel there is a misunderstanding, but your brother is a man of honor and refuses to reveal the whereabouts of his henchmen. If this goes on, my patience will be exhausted. I don't think your mother wants to lose two sons at once, right?" Xia Ruoyan said calmly. Pang Chuan's pupils suddenly contracted. "What did you do to my mother?" Xia Ruoyan patted Pang Chuan's face and said calmly, "I didn't do anything. I just invited her to have some tea. Don't worry, I never kill innocent people. But if the bodies of you two brothers were brought to your mother, how do you think she would feel?" Pang Chuan was silent. After a while, he took a deep breath and said calmly, "Leave this matter to me, I will help you ask." Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything and left the abandoned factory directly. "Boss, wait for me." Zhu Kai quickly chased after him. Bai Bing said calmly, "Your brother just fainted, but he was not seriously injured. The blood on his body is actually ketchup." Pang Chuan was stunned. "Eh? Ketchup? Our boss's habit of playing pranks." After saying that, Bai Bing left. The other side. "Boss, aren't you afraid that they will run away?" Zhu Kai said. "As long as their mother is in our hands, they can't escape anywhere." Xia Ruoyan turned his head to look at the abandoned factory, and said lightly, "It's hard to find filial sons these days." Zhu Kai chuckled, "Big brother is also very filial. I've heard that you are now pretending to be the dandy son of the Xia family, and you even cured old lady Xia's illness. You are so filial even though you have no blood relationship with her. This is true filial piety." Xia Ruoyan rolled his eyes and said, "All right, stop flattering me. If you have time to flatter me, you might as well study Jiangcheng carefully. What happened to Jiangcheng? I can't explain it clearly, but I have a growing intuition that the waters in this Jiangcheng are very deep. Do you have to be cautious too? I'm not invincible either." Xia Ruoyan paused and took out a business card from his pocket. "Lord Luoyang fulfilled his promise, and I should also fulfill mine." Zhu Kai stretched his head and took a look, his expression surprised. "And Lei? Do you know him? This girl is one of the most beautiful girls in Jiangcheng. Her butt is so round and perky. Every man who sees her wouldn't want to touch it." Zhu Kai paused, shook his head, and said, "Unfortunately, that girl has a very hot temper and is very strong, so no one dares to lay a hand on her." After saying that, Zhu Kai looked at Xia Ruoyan and said, "By the way, boss, how come you have Lei's business card?" Just now when Luo Yang was explaining Lei's matter to Xia Ruoyan, it was just the two of them. It can be seen that Luo Yang doesn't want too many people to know about his relationship with Lei. This can be considered a kind of protection for Lei. After all, the higher the position, the more enemies you have. Of course, Lei didn't want anyone to know about her relationship with Luo Yang. In her eyes, the man who abandoned his wife and daughter was no longer her father. Xia Ruoyan put away the business card, then looked at Zhu Kai and said, "It's none of your business." He paused, and then said, "Go back and take good care of the mother of Pang Chuan and his brother. Whether we can find the driver who caused the accident depends entirely on the old lady." "All right." Zhu Kai paused, and couldn't help but said, "Boss, you care too much about Jiang Li. For her, you even kidnapped her. In order to vent her anger for her daughter, you even exposed your strength as a grandmaster. I feel that Bai Shui didn't even get this treatment." Before he could finish his words, Xia Ruoyan kicked Zhu Kai away. If you're tired of living, just tell me and I'll free you in a minute. Zhu Kai chuckled, got up from the ground and ran away. Although Bai Bing also came over, she didn't say anything. I will sew that guy's mouth shut sooner or later. Xia Ruoyan said. So, in your heart, who is more important, Jiang Li or my sister? Bai Bing suddenly asked. Xia Ruoyan sweated slightly. You come too. He checked the time and said, I'm going to meet someone. You've been busy since you came to Jiangcheng, and you haven't seen your sister yet. If you have time, go see her. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan left. Half an hour later, Xia Ruoyan arrived at Yixing Dance Academy. It is called an academy, but in fact it is a dance training institution. It's just on a larger scale, just like New Oriental. As soon as Xia Ruoyan arrived at the entrance of Yixing Dance Academy, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. What? Oh, I'm here to sign up for dance lessons. Xia Ruoyan said. Are you also here to learn dancing from teacher and Lei? Asked the security guard. Yes. Let's get in line. The security guard pointed at the long queue in front of the school gate. Xia Ruoyan took a look and his mouth twitched slightly. There are so many people here. It seems that teacher and Lei's dance teaching level must be very high. Xia Ruoyan said. The security guard rolled his eyes and said, Come on, stop pretending. You are not here to learn dancing. You just want to take advantage of teacher and Lei. But. The security guard took one look at the long line and grinned. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan asked curiously. The security guard's smile is very meaningful. Nothing, just take your time to get in line. After Xia Ruoyan left, the security guard said, Another fool, just wait to be fooled by an Lei. She never teaches male students to dance. Even if you wait until dark, you won't be able to sign up. Xia Ruoyan's hearing is so sharp. He heard what the security guard said. However, he had no intention of queuing. He is not that free. After a while, Xia Ruoyan came to a deserted place, then easily climbed over a wall that was 5 meters high and entered the yard of the dance academy. But. Chapter 24 Beauty, if you have any problem, come to me. When Xia Ruoyan fell from the high wall, it seemed like a swimming pool. The place where Xia Ruoyan landed seemed to be a locker room. At this time, the window facing the high wall of the dressing room was open, and a woman was changing clothes inside. She seemed to have just finished swimming. She was bending over and taking off her swimming trunks, which had been taken off to her ankles. Although the face cannot be seen, the figure displayed by this bending over is simply impeccable. Especially the waist and hips. This waist and hips are both top-notch. When I bend over, there's not a single bit of fat on my waist. Not to mention the hips, they are in perfect shape. At this moment, the woman who was changing clothes in the room seemed to notice something and turned her head to take a look. Xia Ruoyan was a little distracted and failed to dodge in time. When the four eyes met, both sides were stunned. Fuck. Xia Ruoyan was sweating slightly. This woman turned out to be An Lei, the person he was looking for. He had just seen An Lei's photo in the enrollment brochure on the bulletin board outside the school. That was just a photo of her upper body. I didn't expect that An Lei's lower body was even more charming. No wonder Zhu Kai said that no man in Jiangcheng could resist An Lei's figure. Her waist and hips are really hard to judge. While his thoughts were wandering, Xia Ruoyan suddenly felt a murderous aura. When I looked up, An Lei had changed her clothes and was walking towards the window. Xia Ruoyan felt guilty and ran away quickly. A moment later, An Lei appeared outside the window. There is a dead end at the locker room window of the swimming pool. There is a high wall outside, and there is no other way to get to the window except to climb over the wall. But this is a 4 or 5 meter high wall. Not to mention ordinary people, even warriors would find it difficult to climb over it. More importantly, even if it could turn over, it would inevitably make a loud noise when it landed. But it didn't. An Lei's pupils shrank slightly. Who is that guy? When did he sneak in? The other side. After escaping from Yixing Dance Academy, Xia Ruoyan came to the bank of Jiangcheng's moat and sat down. An Lei's slender waist and perky buttocks were still lingering in his mind. The waist and hip ratio is really good. This might be the legendary golden ratio. At this moment, the alarm on my cell phone rang. He specially set the time. Xia Ruoyan jumped up. It's time to pick up E from school. When we arrived at the kindergarten, many parents were already there. It's a bit surprising that most of the parents are male. Generally, most of the people who pick up their children from kindergarten are women. Well, do all the men in Jiangcheng like children so much? As I was pondering, I suddenly felt a surge in the male hormones around me. Xia Ruoyan then followed the gaze of the crowd and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. At this time, a young woman was walking over. She has a slender figure, a charming posture, and graceful steps, like an elegant cat. Her eyes are so captivating, like a bottomless lake, making people want to explore more. She has a beautiful figure and she is even more eye-catching when she wears a tight dress. Her every move exudes a charming fragrance that makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. To be honest, this young woman is indeed a sexy stunner. Xia Ruoyan finally understood why so many male parents came to this kindergarten to pick up their children. This is not about picking up a child, it is clearly about coming to see a beautiful woman. But this woman is none other than Enlei. At this time, Enlei also saw Xia Ruoyan, and her pupils suddenly contracted. This was the man who peeped at her naked body. She came to Xia Ruoyan, ready to slap this peeping person angrily. "Why are you here?" At this moment, Jiang Li's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Jiang Li is here too." She paused, glanced at the male parents around her, and twitched her lips slightly. This is the true nature of men. They are all here for Enlei. Enlei turned her head and looked at Jiang Li, then looked at Xia Ruoyan. "Jiang Li, do you know this man?" "He is my fiancé Xia Ruoyan," Jiang Li said lightly. She had told Enlei before that she had a fiancé, but she had never revealed Xia Ruoyan's name. Because Xia Ruoyan at that time was really hard to talk about. Although Xia Ruoyan is still a little frivolous and fickle after losing his memory, he is many times better than before. At least, Jiang Li dared to say his name. "Heh." Enlei sneered, "You have a very poor eye for men." Jiang Li also sneered, "You know how to choose a man. If you have good taste, you won't be divorced." "Enlei, do you want to fight?" Enlei said with a dark face. Xia Ruoyan immediately pulled Jiang Li behind him. What a joke! Jiang Li doesn't know martial arts, but Enlei has obviously learned martial arts. "Beauty, if you have anything to say, come to me," Xia Ruoyan said. While the three were arguing, the kindergarten children had already come out of the classroom under the guidance of the teacher. "Mom." A little girl about the same age as Jiangyi ran to Enlei. She is the friend Jiangyi mentioned before, and she is Enlei's daughter. Enlei, who was murderous just now, suddenly became like a different person when facing her daughter, with a gentle look on her face. "Mother." At this time, Jiangyi saw Jiang Li also running over. Jiang Li stretched out his hands and prepared to hug Jiangyi. But halfway through the run, Jiangyi suddenly saw Xia Ruoyan and became even happier. "Uncle Feng." Then, Jiangyi's running route changed instantly and she ran towards Xia Ruoyan. Jiang Li stretched out his hand and took it, looking embarrassed. Seeing this, Enlei grinned and said, "Oh, someone's glass heart is about to break." As soon as the words fell, and she beside Enlei also ran to Xia Ruoyan. Is this your father?" "Not yet, but sooner or later," Jiangyi said. Then, and she suddenly said, "Can he be my dad too?" Cough cough. Jiang Li and Enlei both choked. Xia Ruoyan held Jiangyi in one hand and Enchi in the other, and said to Enlei, "Children's words are innocent, teacher, and please don't mind." He didn't tell Jiangyi that she was just a child and spoke without restraint. Because he really wanted to be her father. Jiang Li didn't worry about this. She was now Xia Ruoyan's fiancé, and Xia Ruoyan was theoretically Jiangyi's future father. But she looked at Xia Ruoyan and Enlei with a suspicious expression. "You two, do you know each other?" She finally spoke out her doubts. "I can't say I know him, we just met once," Enlei said. "Where did you meet him?" Jiang Li asked again. "You'll have to ask your fiancé." After Enlei finished speaking, she came to Xia Ruoyan and said, "Give me my daughter." Unexpectedly, Enchi hugged Xia Ruoyan's neck and said, "I don't want to go home. There's no one at home to play with me, and my mother doesn't accompany me either. Mom is busy, Enlei clenched her hands and said nothing more. Xia Ruoyan suddenly said, "How about I take Enchi back to my home first?" Then, I'll send her to you in the evening. And Lei was about to refuse, but Chi said happily, great. Jiang Yi was also very happy. The two little girls held hands and were very happy. The corners of Lei's mouth twitched, but in the end she said nothing. At this time, Jiang Li smiled and said, if you are worried, come with us. No, I have something else to do. And Lei paused, looked at Chi and said, Chi, you can play until 9 o'clock in the evening at most, and I will pick you up. Yeah. Chi nodded vigorously. And Lei said nothing more and then left. Afterwards, Xia Ruoyan drove the car, Jiang Li sat in the passenger seat, and the two children sat in the back seat and left the kindergarten. After returning to the Xia family, the two children went upstairs to play. Xia Ruoyan, how did you get to know Lei? Jiang Li asked again. And Lei's reaction made her a little concerned. This. Xia Ruoyan said stiffly, it was just an accident. What kind of accident? Jiang Li asked. Just, I went to Yixing Dance Academy, and then accidentally saw Lei changing clothes. Xia Ruoyan said weakly. Even if he doesn't admit it, I guess Lei will tell it. Jiang Li. After a while, Jiang Li said with a dark face, you are really a dog that can't change its nature. She felt a little angry. In the past, she didn't care what her fiancé did. Not to mention that she just peeked at a woman changing clothes, she never cared about her fiancé and his mistresses. But now, Xia Ruoyan was also speechless. Although it was indeed an accident to see Lei changing clothes. But I stared at Lei's naked body for a long time, and I couldn't explain it. After a while, Jiang Li realized that something was wrong with his emotions. Alas, why should I argue? I have already decided to cancel the engagement. Jiang Li said nothing more and went to their backyard to visit old Mrs. Xia. Under Xia Ruoyan's treatment, the old lady's condition improved rapidly. By the way, Jiang Li, I heard that the Jiang family asked you to go to your grandfather's memorial service, said the old lady. Jiang Li nodded, let me take Xia Ruoyan with me. She paused, then added, I guess he didn't have any good intentions. I definitely don't have good intentions, but. The old lady held Jiang Li's hand and said, I think you should still go. Your parents passed away early, and your grandmother has been gone for 2 years. Your grandfather is your only direct relative. Yeah. Jiang Li said. She paused, looked at the old lady, and said, Grandma, how are you now? Much better. Old Mrs. Xia was very excited, I didn't expect my grandson to have this ability. I always thought he was an ignorant idiot and was always worried that he was not worthy of you. The corners of Jiang Li's mouth twitched. She wanted to tell old lady Xia that she wanted to cancel her engagement with Xia Ruoyan. But when she saw old Mrs. Xia's expression, she couldn't speak. Half an hour later, when leaving the old lady's yard, Xia Ruoyan was standing at the door. If you can't speak, let me say it. Xia Ruoyan said lightly. He glanced inside the house and added, Grandma is in much better health now. Even if she gets hurt, nothing will happen to her as long as I'm by her side. Jiang Li bit his lip. This was an opportunity, a chance to break free from the marriage that had been forced upon her. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for. But why can't I open my mouth? Jiang Li remained silent as he listened to Jiang Yi's laughter coming from the front yard. During this period, my daughter laughed more than she had in all the previous years combined. At this time, Xia Ruoyan reached out and touched Jiang Li's head, smiling and said, Don't worry about it. Grandma is also a sensible person. She will understand you. Xia Ruoyan paused, then said, I'll go talk to the old lady about cancelling the engagement. After saying that, Xia Ruoyan prepared to go into their house. But he was stopped by Jiang Li. What's wrong? Xia Ruoyan turned his head and looked at Jiang Li. Jiang Li grabbed Xia Ruoyan's foot and lowered his head. She was silent for a moment before she said, Wait a little longer. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, Okay. How about waiting until the day after tomorrow when your grandfather's memorial service is over? Otherwise, without our engagement, I won't be able to accompany you to your grandfather's memorial service. Just then, Jiang Li's cell phone rang. Look at the incoming call reminder. Jiang Li's expression showed a hint of weirdness. Who is it? Xia Ruoyan asked casually. Gongshan, the eldest daughter of the Gong family in Jiangcheng. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan. Jiang Li is just his cheap fiancé. And Gongshin is his real fiancé. However, he had a very bad impression of his fiancé. I'm going to answer a phone call. After saying that, Jiang Li left. After a while, Jiang Li came back after finishing his phone call. What does Gongshin want to see you about? Xia Ruoyan asked casually. She asked me to have tea. Jiang Li paused, looked at Xia Ruoyan, and said, she asked me to bring you along. Chapter 25. Two fiancés meet. Xia Ruoyan's pupils shrank slightly. When did the eldest daughter of the Gong family become interested in a dandy boy from a third-rate family like me? Jiang Li also showed a trace of confusion on his face. I don't know either. Let's go and take a look. Xia Ruoyan said lightly again. He actually knew it very well. There was a high probability that Gongshin recognized herself. But it doesn't matter, Xia Ruoyan didn't think he could hide it from Gongshin. Moreover, even if she didn't come to find Xia Ruoyan would take the initiative to find her. Jiang Li didn't think too much. There was no way she could have imagined that her fiancé was a fake. It is even more impossible to know that Gongshin is Xia Ruoyan's real fiancé. Just at this time, Xia Ruoyan also came back. She is currently a graduate student at Jiangcheng Normal University and is still studying. Just right, I was just about to call you. Xia Ruoyan said. Are you two going out? Yes, I have a date. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Xia Ruoyan's face was filled with black lines. By the way, Ruoyan. At this time, Jiang Li said, Ian and Xia playing in the living room, you watch them. Xia Ruoyan looked resentful, you value beauty over friendship. Jiang Li sweated slightly, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. She paused, then continued, Gongshin called me just now. Then what is Xia Ruoyan going to do? Of course, I'm going to protect my wife. Xia Ruoyan took over the conversation. Xia Ruoyan. Before Xia Ruoyan could say anything else, Xia Ruoyan had already put his arm around Jiang Li's waist and left. After avoiding Xia Ruoyan's sight, Jiang Li immediately pulled away his dirty hands that were around her waist. You are really good at taking advantage of every opportunity. Jiang Li said unhappily. Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, my wife has a very thin waist. What's the use of having a thin waist? An Lei's hourglass figure with a perfect proportion of thin waist and hips is the best. Jiang Li said. Xia Ruoyan nodded in agreement, indeed. An Lei's figure is indeed the ultimate fantasy of men. Jiang Li. She said nothing and turned and left. Wife, it's just a joke, don't be angry. She's not your wife, we'll be separated soon. Jiang Li pouted. She's so cute even when she's angry. Xia Ruoyan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. As a man, Xia Ruoyan's hormones are indeed more likely to be agitated when facing An Lei, who has such a charming figure. But the only thing that moved his heart was Jiang Li. Of course, there was also the white snow a few years ago. After calming down, Xia Ruoyan quickened his pace to catch up with Jiang Li. My Miss Koi, are you still angry? Snort. Cute. Xia Ruoyan chuckled. Puff. Jiang Li vomited blood. Her face turned red, then she suddenly pounced on Xia Ruoyan and bit Xia Ruoyan on the shoulder. Xia Ruoyan was sweating slightly. Is biting popular in Jiangcheng? He had been bitten by Xia Ruoyan before. However, Jiang Li did not use much force, and Xia Ruoyan did not care. He could even say that he kind of enjoyed Jiang Li's jealous look. About half an hour later, Xia Ruoyan brought Jiang Li to the dock of Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng is a city located by the river and the sea. Whether it is by the river or by the sea, there are water restaurants. The water restaurant that Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li visited tonight is called Shuiyu. It is the highest-end water restaurant in Jiangcheng and was converted from a cruise ship. But unlike other floating restaurants converted from ships, Shuiyu restaurant is movable. It only stays in Jiangcheng for 1 month every year. This mobile water restaurant is very famous throughout the country. Every time it comes to Jiangcheng, the restaurant is always full of reserved diners. But today, the floating restaurant is very quiet. At the pier, there was a sign that read, closed today. Jiang Li looked a little unhappy. Is Gongshin playing tricks on us? When I turned around and was about to leave, a man in a suit came over. Is it Miss Jiang Li? The man asked. Jiang Li turned around and looked at the other person. It's me. I'm Xia, the housekeeper of the Jiang Gong family. Our eldest lady is waiting for you on the deck. The other party said with a slight bow. There is nothing fussy about etiquette. Jiang Li looked at Xia Ruoyan. Maybe she herself didn't notice that she would subconsciously rely on Xia Ruoyan now. Xia Ruoyan smiled slightly. Since Miss Gong has invited me so kindly, let's go and take a look. Jiang Li curled his lips. I think you are going there for Gongshan's beauty. Is this Miss Gong very beautiful? Xia Ruoyan asked knowingly. Pretending. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that the eldest daughter of the Gong family is both beautiful and talented. Not only is she pretty and has a good figure, but she also has an outstanding talent for martial arts. She was admitted to the Qinglong Martial Arts Academy, the strongest martial arts academy in our dragon country, when she was a teenager. Now, she is said to be a 9th-rank martial artist. Although Jiang Li has not yet entered the martial arts world, he knows how powerful a 9th-level warrior is. It is said that the leader of the Jiangcheng Defense Force is only an 8th-level warrior. The gold medal guard that their Jiang family hired at a huge expense seemed to be only a 6th-rank warrior. Gongshan is only 23 years old now. It can be predicted that if nothing unexpected happens, she will definitely be promoted to the Grandmaster level. That is the current pinnacle of martial arts. Every powerful Grandmaster can intimidate others. At this time, Xia Ruoyan smiled and said, "Are you jealous?" "Oh, stop being so narcissistic. It's impossible. I will never like you in my life, and I will never be jealous of you," Jiang Li said flatly. To describe this woman with a popular modern word is sunder. Xia Ruoyan didn't say anything. Afterwards, the two, led by Xia, boarded the restaurant, which was converted from a cruise ship. The restaurant below was indeed empty. The three of them took the elevator directly to the top floor. This is the non-open area of Shuiyu Restaurant. Even VIP customers of Shuiyu Restaurant do not have the right to come here. Only invited guests can reach the top floor of Shuiyu Restaurant. The elevator opened after reaching the top floor. "Please come in, both of you." Xia bowed. Xia Ruoyan glanced at Jiang Li and suddenly grabbed Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li's face turned red and he subconsciously tried to break free. But to no avail. So she simply gave up and let Xia Ruoyan hold her hand. Xia Ruoyan held Jiang Li's hand. His expression was calm and confident, and his steps were graceful and appropriate. This made Jiang Li feel quite unfamiliar. In her impression, although her fiancé was from a wealthy family, his upbringing and temperament were not good enough, and he looked like a complete gangster. This guy, when did he learn to be so gentlemanly? With doubts in her heart, a woman in a burgundy evening dress came into her sight. That's right, Gongshan. At this moment, Gongshan was wearing a burgundy evening gown, looking gorgeous, elegant and noble, even competing with the bright moon in the sky. Jiang Li felt a little inferior. Most beautiful women are very vain. The same is true for river carp. But when facing Gongshan, Jiang Li felt a little inferior. Whether it was family background, martial arts talent, comprehensive abilities, or even her beauty, which she was most proud of, Gongshan seemed to be stronger. If a man has to choose between me and Gongshan, probably no man would choose me. At this moment, her hand, which was held in Xia Ruoyan's palm, was suddenly grasped with tighter force. Jiang Li looked up at Xia Ruoyan reflexively. Xia Ruoyan was looking at her with a smile. Although he didn't say anything, his smile seemed to contain healing power, dispelling the uneasiness and even inferiority in her heart. Gongshan came over. She saw all the subtle interactions between Xia Ruoyan and Jiang Li just now. Her expression was calm and no one knew what she was thinking. "Jiang Li, you're here." Gongshan greeted with a smile. "We haven't seen each other for at least 2 years since I attended your grandmother's memorial service." "Almost." Jiang Li paused, glanced at Xia Ruoyan, and then said, "Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé Xia Ruoyan. Although many people don't know, my grandmother arranged our marriage with Xia Ruoyan's grandmother when she was still alive." Gongshan smiled slightly. "I know about this, so I asked you to bring him with you." She paused, pointed to the only dining table on the deck, and said with a smile, "Take a seat." Xia Ruoyan walked quickly to the dining table, pulled out one of the chairs, asked Jiang Li to sit down, and sat down next to Jiang Li. Gongshan sat down across from the table. She looked at Xia Ruoyan and smiled. "How thoughtful. He doesn't look like the playboy that the rumors say he is." A few days ago, I knocked my head and lost my memory. Jiang Li said. So that's how it is. Amnesia does change a person. Gongshin smiled. Xia Ruoyan knew very well that Gongshin had already seen through his identity. However, he didn't speak. He wanted to see what tricks Gongshin was planning. By the way, Gongshin, why did you suddenly come to me today? Is there something wrong? Jiang Li asked directly at this time. That's right. Isn't the Times kindergarten on Taihu Road our family's property? Gongshin said. Oh, I know. Jiang Li said calmly, my daughter used to go to school there. Before? Don't you go to school there now? No, I transferred to another school. Why? Gongshin asked again. The reason? Jiang Li bit his lip and finally said calmly, nothing, it's just that my daughter doesn't want to study there anymore. She paused, looked at Gongshin, and said, what do you want to say? That kindergarten has been closed down. Gongshin said. What? Jiang Li stood up suddenly. She had just heard about this. Then, she suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xia Ruoyan. Xia Ruoyan once said, since he can't go to this school, then this school has no value in existence. Jiang Li originally thought that Xia Ruoyan was just speaking in anger. She didn't think Xia Ruoyan could really close down the Times kindergarten. That is the property of Jiangcheng Gong family. In Jiangcheng, who dares to touch the Gong family's business? But now. No, this matter should have nothing to do with Xia Ruoyan. Don't I know his abilities? If he had the ability to stop the Gong family's business, the Xia family would not have been ruined to the point of bankruptcy. But, is it really such a coincidence? Jiang Li's brain could no longer process so many things. At this time, Xia Ruoyan gently tapped Jiang Li's forehead with his hand and smiled, okay, don't think too much. It may be reported by enthusiastic citizens. A kindergarten is not for the purpose of teaching and educating people, but has become a business of forming cliques for personal gain. This alone is enough to be closed down. Gongshin clapped her hands lightly and smiled, that's very well said. In fact, this era kindergarten was originally a project I promoted, with the goal of training better students for the country. Many children's lives may be determined from kindergarten, so I want to systematically train talents from kindergarten. She paused, shook her head, and continued, but unfortunately, this originally public welfare project has been led astray. Now many parents are desperately sending their children to our kindergarten, but the purpose is not to educate the children, but to use the children as a medium and treat our kindergarten as a social occasion for adults. It is really a sin of evil. Gongshin paused, looked at Xia Ruoyan intentionally or unintentionally, and smiled again. That unknown enthusiastic citizen was right to report it. If I knew who he was, I would definitely reward him handsomely. Xia Ruoyan took over the conversation and chuckled, we should reward him well. Then. Gongshin looked at Xia Ruoyan and smiled slightly, then said, Mr. Xia, what do you think I should reward him with? Xia Ruoyan looked at the snow-white area exposed on Gongshin's low-cut evening dress and suddenly grinned.